Since you guys want to know my combat strength, I'll let you have your fill. Against the incoming conjoint body mighty figures, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and a boom sounded from his body as three phantoms soared into the skies. Desolate Marshal has indeed condensed three heaven and earth dharma characteristics. The rumors were not fake, as expected of the number one monster incarnate in history. Even when they were at the dharma characteristic realm, the ancient emperors can't compare to him. Even if his combat strength is heaven-defying, it's useless. Desolate Marshal will definitely die if he wants to save the taboo living being. His cultivation path will come to an end here. The crowd discussed fervently. However, those discussions faded before long. Finally, the dense crowd fell into a dead silence. The eyes of the cultivators were filled with endless shock as the three heaven and earth dharma characteristics rose continuously. 80 feet, 87 feet, 89 feet. It did not stop. 90 feet. Supreme dharma characteristic. Furthermore, there were three of them. Normally speaking, conjoint body mighty figures had already fused their heaven and earth dharma characteristics into their bodies and their auras were powerful. Even if a heaven and earth dharma characteristic was dozens of feet tall and was indomitable, it could not compare to a conjoint body mighty figure in terms of aura. However, it was different for a supreme dharma characteristic. A supreme dharma characteristic stood in the void and was one with heaven and earth to begin with. It was like a divine being that had descended and emitted a terrifying aura that threatened everything. A single supreme dharma characteristic was enough to cause a stir in the cultivation world. The mental and visual impact of three supreme dharma characteristics was unimaginable for the cultivators. It was not only the dharma characteristic Tao Lords present. Even the conjoint body mighty figures that charged forward were shocked and their expressions changed. How strong was it for someone to condense three supreme dharma characteristics single-handedly? If that person were to fuse the three supreme dharma characteristics into his body and advance to the conjoint body realm, how strong would he be? Many conjoint body mighty figures could not imagine it. Or rather, they did not dare to think about it. Initially, the experts of the primordial six races were merely watching the entertaining show merrily. The moment they saw the three heaven and earth dharma characteristics descend, the expressions of the experts of the primordial six races changed as well. The Golden Crow third prince narrowed his eyes and murmured with a shimmering gaze. Interesting. There are three supreme dharma characteristics. This monster incarnate of the human race is very scary. If he grows up, he might not be inferior to the human emperor. The mighty figure of the heavenly I race said slowly. Rakshasa Feng Tian licked his lips, seemingly unconcerned. There are many humans and they are as vast as ants. It's only normal for one or two monster incarnates to be born. Even though he said that, the experts of the primordial six races no longer had smiles on their faces. Their relaxed expressions from earlier on had vanished as well. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they knew in their hearts that they might not be a match for Tao Lord Desolate Marshal if he was at the same cultivation realm as them. This was definitely not a good sign for the primordial six races. They were born strong and had noble bloodlines. At the same cultivation realm, they could sweep through the 10,000 races and suppress everything. Apart from the ancient era where they lost to the eternal human emperor, fiend emperor hatred and other emperors, they had never felt threatened most of the time against enemies of the same cultivation realm. However, they felt threatened by Desolate Marshal. Of course, the experts of the primordial six races could still hold their ground. After all, they had dozens of conjoint body mighty figures here, and they were an entire major cultivation realm higher than Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Once the human race was almost done with fighting, any single mighty figure would be able to settle everything. On the battlefield, dark clouds gathered above the head of the thunderdermic body as it stood on a sea of lightning. Its body was coiled with blinding electric currents and it was domineering. Wielding a whip made from millions of lightning, it looked like a lord that looked down on the world with a torrential aura. The rulidermic body assumed a lotus position on a golden lotus platform with a dignified expression. It shone with a divine Buddhist light and lowered its head as a series of deafening Sanskrit sounds emanated from it. The heavenly fiend Dharma body was shrouded in fiend chi and its eyes were pitch black. It was shuddering and wielded the heavenly fiend scythe that was surrounded by an aura of death. It was like a god of death that had walked out of hell and could reap the lives of any living being. Kill! Su Zimo shouted. The three supreme Dharma characteristics protected him in the middle and moved at the same time, charging towards Night Spirit who was locked in the distance. Piak! The thunder whip danced and tore through the air, whipping a conjoint body mighty figure during his moment of paralysis. The body of the conjoint body mighty figure was split into pieces and a blood mist spewed. Shoo! An essence spirit escaped from the battlefield in a panic and only managed to barely survive because it did not turn back. The power of a supreme Dharma characteristic was enough to kill conjoint body mighty figures. The conjoint body mighty figure was enraged and had an anguished expression, but there was nothing he could do. Conjoint body mighty figures had immense vitality and could regrow severed limbs. However, his physical body was shattered and could not be recovered. Rebirth through blood was a power that only Mahayana realm cultivators possessed, and it was a form of divine powers. Blood gushed out from the battlefield. A large head was severed by the heavenly fiend scythe, and the essence spirit within was corroded by the fiend chi before it could escape, dying on the spot. When the conjoint body mighty figure who escaped initially saw that, he felt a sense of relief. At the very least, he was still alive compared to that mighty figure. Boom! The Rulai dermic body conjured dermic seals with its palm, and a huge shadow engulfed a conjoint body mighty figure, suppressing him beneath. The great Mount Meru seal. Before the conjoint body mighty figure could say anything, he was crushed into sludge by the great Mount Meru seal released by the Rulai dermic body. Two conjoint body mighty figures were killed in succession after the three supreme Dharma characteristics descended and unleashed their divine might. Everyone, don't panic. A supreme Dharma characteristic is only a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic at the end of the day. No matter how strong it is, there's a limit, the mighty figure of Heavenly Dipper sect said in a deep voice. Even without his reminder, the other mighty figures calmed down. Those who could cultivate to the conjoint body realm had experienced way too many battles in their lives. What had they not witnessed before? Even if the appearance of Su Zimo's three supreme Dharma characteristics managed to stun them momentarily and allowed him to kill two mighty figures, the remaining conjoint body mighty figures recovered in the blink of an eye. If they were ordinary conjoint body mighty figures, they would indeed not be able to defend against the killing power of a supreme Dharma characteristic. However, the conjoint body mighty figures present were all from supersects of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. All of them were paragons and monster incarnates that ruled over a region. Bang! 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 Many conjoint body mighty figures attacked, and many mighty figure dermic weapons tore through the air and descended. Countless dermic arts poured down and charged towards the three supreme Dharma characteristics. The three supreme Dharma characteristics did not manage to protect Su Zimo for long before they stopped. They were restrained on the spot by the endless attacks of the conjoint body mighty figures and could not advance. However, with the protection of three supreme Dharma characteristics, it was extremely difficult for many mighty figures to injure Su Zimo as well. The three supreme Dharma characteristics waved a thunder whip, condensed dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries, and swung the heavenly fiend scythe. They were like a divine being with 3 heads and 6 arms with incredible combat strength as they defended against the attacks of many mighty figures from the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects and looked down at the world in an unparalleled manner. Groar! Suddenly, more than 10 tall black figures charged into the battlefield. They were filled with a foul stench and had menacing expressions with long fur. Although the figures were in human form, they could no longer be called humans. To be precise, these were more than 10 battle corpses. One of the 5 heretical doctrines, corpse refinement cult, had attacked. 3 conjoint body mighty figures of corpse refinement cult stood outside the battlefield and controlled more than 10 terrifying battle corpses to charge towards Su Zimo's 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. Those battle corpses were not ordinary corpses. They were refined from the bodies of fallen mighty figures, and their flesh and bones were incomparably strong. Coupled with corpse refinement cult's secret skill, The battle corpses were already invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire, although they could not release dermic arts. Every single battle corpse carried immense poison and was filled with filthy chi. A single hair on a corpse could easily poison a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord to death. The most frightening thing was that the battle corpses would not feel pain or fear. Against Su Zimo's supreme Dharma characteristics, the other conjoint body mighty figures were still wary and clashed with dermic arts and weapons. As for the dozens of battle corpses, they charged forward fearlessly. Although they were repelled by the supreme Dharma characteristics such that their sternums were shattered, they felt nothing and charged forward time and again to fight against the supreme Dharma characteristics. Those battle corpses would not die unless they were burned into ashes. They were practically immortal. The bodies of the supreme Dharma characteristics were inevitably tainted by a lot of filthy pus and their glow dimmed significantly. Under the impact of many conjoint body mighty figures, the power of the supreme Dharma characteristics were draining rapidly. Ha 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 ha! When a mighty figure of chaos essence sect saw that the outcome was determined, he could not help but laugh. Desolate Marshal, let's see how long more your 3 supreme Dharma characteristics can last. Fellow Taoists, this lad no longer has any means left. Today is the day to kill Desolate Marshal. A mighty figure of Heavenly Dipper sect shouted as well. Many mighty figures responded in unison, and their spirits were invigorated as their attacks turned even fiercer. Sigh. Desolate Marshal lost in the end. 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. Even such an unparalleled monster incarnate in history failed to escape the fate of being suppressed. The cultivators lamented emotionally. The outcome of the battle between Extreme Fire and Purple Flame had not been decided. Although Extreme Fire had already taken control of the situation with his unparalleled fire-taming techniques, Purple Flame's dermic powers were immense, and it would be difficult for Extreme Fire to suppress him completely within a short period of time. He turned increasingly anxious when he saw the predicament and danger Su Zimo was in. Soaring Serpent Flame Deity. Extreme Fire hollered and condensed his spirit consciousness. A soaring serpent burning with flames burrowed out of his glabella and charged towards Purple Flame. The fact that he activated an Essence Spirit secret skill was proof of how anxious he was. Purple Flame's expression changed. The Soaring Serpent Flame Deity was an Essence Spirit secret skill from the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra, and ordinary Essence Spirit secret skills could not defend against it. Slash! Suddenly, a blood beam shone from Purple Flame's glabella. A blood-colored saber tore through the air with an extremely evil aura, slashing towards the incoming Soaring Serpent. The 2 Essence Spirit secret skills collided silently. However, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation was emanated. A look of shock flashed through Extreme Fire's face as he exclaimed, as though he recalled something. That's the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. To think that you would actually learn it. The Blood Saber was an Essence Spirit secret skill from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and was recognized by Extreme Fire. Instantly, Extreme Fire understood why Purple Flame's injuries had not only recovered. The latter's cultivation had increased greatly in the past dozens of years as well. The origin of everything was the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. This fiend technique was way too terrifying. Back when Tao Lord Blood Fiend appeared out of nowhere, although he was only at the Dharma characteristic realm, the impact and fear he had on the entire cultivation world was something that conjoint body mighty figures and Mahayana patriarchs could not compare to. Hee. Purple Flame did not refute and grinned. You're the only one allowed to have opportunities, while I'm not allowed to have encounters myself? Absorb. Purple Flame circulated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and his eyes shone with a scarlet glint as he prepared to absorb the endless bloodlines that were spilling from the battlefield. Extreme Fire's heart sank. He was once by Su Zimo's side and knew very well about the power of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. If Purple Flame was allowed to absorb the bloodline of the battlefield, his power would recover within a short period of time, and there was a high chance he could even break through. Right now, most of the blood spilled on the battlefield came from mighty figures. A single drop of blood from a mighty figure contained an unimaginable amount of energy. Right then, Heavenly Secrets, who was initially fighting against the Azura, noticed this and retracted his smile. He glared at Purple Flame with a killing intent in his eyes. All of a sudden, Purple Flame's expression changed. He had just circulated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and had only absorbed a few strands of bloodline when it felt as though he was being severed forcefully by some sort of power. He could no longer sense the bloodlines on the battlefield, as though there was an energy barrier of sorts. Although Extreme Fire did not know what happened to Purple Flame, he realized that this was an opportunity and struck without hesitation. Samadhi Dao Fire. Extreme Fire released the strongest dermic art of the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra right away, using essence, chi and spirit as samadhi. Extreme Fire condensed a Scarlet Dao Fire that descended on Purple Flame's head instantly. Ah! Purple Flame roared and channeled the dermic powers in his body hurriedly, forming a sinister and cold hellfire to fight against it. However, there was no way the power of an ordinary hellfire could compare against the Samadhi Dao fire. The moment the two flames clashed, victory was already decided. Purple Flame's clothes began to burn. Before long, flames appeared on his hair as well. When he saw that, the killing intent in Heavenly Secrets' eyes faded gradually. Heavenly Secrets frowned slightly with a hint of confusion. On the other side, a mighty figure of Poison Sect who was not directly involved saw the situation clearer and declared, "Everyone, victory is about to be decided on Extreme Fire's side. If you guys can't kill the lad right now, it'll be even more difficult once Extreme Fire comes. How about I poison this beast to death first?" The mighty figure of Poison Sect said sinisterly. "How dare you?" Su Zimo hollered when he heard that. The current situation was turning increasingly dangerous. The experts of the primordial 6 races had yet to appear, and the longer things dragged on, the worse it would be for him. He had to save Night Spirit as soon as possible. However, he could not break through the defenses of many mighty figures with just 3 supreme Dharma characteristics, let alone approach Night Spirit and rescue the latter. Why wouldn't I dare? You're just a mere Tao Lord and you can't even protect yourself. How dare you threaten me? The mighty figure of Poison Sect walked towards Night Spirit and sneered. How dare you heretical doctrines come and provoke me as well? I'll bury all of you here today. None of you shall dream of returning alive. The killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes intensified as he said slowly, "Dharma characteristics, fuse." Swoosh. The 3 supreme dermic bodies suddenly blazed with flames. The Thunder dermic body burned with scarlet flames. The Rulai dermic body burned with golden flames. The Heavenly Fiend Dharma body burned with black flames. The filth on the 3 supreme dermic bodies burned rapidly and dissipated, turning their dermic powers incomparably pure once more. All 3 of them moved at the same time and fused together rapidly with the power of fire. They disappeared and formed a gigantic fireball that burned furiously with flames surging into the air. Dharma characteristic fusion? What's going on? Where are Desolate Marshal's 3 supreme Dharma characteristics? Where did they go? Many conjoint body mighty figures widened their eyes in shock. Su Zimo's 3 supreme Dharma characteristics had already vanished completely, leaving only a gigantic fireball floating on the spot. Immediately after, right in front of countless gazes, the gigantic fireball stretched slowly and a figure rose rapidly from within with an unstoppable aura. Even the firmaments could not suppress his torrential aura. Even the ground could not withstand his massive body. It was as though the figure was an immortal king that was awakened from the flames, or a god that was born from the flames. In the world, it reigned supreme and its might was immense, emitting a terrifying aura. Even the surrounding conjoint body mighty figures felt their hearts skip a beat from that aura. What is that? The expressions of the experts of the primordial 6 races who were initially watching changed starkly. The Golden Crow 3rd Prince was shocked as he bolted upright and exclaimed. The other experts had equally grim expressions as they glared at the figure fixedly with wary looks on their faces. Some of the experts even revealed a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. The figure rose and grew continuously, and in the blink of an eye, it was 90 feet tall. "I've got it!" A mighty figure of the heavenly eye race narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal fused his 3 supreme Dharma characteristics because he wants to condense a brand new heaven and earth Dharma characteristic and break the shackles of the extreme realm. Break through the extreme realm. The other experts of the primordial 6 races shuddered. That's impossible. God Han Ling shook his head. 9 is an extreme number and heaven and earth Dharma characteristics become supreme at 90 feet. Throughout history, there has never been anyone who could surpass the extreme realm and condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that's beyond 90 feet tall. 9 was an extreme number that was like an unshakable Tao of the universe. It was like a heavenly chasm that could not be crossed. At Foundation Establishment Realm, one could reach the extreme Foundation Establishment Realm by unlocking 9 meridians. That was the limit. Trying to break through that great Tao shackle was akin to defying the heavens. Not necessarily. A mighty figure of the Bloodvine race said slowly, the fusion of 3 supreme Dharma characteristics is way too powerful. There's a chance it might truly surpass the extreme realm. Boom! The moment the mighty figure of the Bloodvine race said that, the 90 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic rose once more and grew to a height of 91 feet. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracks sounded from the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. As though it had broken free from some great Tao shackle, its aura turned even more berserk. The crowd was shocked. They had witnessed an unprecedented scene. In this generation, a cultivator had broken through the great Tao shackle to condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that surpassed 90 feet. Boom! Another bang sounded from the body of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. In the blink of an eye, it grew by another foot. 92 feet. Boom! 93 feet. Boom! 94 feet. With every foot taller, the aura released by the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic would increase. Under countless shocked gazes, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic grew to a height of 99 feet before stopping. 99. The extreme of the extreme realm. The heaven and earth dharmic body burned with raging flames and stood upright within. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it wielded a thunder whip, the heavenly fiend scythe and the creation lotus platform like a fiend celestial that was fighting against the heavens. The entire heaven and earth valley seemed to have gone silent. It was as though all the cultivators, including the experts of the primordial 6 races, were stunned by the aura of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic and went silent. Su Zimo looked at the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic with a calm expression. Apart from the advancement in his cultivation in the past 100 years, his greatest gain was discovering the possibility of fusing 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. He had once thought that a 90 feet supreme might not be the limit of a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. The fact that it had never happened before did not mean that it was impossible. However, one had to possess immense strength if they wanted to surpass the extreme realm or supreme. Even with his talent and cultivation, he had only formed 3 supreme Dharma characteristics after obtaining so many opportunities and encounters. It was the same for Monk Daming of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Monk Daming's combat strength was heaven-defying, and he was the strongest opponent Su Zimo had encountered up till this point of his cultivation. Furthermore, he was even stronger than Su Zimo with 4 supreme Dharma characteristics. However, be it him or Monk Daming, neither of them could condense a supreme heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that surpassed 90 feet. Therefore, Su Zimo guessed that normal cultivation would not be able to break through the shackles of the extreme realm. If he wanted to break free from those shackles, he would have to take another path. That possibility was the fusion of his Dharma characteristics. However, Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics came from different Tao sects of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taos. It was extremely difficult to fuse them. He had to find a compatibility spot, or rather, a commonality between the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. That commonality was fire. Su Zimo had cultivated the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra and cultivated the 3 Tao fires of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. Using the 3 Tao fires as a medium, he incinerated the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics and gave birth to a new Dharma characteristic through flames. That was the current 99 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. How dare a bunch of rotting corpses provoke me? Su Zimo looked at the dozens of battle corpses not far away and hollered, "Burn them!" The three heads opened their mouths at the same time and spat out 3 balls of scorching flames at the dozens of battle corpses. Not only was the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic fused with 3 supreme Dharma characteristics, it was also fused with 3 Tao fires. The flame that was casually spat out was the Samadhi Tao fire. Su Zimo's glabella shone and another essence spirit fire burst forth, entering the Samadhi Tao fire. The Kacharati Tao fire descended upon the world and engulfed the dozens of battle corpses instantly. Prior to this, even if the battle corpses were battered by Su Zimo's supreme Dharma characteristics and riddled with holes, they had combat strength and charged forward continuously without fatigue or pain. Those battle corpses had no intelligence, and even Buddhism could not purify them. However, when they were engulfed by the Kacharati Tao fire, the battle corpses struggled and howled on the spot as though they were in immense pain. The battle corpses were invulnerable against weapons, water, and fire. Even extreme fire's Samadhi Tao fire could not incinerate those battle corpses. However, it was different for Su Zimo's Kacharati Tao fire. Pus blood flowed continuously from the battle corpses. However, the moment it flowed out, it was burned to ashes by the Kacharati Tao fire. No matter how the battle corpses struggled, the Tao flames on their bodies would not extinguish. In less than 10 breaths, the dozens of battle corpses turned into ashes and dissipated into the world. The 3 mighty figures of corpse refinement cult that were controlling the battle corpses turned pale. All their efforts up till this point of their cultivation were spent on the dozens of battle corpses. Now that Su Zimo burned them to ashes, it was equivalent to destroying their 10,000 years of cultivation. The blow was way too great. For a mighty figure of corpse refinement cult, losing a battle corpse meant that his combat strength was significantly reduced, rendering him no different from ordinary conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic swung the thunder whip in his hands forward viciously. The whip seemed to have crossed the voids and whipped the 3 mighty figures of corpse refinement cult. Piak. Not only did the whip contain a terrifying power of thunder, there was also the Kacharati Tao fire. Instantly, 3 corpse refinement cult mighty figures were ripped apart and their essence spirits were burned to ashes in midair. More than 10 battle corpses were burned to ashes, and some conjoint body mighty figures who could not dodge in time and were engulfed by the Kacharati Tao fire were even more unlucky. In a few breaths, they were burned into nothingness by the Kacharati Tao fire and their bodies and essence spirits were destroyed. Many mighty figures retreated instinctively in shock. With a single thought from Su Zimo, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic strode towards Night Spirit with him right behind. A mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace that stood in his way had just summoned his dermic weapon when the heavenly fiend's scythe slashed down. Clang! Sparks flew as the heavenly fiend's scythe collided with the dermic weapon. The mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace shuddered and the sound of bones and tendons cracking could be heard from his body. Before long, his arms collapsed limply. A 99 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was more than a single level above a supreme Dharma characteristic in terms of strength. Initially, many conjoint body mighty figures could restrict Su Zimo on the spot and suppress the 3 supreme Dharma characteristics steadily. However, this fused heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that surpassed the extreme realm had a power that was completely above the conjoint body realm. The heavenly fiend's scythe slashed down with the momentum and the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace was cleaved into 2. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. Relying on his strong physique and shocking bloodline, a mighty figure of Diamond Monastery wielded an indestructible diamond staff and wanted to stop Su Zimo in his tracks. Su Zimo's Dharma characteristic wielded the creation lotus platform and smashed down on the head of the mighty figure of Diamond Monastery. Boom! The creation lotus platform collided with the diamond staff with a loud bang. The mighty figure of Diamond Monastery cried out in pain and his palm was torn. Blood gushed out and his diamond staff flew from his hands. He wanted to retreat, but Su Zimo's Dharma characteristic was faster and chanted Sanskrit. The creation lotus platform crushed him into dust and blood splattered on the spot. At the same time, the other arm of the heaven and earth dharma characteristic waved and whipped another conjoint body mighty figure with the thunder whip that was blazing with raging flames. Piak! The conjoint body mighty figure was whipped to death and his essence spirit was destroyed. The 99 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic released an unimaginable terrifying combat strength that even mighty figures from supersex could not defend against. This was practically a supreme fiend celestial that could sweep through everything. Everywhere he passed, many mighty figures were overwhelmed. Blood dyed half the skies red. It was extremely tragic as mighty figures everywhere spilled blood. Figures fell from midair one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures died in the hands of Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristic. Even heaven and earth valley was painted scarlet from the blood. When he noticed that, the smile on Heavenly Secrets' face seemed to deepen. "What are you laughing at?" When he saw the smile on Heavenly Secrets' face, the hatred in Yen Beichen's heart turned even more berserk and rich. It was as though he had returned to the bamboo forest of the Middle Continent, to the moment of Pianran's death. If not for the person before him, their location would not have been exposed. If not for the person before him, Pianran would not have died. "Since you jumped out yourself, I'll kill you first." The fiend chi on Yen Beichen intensified and the hatred fiend saber buzzed and trembled. His aura climbed once more and released endless pitch-black saber shadows towards Heavenly Secrets. In that endless hatred, there was even a chilling killing intent. Heavenly Secrets was alarmed. It was no wonder why the Hatred Sutra was the #1 fiend technique of the ancient era. The stronger the hatred in one's heart, the more terrifying the hatred fiend chi and the stronger their combat strength. Furthermore, Yen Beichen's burst contained not only the power of the Hatred Fiend Sutra, but also the power of the Azura. The fusion of the two fiend cultivation techniques formed a powerful saber intent of hatred and killing, engulfing Heavenly Secrets within. Initially, Heavenly Secrets could still deal with Yen Beichen. However, after Yen Beichen released this attack, Heavenly Secrets felt his scalp tingle as though a calamity was approaching. Not good. The smile on Heavenly Secrets' face was gone and his expression darkened. "This saber intent is too strong. I can't defeat it." He could already sense that the power of that saber intent had surpassed the limits of the conjoint body realm. Annihilation missed. Heavenly Secrets hollered and rich dermic powers surged out of his body, forming gray mists around him. His figure disappeared into the mist before long, vanishing into the void. Poof, poof, poof. One after another, the Hatred Fiend Chi and Azura Fiend Chi stabbed into the fog and it floated out rapidly, as though it was struck by an immense impact. How terrifying was the saber intent created by the Hatred and Azura Fiend techniques. It had already sealed all of Heavenly Secrets' escape paths. Heavenly Secrets had not expected that a single smile of his would incur Yen Beichen's immense hatred and rage. What a lunatic! He lost his composure momentarily within the fog and cursed internally as a blood glint flashed through his eyes. The saber intent was way too ferocious that he could not break free even with the escape techniques of Enigma Palace. All of a sudden, a blood beam flashed through the fog. In a flash, the blood beam darted out from the gap between the combined Hatred and Azura Fiend Chi saber intent by a hair's breadth. The fog dissipated and Heavenly Secrets' figure vanished. The blood beam paused in the distance and revealed its true appearance. It was Heavenly Secrets who had escaped. At that moment, Heavenly Secrets' expression was terrible, and a few bloodied wounds appeared on his body as he looked at Yen Beichen with lingering fear. Yen Beichen's expression was cold, and he did not take the initiative to chase. He knew very well that given Heavenly Secrets' methods, if the latter chose to make use of this escape technique, it would be difficult for him to catch up in a short period of time. He could not let Immortal Sword escape just to hunt down Heavenly Secrets. Immortal Sword had to die today. Yen Beichen turned around once more and charged towards Sword Sect. If Su Zimo had seen what happened earlier on, he would have been shocked to discover that the escape technique Heavenly Secrets used was one he was extremely familiar with: blood escape. Purple flame, You betrayed the sect and harmed your fellow sect mates. Today is the day you will be executed. On the other side, Extreme Fire hollered and channeled his essence spirit to its limits. The Samadhi Dao fire intensified. An endless stream of power of flames burned into Purple Flame's body and bloodline. Ah! Purple Flame reared his head and howled with a pained expression. Flame spewed from his opened mouth and his flesh was split open as he was burned beyond recognition. The reason for this was also because he had cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra before. Otherwise, he would have been burned into ashes a long time ago. However, he did not manage to absorb the power of bloodline from this place. As such, his dermic powers were exhausted and he could not hold on any longer. The Samadhi Dao fire burned from inside out and engulfed him completely. In midair, Purple Flame's figure vanished, leaving a gigantic human-shaped fireball. Gradually, the fireball lost all signs of life and turned into sparks that scattered down. Extreme Fire had a conflicted expression when he saw that. He did not feel as happy as he thought he would. Purple Flame was his senior brother after all. In fact, he could even recall the scenes of senior brother Purple Flame leading him on the path of cultivation when he first joined 100 Refinement Sect. Who would have thought that as time passed by, the two of them would grow further apart and reach a point where they were irreconcilable. In the end, Purple Flame died in his hands. The path of cultivation was long and the affairs of the world were unpredictable. How many people could stick to their roots? Surrounded by the terrifying fiend chi of hatred and the Azura, Yen Beichen charged towards Immortal Sword once more. Poof! 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 The two terrifying fiend techniques of the Hatred Sutra and Azura Sutra were already channeled to their limits. Yen Beichen seemed like he was treading through a sea of blood with a torrential malevolent aura. The many mighty figures of Sword Sect could not defend against Yen Beichen's attacks at all. Wielding the Hatred Fiend Saber, the Azura resembled the ancient Fiend Emperor Reborn and many mighty figures of Sword Sect fell one after another. The startling Sword Intent and lifeless Sword Intent could not defend against the sharpness of the Hatred Fiend Saber at all. In the blink of an eye, there were only slightly more than 10 mighty figures left out of more than 30 in the Sword Sect group. Furthermore, every single mighty figure of Sword Sect had panicked expressions and retreated continuously. Although conjoint body mighty figures had immense vitality and could even regrow severed limbs, how could anyone merely be severely injured against the Hatred Fiend Saber? All of them would die. For some of the mighty figures, they had already cultivated more than 10,000 years by this point. None of them wanted to die here just like that. Some of the mighty figures of Sword Sect turned and fled, no longer daring to fight Yen Beichen. Immortal Sword stood in the crowd, feeling increasingly alarmed as he looked at the foreign faces beside him pleadingly. Those foreign faces were mighty figures of the primordial 6 races. However, they had changed their appearances and hid their true bodies. At that moment, the experts of the primordial 6 races had grim expressions as they rose in unison. I can't watch on anymore. I have to make a move and kill him, God Han Ling said slowly. That's right. If he's allowed to continue growing, he'll become an unimaginable threat to our primordial races. The mighty figure of the heavenly I race nodded as well. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your help. I'll definitely remember your life-saving grace. Immortal Sword was delighted, thinking that the experts of the primordial 6 races were going to deal with Yen Beichen. When he heard that, the Golden Crow 3rd Prince gave a stifled laughter with a disdainful expression. To be honest, none of them from the primordial 6 races took human cultivators seriously at all, not even if they were mighty figures. Although Immortal Sword was famous in the cultivation world, in the eyes of the Golden Crow 3rd Prince and the others, he was akin to an ant. Who would bother about his life or death? What's your name again? The Golden Crow 3rd Prince reached out and patted Immortal Sword on the cheek. You're not qualified to address us as equals. Your life or death has nothing to do with us. Fufu. Immortal Sword was once the titular disciple of Sword Sect. Even if his essence spirit was injured, he was a mighty figure. But now he was slapped on the cheeks by the Golden Crow 3rd Prince. The smile on Immortal Sword's face froze. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never endured such humiliation. If it was anyone else, he would have counterattacked immediately if they dared to do this to him. He would use all means to torture them to death and burn their bones into ashes. However, the person before him was the Golden Crow Third Prince. Beside the Golden Crow Third Crown Prince were conjoint body mighty figures of the other primordial races as well. If he showed any bit of defiance, he would be killed by the experts of the primordial 6 races before Yanbeichen could arrive. The Golden Crow Third Prince ignored him and left with the other experts of the primordial races before long, heading towards Suzimo. Immortal Sword did not move at all and gripped his fists tightly. His body trembled slightly and his face flushed red. Even after the primordial 6 races left, he said nothing. He allowed his dignity to be trampled into dust by the other party. Immortal Sword grit his teeth and looked at Yanbeichen, who was charging over from afar in silence. He knew that he could not compare to Yanbeichen after all. If Yanbeichen was in his position, Yanbeichen would definitely dare to raise his saber against the primordial 6 races. However, he did not even dare to express a single bit of displeasure. On another battlefield, Suzimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristics was invincible and undefeatable. No conjoint body mighty figure could stop him. The mighty figure of Poison Sect who declared that he wanted to kill Night Spirit with poison earlier on was scared out of his wits and retreated hurriedly. "Where can you run to?" Suzimo shouted. His heaven and earth dharma characteristic waved its whip and tore through the voids, whipping the mighty figure of Poison Sect into pieces, and the latter died on the spot. After the series of kills, Suzimo was now extremely close to Night Spirit. His gaze intensified and the thunder whip coiled, wanting to pull Night Spirit over from the ground. All of a sudden, a blood-colored vine appeared and whipped the thunder whip with an extremely evil aura. The power of thunder and the Samadhi Dao fire exploded instantly. The blood-colored vine constricted and its surface was charred black. However, its foundation was not injured. However, the power of the thunder whip was completely dissipated. Without even thinking, Suzimo's 99 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic strode forward and swung its arms, smashing down with the creation lotus platform. At the same time, the heavenly fiend scythe descended as well. Good timing! A figure flashed and transformed into his true form. His golden hair danced and his green eyes were deep, filled with golden blood chi. Splash! The sound of a tsunami echoed from that figure's body. Tsunami blood. The figure did not use any dermic weapons and merely punched towards the creation lotus platform barehanded. The crowd was shocked when they saw that. Even mighty figures' dermic weapons might not be able to defend against the power of Suzimo's dharma characteristic, let alone a body of flesh. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the creation lotus platform collided with the person's fist. Although the figure took a half step back, his fist was intact and the creation lotus platform was repelled as well. The golden-haired man waved his hand and grinned. It does hurt a little. He merely felt a slight pain receiving the creation lotus platform barehanded. On the other side, the heavenly fiend scythe was blocked by a cold beam the moment it slashed down and sparks flew. A tall figure stood in midair with a green face and bared fangs that were extremely hideous. A pair of pitch-black meat wings grew from his back, and he wielded 2 crescent sabers with shocking curves that shone with a cold glint. The primordial races had finally appeared. Suzimo was extremely familiar with the 2 races that attacked later on. The golden-haired, green-eyed being was of the god race. The one with the green race, bared fangs and wings, was from the Rakshasa race. The thing that blocked his thunder whip was an extremely evil plant that waved countless blood-colored vines. Every single vine was like a thick blood vessel. At the top of the vines was a human face without a nose or eyes. There was only a gigantic mouth with sharp fangs that intertwined with one another and shone coldly, as though they could slice everything apart. Although Suzimo had never seen this ferocious being before, he could vaguely guess that this was another one of the primordial races, the blood vine race. Legend has it that the blood vine race lived by devouring the blood of all living beings. It did not even reject bloodline from the other primordial races. Any living being that wandered into the territory of the blood vine race would be shredded and devoured, turned into nourishment for themselves without even bones left. These were extremely violent beings. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely recalled something. However, at that moment, he was in a dangerous spot and could not protect himself. Night Spirit could not be saved either, and he was tense. He did not have the mood to think about it carefully, and the thought vanished as quickly as it appeared. Shoo! A golden light flashed and emitted a scorching aura. The temperature released by the golden light seemed to be even higher than the Samadhi Dao fire. It was extremely fast and circled around Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristic. Su Zimo's dharma characteristic waved his 6 arms, but could not grab the golden light. Buzz! Buzz! The heaven and earth dharma characteristic shuddered, and a gigantic wound appeared on its chest. Its dharmic powers were drained. However, this heaven and earth dharma characteristic had already surpassed the extreme realm, and its dharmic powers were condensed. The Samadhi Dao fire burned furiously and stopped the loss of dharmic powers instantly. The golden light paused and revealed its true appearance. It was the Golden Crow Third Prince. Hee hee! The Golden Crow Third Prince laughed. The flames on your dharma characteristic are truly interesting. It's only slightly weaker than my Golden Crow flames. The Golden Crow race possessed the bloodline of the sun, and their bodies burned with flames. They resided above the East Sea and beneath the Fusang tree. They were divine birds of the primordial era. Not only was the Golden Crow race extremely fast and not inferior to the Rakshasa race, they even possessed extremely terrifying golden flames that could incinerate all living beings. None of the conjoint body mighty figures present dared to approach Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristic, afraid that they would be tainted by the Samadhi Dao fire. However, the Golden Crow Third Prince was fearless. Not only did he approach Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristic, he even took the opportunity to reveal his Golden Crow feet and scratch a gigantic wound on the dharma characteristic's chest. Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristic was blocked by just 4 experts of the primordial races. The bloodline of the primordial races was strong, and they were the oldest living beings. Conjoint body mighty figures of the primordial races had combat strength comparable to half-martial ancestors of the human race. The strongest conjoint body monster incarnates among the primordial races with the purest bloodlines could even suppress half-martial ancestors of the human race. Although Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristic had surpassed the extreme realm, it could not defend against the power of a half-martial ancestor. Night Spirit was 100 feet away. Normally, 100 feet was an extremely short distance. But now, there were hundreds of beings from the primordial races in between, and dozens of them were all conjoint body experts. That 100 feet was like an insurmountable chasm. Immortal sword, pay with your life. Right then, a roar sounded not far away. Instantly, rumbling fiend chi surged into the skies, blotting out the skies and pitch black as ink. The entire world dimmed. Even the experts of the primordial 6 races glanced sideways. Under Yen Beichen's killing intent, Immortal Sword was already covered in injuries and his face was ghastly pale. Yen Beichen strode forward and slashed with the Hatred Fiend saber in his hands. Instantly, it descended on Immortal Sword's head with a torrential fiend chi, as though it wanted to devour him into sludge. Ah! Immortal Sword shrieked with a menacing expression as his features contorted. Gripping his sword with both hands, his sword buzzed and released 6 bedazzling dermic patterns that blocked the Hatred Fiend saber. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in an ear-piercing manner. Sword and saber clashed while Yen Beichen and Immortal Sword stood motionlessly. Instantly, the world seemed to have stopped. Snap! The sword was broken. Immediately after, the wounds on Immortal Sword ruptured and spewed out blood mists. His eyes dimmed and his life force drained rapidly. Yen Beichen's hateful slash destroyed all the life force in Immortal Sword's body. That slash unleashed all the hatred in Yen Beichen's heart all these years. Immortal Sword could not defend against it at all. Even his destiny dermic weapon was severed by the Hatred Fiend saber. Foo-foo, foo-foo. Immortal Sword's mouth twitched as though he wanted to laugh. However, boiling blood flowed out of his mouth and let out a strange sound. Even if you kill me, why you can't revive that slut either. Immortal Sword had a deranged expression and stuttered. Wife, lost. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Immortal Sword's laughter came to an abrupt stop as his entire body exploded into a blood mist. His body and spirit were destroyed without a corpse remaining. Even though Immortal Sword knew that he was going to die, he did not want Yan Beichen to feel good before his death. He was best at playing with people's hearts. Otherwise, people like Qin Pianran and Dao Lord Cloud Rain would not have died in his hands. His final words had indeed struck Yan Beichen's sore spot. I've lost. I've lost. Although Immortal Sword was executed, Yan Beichen did not feel as happy as he had imagined. He trembled with a pained expression and fell into endless guilt and self-blame. His mind seemed to have gone blank as he murmured to himself, "He's right, Pianran. You can't revive. It's all my fault. Fufu." When he saw that, the Golden Crow Third Prince sneered. "By the looks of it, that person is of no threat and isn't worthy of us attacking." "That's right. It's just a second hatred. He's of no threat and will commit suicide sooner or later," the mighty figure of the Heavenly Eye race said indifferently. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized something. The Hatred Sutra was indeed powerful. Yan Beichen inherited the legacy of the Fiend Emperor Hatred, and his combat strength increased exponentially. He could be considered as the second Fiend Emperor Hatred. However, what happened to the Fiend Emperor Hatred? The deeper Yan Beichen cultivated the Hatred Sutra, the harder it would be for him to extricate himself. Right now, he would only fall into this giddying pain when he thought about Qin Pianran. As time passed by, if he remained immersed in that pain, he would probably never regain his senses and make the same choice as Dao Lord Hatred. He would commit suicide. Su Zimo did not dare to think about it, nor did he have the energy for now. That was the danger that Yan Beichen might encounter in the future. Right now, the most important thing for Su Zimo was to rescue Night Spirit and escape from this place. "Zimo, let me help you." Right then, Extreme Fire had just killed Purple Flame and sensed Su Zimo's condition, rushing over without hesitation. "Watch out, Master." Su Zimo's expression changed as he reminded hurriedly. Although Extreme Fire had just entered the conjoint body realm for more than 100 years, his body had fused with a supreme Dharma characteristic and his dermic powers were strong. His combat strength was also at the top of the conjoint body realm. Even against conjoint body mighty figures of super sex, Extreme Fire would not be disadvantaged. But now, the people in front of Su Zimo were all experts from the primordial races, and their combat strength had far surpassed the conjoint body realm. A mighty figure of the Heavenly Eye race stood in midair with his hands behind his back motionlessly. All of a sudden, a crack appeared on the glabella of the Heavenly Eye mighty figure. It was as though an eye had opened and countless mysterious and powerful runes surged within, as though they contained the strongest power in the world. The entire heaven and earth valley trembled when that eye opened. The mountain cracked and gravel rolled down. The crowd was shocked. What sort of power was that? A single eye was enough to cause such a commotion. A dark light shot out from the eye and arrived instantly. The moment Extreme Fire moved, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, he shielded his destiny dermic weapon, the weapon tripod, in front of him. At the same time, a dark light descended with a destructive aura. Clang! The dark light struck Extreme Fire's weapon tripod with a loud bang. Extreme Fire shuddered, and his figure could not help but fly back as he spat out a huge mouthful of blood with a pale expression. The first layer of his weapon tripod was penetrated by the dark light. To be able to penetrate Extreme Fire's destiny mighty figure dermic weapon with a single gaze, how terrifying was the power in that eye. The reason why the primordial 9 races were called the primordial 9 races and ruled over the world was because every single one of them possessed extremely powerful inheritances and capabilities. Humans were innately weak. Even in their prime, they might not be able to kill ferocious beasts. However, it was different for the primordial 9 races. When these races were born, they possessed innately powerful abilities. For example, the Golden Crow race was born with 3 legs and could spread their wings and fly, wielding the sun god fire. The Golden Crow race could even kill spirit beasts and demons with ease, let alone ferocious beasts. The dragon race was born with sharp fangs and claws and controlled the 5 elements. Every race specialized in different abilities. For example, although the Heavenly Eye race's bloodline and physique were far superior to humans, they were only ranked in the middle of the primordial 9 races. The strongest technique of the Heavenly Eye race was the eye on their glabella. That eye was also known as the Heavenly Eye, the gathering spot of the strongest powers of the Heavenly Eye race. That was also the origin of the name of their race, Heavenly Eye. The visual technique of the Heavenly Eye race was the strongest among the 10,000 races. Although it was only a dark light, it came from the Heavenly Eye. If it was any other conjoint body mighty figure, they would have died with a single glance from this mighty figure of the Heavenly Eye race. Extreme Fire's innate combat strength was top tier among the human race. However, he had just entered the conjoint body realm after all and was still far inferior to the mighty figure of the Heavenly Eye race who attacked. Extreme Fire's destiny dermic weapon was destroyed and that implicated and severely injured him. In fact, he fell from midair uncontrollably with a dispirited expression. Grandmaster! Dao Lord Scarlet Star exclaimed and rushed forward to protect Extreme Fire. Hurry and take Master away from this place. Su Zimo immediately sent a voice transmission to Dao Lord Scarlet Star. Uncle Master, but you? Dao Lord Scarlet Star had a hesitant expression. If you guys are dragged into this battle, even the entire 100 Refinement sect won't be able to handle it. Leave quickly and don't linger here. Su Zimo's tone turned even more hurried. Extreme Fire's combat strength was greatly reduced after he was severely injured by a mighty figure of the Heavenly Eye race. Even if he stayed here, he could not help and might even distract Su Zimo. At that thought, Dao Lord Scarlet Star finally made up his mind and hollered, 100 Refinement sect, follow me. 100 Refinement sect was the first to retreat from the battlefield. Senior Crane, leave with the cultivators of Ethereal Peak as well. Su Zimo sent another voice transmission. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable. As though he had neglected something extremely important. This Heaven and Earth Valley made him feel uneasy as well. That uneasiness did not come from the primordial 6 races. Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. The fact that you're able to condense a Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic that's beyond the extreme realm and is 99 feet tall is indeed unprecedented. God Han Ling said slowly. However, you still have to die today. In front of us, primordial 6 races. Your bullshit Dharma characteristic is nothing. Rakshasa Feng Tian sneered with a menacing expression. The God and Rakshasa race truly have a bad memory. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he said murderously, seems like I haven't killed enough of you guys in Myriad Phenomenon City. I wasn't ruthless enough. Even against a group of beings from the primordial races, Su Zimo's aura did not weaken at all. Even Immortal Sword did not dare to say anything after being slapped on the cheeks by an expert of the primordial races. However, Su Zimo could not conceal his killing intent against the primordial 6 races. Audacious! You're asking for death, experts from the Rakshasa and God race hollered. God Han Ling's expression darkened instantly. Aunt Desolate Marshal, you must have a death wish. Rakshasa Feng Tian was enraged as well and shrieked. The voice of the Rakshasa race was sharp and unpleasant. The battle in Myriad Phenomenon City was an immense humiliation for the Rakshasa and God race. In the cultivation world, the human race kept that battle a secret. However, it was widespread among the primordial 9 races and the Rakshasa and God race suffered immense gossip. After all, it was not glorious to lose to the humans and be completely annihilated. You're the one with a death wish. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the crowd. Immediately after, a figure that was more than 30 feet tall appeared. It shone with a scarlet glow and emitted a scorching aura as it descended behind Rakshasa Feng Tian. The figure was extremely fast and came out of nowhere. Even the experts of the primordial 6 races on the battlefield could not react to it, let alone the surrounding cultivators. Who's there? Many experts of the primordial races only managed to shout in time, but they could not make out the figure's appearance clearly. They could only make out a rough outline. The scarlet figure arrived behind Rakshasa Feng Tian and extended its palm without hesitation. revealing sharp claws that shimmered coldly as it grabbed the latter's head. Rakshasa Feng Tian was alarmed and felt his scalp tingle. Without thinking twice, he flapped his wings and fled into the distance. The speed of the Rakshasa race was way too fast. They were one of the fastest among the primordial 9 races. In that split second, Rakshasa Feng Tian transformed into a black streak of light and tried to break free from the envelopment of that menacing claw. All of a sudden, the arm of the figure crackled and expanded by 3 feet. Instantly, it caught up to Rakshasa Feng Tian and grabbed down once more. Eft! A blood mist spewed out. Ah! Rakshasa Feng Tian shrieked tragically. His reaction was fast enough and he had already pushed his movement technique to its limits. Even so, the figure caught up to him and tore apart one of his meat wings with its sharp claws. A large piece was ripped off and fresh blood spurted. That scene was extremely tragic. Even the experts of the primordial 6 races gasped. Even with the speed of Rakshasa Feng Tian, he could not escape unscathed. If that figure had attacked any of them earlier on, who would have survived? The moment that thought crossed their minds, another change happened on the battlefield. The scarlet figure did not stop even after it ripped Rakshasa Feng Tian's meat wing. It continued upwards with its momentum and suddenly coiled its 3-foot-tall body that resembled an anaconda around the latter. Its blood chi surged and it exerted strength. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from within Rakshasa Feng Tian's body. Under countless gazes, Rakshasa Feng Tian's body was squeezed into a completely contorted shape. Rakshasa Feng Tian's eyeballs bulged out and his face was bloodshot. With a purple and green expression, his blood chi dissipated rapidly. At the conjoint body realm, one could regrow their limbs. Even if his body was severely injured, there was still a chance for him to recover after some time to recuperate. However, at that moment Rakshasa Feng Tian was bound by the scarlet figure. No matter how fast he could not break free and was even enduring immense pain. Shoo! An essence spirit burrowed out of the top of the Rakshasa's head and tried to flee into the distance with a panicked expression. Swoosh! Suddenly, the scarlet figure opened its mouth and spat out a tongue of flames, pulling the essence spirit into its mouth and burning it to ashes in the blink of an eye. Rakshasa Feng Tian was dead. The moment Rakshasa Feng Tian died, heaven and earth valley fell into a dead silence. This scene was much more shocking than the death of a conjoint body mighty figure of the human race. Conjoint body experts of the primordial 6 races could suppress mighty figures of the human race with ease. Even a monster incarnate of the human race like Extreme Fire was severely injured by a single move from a mighty figure of the Heavenly Eye race. But now, a mighty figure of the primordial races was killed by an unknown living being in a flash right in front of everyone. Who is that? Who else would dare to help Desolate Marshal and even kill an expert of the Rakshasa race? His methods are way too ruthless. Could it be a half-martial ancestor or a Mahayana patriarch? All the cultivators looked over and were stunned. To be precise, the scarlet figure could not be considered as a human at all. More than 30 feet tall, its scarlet hair was like flames, and it was covered in scarlet scales that wrapped around its cheeks, revealing only a pair of bright eyes that resembled 2 fireballs. It was definitely from an alien race. The knuckles on its gigantic claw protruded like molten steel and were filled with a metallic luster. Its claws were extremely sharp and were even dripping with the grisly blood of Rakshasa Feng Tian. The strange thing was that only the left hand of the alien being had this menacing claw. Its right hand was extremely fair and looked no different from a human hand. The scarlet figure emitted an extremely violent aura and its blood chi surged. It was not disadvantaged even against the primordial 6 races. Many cultivators looked at the scarlet-haired alien being and felt as though they were looking at one of the primordial races. Could that outsider be one of the primordial 9 races as well? That can't be, right? There doesn't seem to be any race from the primordial 9 races that looks like this. This outsider looks a little like a dragon. Now that you mention it, I seem to have recalled something. A cultivator reminisced. I heard that back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Desolate Marshal transformed into a dragon and killed the alien races. He seemed to be in this half-dragon form. You mean to say that this outsider is Desolate Marshal? That's impossible. The thought was truly ridiculous. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal stood at the side with his green robes and black hair, extremely different from the scarlet-haired alien before them. If that scarlet-haired alien was Desolate Marshal, who was the green-robed, black-haired one? Could it be a clone of Tao Lord Desolate Marshal? In reality, some of the cultivators had already guessed the truth. That scarlet figure was the Dragon True Body. The moment the Dragon True Body appeared, he did not hold back at all and appeared in his half-dragon form right away when he faced the experts of the primordial 6 races. Su Zimo's expression did not change when he heard the discussions around him. He did not care about the exposure of his Dragon True Body at all. Even if everyone in the world knew that he had a Dragon True Body, it would not matter and the dragon race would not be implicated because of it. That was because no one knew that this Dragon True Body was the young master of the dragon race. No one would have expected that a half-dragon alien would become the young master of the dragon race. Of course, that was not an absolute as well. Someone from the primordial 6 races had doubts. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and shone with a faint green glow in deep thought. Back then, the battle between the Dragon True Body and Longsong happened after Wuxia left. Therefore, he had not seen the appearance of the Dragon True Body when it transformed into a half-dragon and naturally did not recognize it right away. However, Wuxia had lived for so long and was experienced and sharp. He could vaguely sense that the scarlet-haired alien with dragon scales before him had something to do with the young master of the dragon race that he had seen in the Dragon Bone Valley. Where did this beast come from? The mighty figure of the heavenly I race said coldly. The Golden Crow Third Prince sniffed gently. Indeed, this beast has the bloodline aura of the dragon race. He's probably a remnant bastard left behind by the dragon race. Fufu, I thought that it was some powerful character. God Han Ling smiled gently. So, he's only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Rakshasa Feng Tian was careless and has no one but himself to blame for his death. Those words were not wrong. If the Dragon True Body had not appeared all of a sudden such that Rakshasa Feng Tian was caught off guard, he would not have been killed in a flash. Right then, a breeze blew and 2 pitch-black beams of light appeared at an extremely fast speed, hiding behind the Dragon True Body silently. The 2 beams of light that suddenly appeared were 2 Dharma characteristic Rakshasas. The 2 Rakshasas could not hold it back any longer and wanted nothing more than to take revenge for Rakshasa Feng Tian. As such, they sneaked over and raised their curved sabers, chopping towards the head of the Dragon True Body. Right in front of them, the scarlet-haired being did not even turn back, as though he did not notice anything. A ferocious glint flashed through the eyes of the 2 Rakshasas. It was as though they were witnessing the grisly scene of the scarlet-haired being's head tumbling and a fountain of blood spewing. However, they did not know that their movements could not be hidden in the face of the Dragon True Body's spirit perception. You must have a death wish. All of a sudden, the Dragon True Body spat out 2 words and swung his arm in reverse without turning back. Like a divine elephant's trunk, it whipped a Rakshasa with the might of stars. Bang! Before the Rakshasa could say anything, he was ripped apart and his blood stained the void. What sort of strength was it to be able to shatter the body of a Rakshasa with a casual punch? The other Rakshasa was shocked. Before he could think further, a dragon claw had already grabbed his curved saber with a loud crack. The curved saber was shattered into pieces by the menacing dragon claw. He reached out with his dragon claw and grabbed the Rakshasa's head, crushing the latter's essence spirit and killing him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 2 more Rakshasas died. Where did this monster come from? He is killing the Rakshasa race as easy as killing ants. We've never seen the combat strength of that taboo called Night Spirit before. However, in my opinion, this scarlet-haired being is the true taboo. The crowd was speechless. The current situation of the Dharma characteristic ranking this time round had probably exceeded everyone's expectations. All the cultivators were staring at the battlefield and none of them noticed that Heavenly Secrets, who was not far away, had a faint smile on his face and a strange blood glint in his eyes. The wounds on his body had already recovered to normal. This beast is interesting. The Golden Crow Third Prince frowned. He can kill the Rakshasa race with ease despite being of the same cultivation realm? The mighty figure of the heavenly eye race raised his brow. The Rakshasa race of this generation seems a little weak. Is that so? The dragon true body's aura was berserk as he shouted. I'll test out the methods of your heavenly eye race then. The reason why the dragon true body came was to kill the experts of the primordial races and would not waste his breath on them. Furthermore, this heavenly eye race being had just injured Extreme Fire severely. The reason why the dragon true body targeted him was also to take revenge for Extreme Fire. The mighty figure of the heavenly eye race frowned and said coldly, You must have a death wish. How dare you challenge me? You're the one I'm going to kill. Before his sentence was finished, the dragon true body had already arrived before the heavenly eye race. The mighty figure of the heavenly eye race had a grim expression. It was only at that moment that he sensed the violent and scorching aura released by the dragon true body. It was as though he wanted to tear everything apart and incinerate all living beings. This is bad. This beast's blood chi is way too strong. The mighty figure of the heavenly eye race was alarmed. The dragon true body was at the Dharma characteristic realm and was a major cultivation realm apart from the conjoint body experts of the primordial 6 races present. Even at the Dharma characteristic realm, Night Spirit could not escape the pursuit of the primordial 6 races. However, the dragon true body was different from Night Spirit. The dragon true body was not a pure dragon. His body and blood chi were cultivated with the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness as the foundation and were his strongest trump cards. For the heavenly eye and Rakshasa races that did not specialize in physique and bloodline, they were most likely doomed when the dragon true body closed into them. A crack suddenly appeared on the glabella of the mighty figure of the heavenly eye race. The terrifying heavenly eye opened once more and chaos seemed to spread within. Countless mysterious runes surged as though the world had just opened up. A dark light burst forth. No matter how fast the dragon true body was, it could not match his visual technique. The moment the heavenly eye opened, the visual technique descended. At that moment, the two parties were so close that it was impossible to dodge. The expression of the dragon true body was unchanged as his eyes shone brightly with 2 blazing flames and 2 scarlet beams of light. The power of divine power spread. It was an innate divine power awakened by the dragon true body, Illumination Dragon Eye. This remnant beast of the dragon race with an impure bloodline has actually awakened the innate divine powers of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Wuxia's eyes flickered and he was even more suspicious. The Golden Crow Third Prince sneered. Fufu. This beast is way too ignorant. He's courting death by using the Illumination Dragon Eye to fight against the visual techniques and divine powers of the Heavenly Eye race. The Heavenly Eye race reigned supreme over all visual techniques in the world. The might of the Illumination Dragon Eye was considered top tier among many visual techniques. However, against the visual technique of the Heavenly Eye race, there was no doubt that it was inferior. After all, the heavenly eye on the forehead possessed the bloodline essence of the heavenly eye race and the profoundness of their dermic powers. Boom! Before the Golden Crow Third Prince finished his sentence, 2 scarlet beams of light collided against the dark light with a loud bang. Ah! A tragic cry sounded from the battlefield as a figure staggered and retreated continuously. Fufu. I've already said that this beast was asking for it by trying to challenge the visual technique of the heavenly eye race. The Golden Crow Third Prince was mocking when his expression changed and his smile froze. The experts of the primordial 6 races widened their eyes in disbelief as well. Indeed, victory was determined instantly in a clash of visual techniques. However, unlike what the experts of the primordial 6 races thought, the one that cried in tragic defeat was not the dragon true body, but the mighty figure of the heavenly eye race. How is that possible? God Han Ling frowned and murmured instinctively. This beast is only at the Dharma characteristic realm, and yet he can injure a mighty figure of the heavenly eye race with a single visual technique? The mighty figure of the Bloodvine race was bewildered as well. This can't be the Illumination Dragon Eye. The Golden Crow Third Prince said sternly. The illumination dragon, I can't be this powerful. To be precise, the visual technique released by his dragon true body was indeed not the illumination dragon eye, but the illumination eye. That was because there was a illumination stone in his eyes that was an utmost treasure of the universe and was even older than the creation green lotus. The visual technique of the heavenly eye race was indeed stronger than the illumination dragon eye. However, the might of the illumination dragon eye that was fused with the illumination stone had more than doubled. If it was a Tao lord of the heavenly eye race at the same cultivation realm, the eye on the forehead of the heavenly eye race being would have gone blind from that single collision. But now, the mighty figure of the heavenly eye race only had a pained expression and a trickle of blood from his heavenly eye. His foundation was not injured, and he would definitely recover after some recuperation. However, the dragon true body would not give him a chance. After that head-on visual technique clash, the dragon true body had a cold expression without any emotions in his eyes. He strode forward and extended his dragon claw, grabbing the head of the mighty figure of the heavenly eye race. The dragon claw was sharp and pierced the head of the mighty figure of the heavenly eye race instantly, crushing his consciousness and destroying his essence spirit. The dragon true body burst forth consecutively and killed another mighty figure of the primordial races. Elder! Many heavenly eye race beings were enraged and exclaimed, "Hum! Hum! Hum!" Dozens of heavenly eye race beings, be it at the Dharma characteristic or conjoint body realm, opened their heavenly eye at the same time and terrifying power burst forth instantly. Instantly, the world shook and a shuddering aura descended. The spirit perception of the dragon true body alerted him, and he left a long time ago. In a flash, he charged into the camp of the primordial six races. Shoo! 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 Dark lights descended one after another. They did not manage to hit the dragon true body and instead severely injured the witch, golden crow and bloodvine races who could not dodge in time. The Rakshasa race relied on their immense physique and blood chi to avoid being struck by the dark lights. Have you gone insane, heavenly eye race? Shut your eyes. The golden crow third prince roared. Once a visual technique was released, there was no way to retrieve it. Even if many experts of the heavenly eye race saw their visual techniques charging towards the other experts of the primordial races and injured others by mistake, they had no way of dealing with it. After that commotion, the camp of hundreds of experts from the primordial races fell into chaos. Of course, there were also many dark lights that charged into the human race crowd. Even the experts of the primordial races could not defend against the visual techniques of the heavenly eye race. It was even worse for the human cultivators. Even some conjoint body mighty figures were killed on the spot by the visual techniques of the heavenly eye race. They suffered an undeserved calamity. The cultivators of Hundred Refinement sect and Ethereal sect had long retreated and were lucky to survive. On the other side, the dragon true body arrived beside a mighty figure of the witch race amidst the chaos. He reached out with his dragon claw and grabbed the head of the mighty figure of the witch race. Bastard, how dare you! The mighty figure of the witch race waved his white bone staff and chanted an extremely sinister incantation. A ghastly green palm was swiftly formed on his bone staff. Roar! The dragon true body suddenly cried into the skies, letting out a loud and clear roar that could break metal and rocks. The dragon roar reverberated through the world in a deafening manner. The mighty figure of the witch race shuddered and his eyes bulged, turning bloodshot instantly. A dragon roar was the strongest killing technique of the dragon race to begin with. A dragon roar could shock all the races. If it was a human cultivator, that dragon roar would have ruptured their bodies at this distance. The mighty figure of the witch race was not in a good state either. His eyes were bloodshot and blood oozed from his nostrils, mouth and ears. To begin with, the witch race did not specialize in bloodline and physique. Furthermore, he was interrupted by the dragon roar before he could complete his secret skill incantation and froze on the spot. The dragon true body did not freeze at all. With a cold expression, a menacing dragon claw descended before the dragon roar could finish and tore the mighty figure of the witch race apart. A mighty figure of the witch race was dead. For primordial races like the witch and heavenly eye race, they did not have strong physiques and bloodlines. Once the dragon true body closed in, they would most likely die. The dragon true body caused a massacre everywhere after it descended. Of course, the dragon true body was not invincible without equal across the primordial 6 races present. The Rakshasa and Golden Crow races were extremely fast. Even with the dragon true body's speed, he could not catch up to them within a short period of time. After the blood vine race reverted to their true forms, there were many dense vines. Even if a vine was severed, it would not be able to hurt their roots and it would be difficult for anyone to get close. As for the god race, their bloodline was their forte. Even if the dragon true body fought them head-on, he would not be able to take them down forcefully. Therefore, the dragon true body could only engage the witch and heavenly eye races in melee combat and kill them. However, as time passed by, the primordial 6 races gradually calmed down under the lead of their mighty figures. They stabilized their formation and took the god race as the main force against the dragon true body. The blood vine race waved many vines and restricted the dragon true body's movement space continuously. The golden crow and Rakshasa races circled around the dragon true body and caused constant disruptions. As for the witch and heavenly eye races, they gradually retreated to the outer perimeter and distanced themselves from the dragon true body as they began to release visual techniques and witchcraft. The dragon true body had a grim expression. He knew very well that once the formation of the primordial 6 races was formed, he would fall into an endless battle and might not even be able to kill a single one of them. It was even more impossible if he wanted to save Night Spirit. Lowlife, let's see what else you've got. Although an old man from the god race had white hair, he was hale and hearty, tall and bulky. He surged with golden blood chi and charged towards the dragon true body, punching immediately. A blinding golden light burst forth from that fist, as though a divine dragon had appeared. Even the voids were trembling. The blood chi and physique of the god race was way too strong. Even an old man from the god race could release such a terrifying attack. Old dog, how dare you scold me? The dragon true body did not avoid or dodge. His eyes were cold and shone with a cold glint. Suddenly, he flicked his palm and grabbed the old man of the god race's fist. You must be tired of living. I'll send you on your way to hell now. Little beast, how dare you spout nonsense? You think that you can kill me given your strength? The old man from the god race had a disdainful expression. Up till this point of the battle, more than 30 beings of the primordial races had died to the hands of the dragon true body. However, most of them were at the Dharma characteristic realm. Furthermore, none of the mighty figures of the god race died in the hands of the dragon true body. The dragon true body grinned and a gray mist condensed in his extended palm. It looked ordinary without any terrifying power spreading out. What's that? The old man from the god race frowned slightly. Although he did not know the origin of the gray fog, he felt a vague sense of uneasiness. Instantly, the palm of the dragon true body gripped the old man's fist tightly, and the gray fog shrouded the latter rapidly. There's no feeling? The god race expert was slightly stunned. When his divine fist struck the gray fog, it was soft and weak, as though his power had sank into the ocean and vanished. Although the attack did not injure the dragon true body, the gray fog released by the dragon true body did not injure him either. Ha 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 ha! The old man of the god race reared his head in laughter with a mocking expression. What nonsense dermic art is that? How dare you embarrass yourself? You... His sentence came to an abrupt stop. Suddenly, he felt his lifespan draining at a rate of 1,000 years per breath. He could not stop it at all. What's going on? How could this be? The old man of the god race retreated instinctively, wanting to distance himself from the dragon true body. However, the dragon true body gripped his fist tightly like a leech. Immediately after, the gray fog wrapped around the old man from the god race the entire time. At that moment, the other experts of the primordial races noticed something amiss with the old man from the god race as well. Elder, your face! God Han Ling's eyes widened in shock. Under countless gazes, the old man's face aged at a visible speed. Wrinkles appeared on his initially smooth face. His lifespan was greatly reduced. His lifespan decreased and his blood chi began to deteriorate as well. The old man from the god race reacted slower and could not break free from the entanglement of the dragon true body. Now that time had passed, he had even less strength to break free. Arr, arr, arr. The old man from the god race opened his mouth and wanted to roar for help. However, his voice turned incomparably old and a strange sound came from the depths of his throat. Everyone present could sense the life draining from the old man's body. Before long, the eyes of the old man from the god race widened and he fell from midair without any signs of life. He died with grievances. Even till his death, the old man of the god race did not know what dermic art he died under. What sort of a technique is this? I've never seen it before. It seems like it can reduce one's lifespan. He's only at the Dharma characteristic realm, but the dermic art he released can even reduce the lifespan of conjoint body mighty figures? Furthermore, isn't the speed of that lifespan reduction way too fast? The experts of the primordial 6 races were shocked. They had inherited history and had seen all sorts of races and dermic arts. Even with their knowledge, they had never seen such terrifying methods. Everyone, don't panic, the Golden Crow Third Prince said in a deep voice. If this dermic art is so powerful, it must take a huge toll on him as well. He won't be able to release it again in a short period of time. Not necessarily. The voice of the dragon true body sounded with an incomparably cold tone. Primordial races. I'll let you have a taste of Baron. Swoosh. The dragon true body condensed a dermic art swiftly and released an extremely strange dermic power fluctuation with his body as the center. The dragon true body condensed a dermic art swiftly and released an extremely strange dermic power fluctuation with his body as the center. After the dragon true body entered the Dragon Bone Valley, he released Baron once and even alarmed the elders of the dragon race. Due to the terror of Baron, the elders of the dragon race had an agreement with him that he was not allowed to release it in the Dragon Bone Valley or against dragons. After all, the lifespan reduction in Baron was irreversible. That was way too terrifying. Nobody wanted to lose their lifespans for no reason. Now that he was surrounded by the primordial 6 races, the dragon true body no longer had any reservations. The power of Baron burst forth instantly and surged towards the primordial 6 races. His dragon true body did not have to consider injuring others by mistake in this battlefield. Since the primordial 6 races were right beside him, their experts were the first to be enveloped by Baron. What's that? The expressions of the experts of the primordial 6 races changed. The Golden Crow and Rakshasa races made use of their movement techniques and fled into the distance immediately. The Witch race and Heavenly Eyes race had already retreated to the outer perimeter and were lucky to be spared. However, some of the God and Blood Vine races were not so lucky. The God race had always been in melee combat with the dragon true body. When Baron burst forth, it enveloped them instantly. After the Blood Vine race transformed into their true forms, they rooted themselves underground and were unable to move. They were enveloped by Baron as well. Entering Baron was akin to sinking into a swamp. Instantly, one's movement speed would become extremely slow and it would be difficult for them to move or escape. The lifespans of some of the God and Blood Vine races in the center of Baron decreased rapidly at 1,000 years per breath. Wherever the gray-colored ripples passed, life was draining rapidly. The entire world went barren. Although the primordial 9 races possessed heaven-defying combat strength and reigned through history, the strength, bloodline, and physique that each race specialized in were different. The difference in lifespan between the races was immense as well. For example, among the primordial 9 races, the dragon and Kuan races had the longest lifespans while the Blood Vine race had the shortest lifespan. The Blood Vine race were plants cultivated into spirits. Coupled with the treacherous environment of the primordial era, they evolved many cruel methods to absorb the essence of the flesh and blood of living beings, allowing them to develop into a massive race. However, at their base, the Blood Vine race did not possess long lifespans and were similar to the human race. In other words, the Tao Lords of the Blood Vine race present only had a lifespan of around 10,000 years. Even a mighty figure of the Blood Vine race only had a lifespan of more than 20,000 years. Although the other races were also losing their lifespans within the range of Baron, they could still hold out. For example, Some mighty figures of the god race had already escaped from the envelopment of Baron with their powerful bodies and blood chi. However, for the Bloodvine race, the damage caused by Baron was way too much and could be considered as fatal. The Bloodvine race was rooted underground and relied on their vines to fight against others. Unable to move, they were enveloped by Baron and could only watch as their lifespans decreased rapidly. Some of the Dao Lords of the Bloodvine race that were closer to Su Zimo had lifespans of more than 10,000 years and died after a few breaths. 1,000 years per breath. That was 10,000 years in 10 breaths. Most of the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race that were here were more than 10,000 years old. How many breaths could they withstand? Even if some mighty figures of the Bloodvine race reacted and took on human form, they had to fight with their full strength to escape from the radius of Baron. Their lifespans were reduced significantly, as well as their faces aged rapidly due to their weakened blood chi. How could this be? A mighty figure of the Bloodvine race fled far away. When he sensed the situation within his body, his eyes widened and he shrieked in disbelief. I've already left the range of this dermic art, but my lifespan can't be recovered? This dermic art is way too domineering and consumes lifespan irreversibly. God Han Ling had already escaped as well and said with lingering fear. Normally speaking, their cultivation realms were above this scarlet-haired alien. However, even they wanted to avoid that dermic art. The Bloodvine race shuddered when they saw their clansmen die one after another. Perhaps out of anger or fear, they grit their teeth and said, "We have to kill that scarlet-haired alien. This beast is even more terrifying than that Dao Lord Desolate Marshal." The Golden Crow Third Prince added sternly, "Kill! Kill!" A few mighty figures of the Bloodvine race lost their lifespans. In their wrath, their killing intent surged and countless blood vines extended, charging into the crowd. Every human face on top of the blood vines opened their mouths and chomped down on the head of a cultivator as their fangs constricted. In the blink of an eye, the human cultivator was devoured and turned into rumbling life force essence that replenished the blood chi of the mighty figure of the Bloodvine race. This was a catastrophe for the cultivation world of the major sects and factions. It was difficult for most cultivators to defend against the massacre of the Bloodvine race. The vines danced and could even seal off all escape routes, trapping and devouring the cultivators within. In that short period of time, even a few conjoint body mighty figures were not spared and were devoured by a mighty figure of the Bloodvine race without a corpse left. The crowd was in chaos. This was an unexpected calamity. Countless cultivators had horrified expressions as they shrieked, cursed, and fled for their lives. They had not expected that the primordial races that were initially hunting down Dao Lord Desolate Marshal would suddenly turn towards them and start a massacre. The ancient war was way too distant. Most human cultivators had already forgotten that the reason why the primordial races received their title was because they possessed heaven-defying combat strength and were fearless and frighteningly savage. Joining forces with a primordial race was equivalent to asking a tiger for its skin. Without absolute strength, one might find themselves allies with the primordial races at one moment and food for the latter immediately after. The Bloodvine race went on a massacre regardless of sect, aristocratic family, or upper sections. Even the paragons and monster incarnates of supersects were like ants in their eyes. At that moment, be it Heavenly Dipper sect, Sword sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, or Chaos Essence sect, all of them had cultivators that were dead. When Su Zimo saw that, his expression was cold and he was unmoved. Earlier on, these supersects had a torrential aura and declared that they wanted to kill him and Night Spirit here. In the blink of an eye, they were in such a state. They brought it upon themselves. Even if the lifespan reduction at the outer perimeter of Baron was extremely slow, no primordial race would be willing to step in and waste their lifespans for no reason. He managed to push back experts of the primordial 6 races with the might of Baron. In a flash, Su Zimo's 99 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic guarded him and arrived beside Night Spirit swiftly, wanting to help the latter up. However, when he grabbed Night Spirit's arm and lifted it, the latter couldn't be moved. Although the Green Lotus True Body was not as strong as the Dragon True Body that had a frightening bloodline, its strength was not to be underestimated as well. could lift an entire mountain, let alone Night Spirit. All right. Night Spirit's expression changed and he grunted. Su Zimo focused his gaze. His tug did not manage to pull Night Spirit up. Instead, it triggered the chains on Night Spirit. The iron hoop tightened and the spikes pierced through Night Spirit's flesh once more, causing blood to flow out. Su Zimo was anxious. If he wanted to save Night Spirit, he had to break the chains. Although Baron was terrifying, the dermic powers on the side of the dragon true body were not endless and could not sustain much longer. The experts of the primordial 6 races stood guard at the outer perimeter, ready to attack once more after Baron dissipated. Up till this point of the battle, more than 100 beings of the primordial races had fallen. However, most of them were Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords. Not many mighty figures of the primordial races died. In other words, Su Zimo and Night Spirit would still be doomed if the experts of the primordial 6 races surrounded them once more. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "Night Spirit, bear with it. I'll try and break this chain." Night Spirit pursed his lips and nodded. Su Zimo gripped the creation lotus platform tightly and smashed it towards the chains on Night Spirit. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Su Zimo shuddered and felt a tremendous recoil surge into his body. His palm went numb and the creation lotus platform nearly flew out of his hands. Ha 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 ha! When he saw that, God Han Ling could not help but laugh. Desolate Marshal, don't do such useless things. This heavenly godlock is a great treasure of the god race. Even Dharma treasures can't shatter it. Your creation lotus platform is much inferior. Even when the experts of the primordial 6 races saw Su Zimo arrive beside Night Spirit, they did not panic. That was because they knew that as long as the heavenly godlock could not be unlocked, Night Spirit could not leave this place. Su Zimo knew that it was not because the creation lotus platform was not strong enough. It was because the original creation green lotus was destroyed and now, there was only a single lotus platform left. The difference in strength was naturally much greater. I don't believe that I can't break a lousy lock. With a single thought from Su Zimo, his dragon true body had already sensed it. Sensing that he did not have much dermic powers left in his body, he no longer released Baron and his glabella opened up with a bronze square tripod. This bronze square tripod was obtained by Su Zimo in the Great Chen ruins and its origin was unknown. Although the tripod was filled with cracks and was destroyed, its broken body was incomparably tough and no divine weapon could hurt it. Su Zimo had used this bronze square tripod before in Myriad Phenomenon City and many cultivators had seen it before. After summoning the bronze square tripod, his relationship with the dragon true body would be affirmed and could not be hidden anymore. However, there were no other options at the moment and he could only use the bronze square tripod to try. The blood chi within the dragon true body surged as he raised the bronze square tripod and smashed it towards the heavenly godlock with all his might. Clang! There was a deafening sound. The heavenly godlock was intact and released a bedazzling golden light instead. The powerful recoil almost flipped the dragon true body over. How strong was the physique and bloodline of the dragon true body? Even so, his entire arm was numb from the shock and his bloodline was not working. Night Spirit's neck and limbs were pierced by many more spikes and fresh blood gushed out. However, he grit his teeth and did not make a single sound. Humph! God Han Ling said proudly, "There's no way a piece of scrap metal like yours can touch a treasure of the god race. The stronger you are, the stronger the recoil from the heavenly god lock." The moment he said that, God Han Ling and the other experts of the primordial 6 races closed in once more. Without Baron, the experts of the primordial 6 races no longer had any reservations. All of them glared at Su Zimo, the dragon true body and Night Spirit in the center of the battlefield with murderous auras. The situation was turning increasingly dire. If they could not tide through this, all 3 of them would have to die here. That bronze square tripod looks familiar. I heard that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal once used that tripod to fight against the god race leader in Myriad Phenomenon City. What's the relationship between this scarlet-haired alien and Tao Lord Desolate Marshal? Some cultivators had already noticed something unusual. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and thought of a strategy. The more dangerous it was, the more he had to maintain his composure. Right then, a deep and hoarse voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. "Zimo, back off." It was Yen Beichen. Instinctively, Su Zimo retreated and looked at Yen Beichen. At that moment, Yen Beichen had already snapped out of his self-reproach and hatred. Wielding the hatred fiend's saber, he strode over with pitch-black eyes and a torrential fiend chi. Su Zimo's heart stirred. God Han Ling had once said that even a Mahayana patriarch's dharma treasure could not shatter the heavenly godlock. However, the hatred fiend saber was not a dharma treasure. It was an emperor weapon that was even stronger than that. An emperor weapon was once wielded by an emperor. Yen Beichen did not make any motions and raised his saber to slash. The hatred fiend saber transformed into a black streak of light and slashed towards the heavenly godlock. At the same time, the experts of the primordial 6 races arrived and attacked one after another. Desolate Marshal. Let's see what else you have. Let's kill that scarlet-haired beast first and see what it truly is. The experts of the primordial 6 races roared murderously with pent-up frustrations. As primordial races, none of them had suffered such a loss before. They were forced back by a single dharmic art. At that moment, Yen Beichen attacked and slashed towards the heavenly godlock. Su Zimo's 99 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic was already covered in injuries after the battle and could not defend against the experts of the primordial 6 races. The eyes of the dragon true body burned brightly and his blood chi surged. A tsunami sound echoed as his aura rose continuously. Splash! Tsunami blood! What powerful blood chi! The experts of the primordial 6 races felt their hearts skip a beat as well. Humph! God Han Ling had a fearless expression as he said coldly, "It's just tsunami blood. What's there to fear? My bloodline has also been cultivated to this point." Splash! The sound of a tsunami echoed from God Han Ling's body, as well as his blood chi surged with a terrifying might. However, the aura of the dragon true body was still rising rapidly without any signs of stopping. Scarlet demonic chi rumbled around the dragon true body, and ancient demon kings with shuddering gazes were swiftly conjured one after another from the blazing flames. Wild bovine demon king, stone bear demon king, anaconda demon king, sanguine ape demon king, divine steed demon king, hell tiger demon king, wind leopard demon king, desolate ocean dragon king, sea calming turtle. The 9 demon kings were born from the flames and descended one after another. They were filled with a powerful aura and had sharp claws and fangs. Their demon eyes shone with a violent glint as they circled around the dragon true body. Although there were only 9 demon kings, they were not disadvantaged in terms of aura against the encirclement of the experts of the primordial 6 races. Bloodline phenomenon? The cultivators who fled far away could not help but turn back when they sensed the commotion and their expressions changed. It's Desolate Marshal. That scarlet-haired being is definitely Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. The bloodline phenomenon was way too shocking, and Su Zimo was the only one in Tianhuang mainland who had released it before. Although the bloodline phenomenon before them seemed to have 2 more terrifying demon kings than the crowd knew. Everyone knew that apart from Dao Lord Desolate Marshal, no one else could cultivate such a phenomenon. Could that scarlet-haired alien be a clone of Dao Lord Desolate Marshal? Pest! At the thought of that possibility, the cultivators gasped. That was way too terrifying. A single Dao Lord Desolate Marshal was already so powerful. Furthermore, the combat strength of that scarlet-haired alien was even more terrifying. If they were the same person, what sort of existence was that? It's really possible. A cultivator said sternly, "Don't forget that Dao Lord Desolate Marshal's dragon race bloodline vanished completely after the battle at the Dao inheritance ground. From the looks of it, there's a high chance that he condensed this clone using the bloodline of the dragon race. As expected of the strongest monster incarnate in history, on the battlefield, the experts of the primordial 6 races were shocked as well. The bloodline phenomenon of the 9 demon kings before them was no less shocking than the barren dermic art. Was that a bloodline phenomenon? What sort of bloodline phenomenon would create such a huge commotion such that 9 incomparably violent demon beasts would be released? Many of those demon beasts were from the most ordinary races. However, when they looked at the demon beasts, even the mighty figures of the primordial 6 races felt their hearts skip a beat. Roar! Right then, the dragon true body opened its mouth and the 9 demon kings opened their mouths at the same time, releasing a deafening roar. The world went silent. The experts of the primordial 6 races were so shocked that they lost their voices and even forgot to breathe. The Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of the primordial races closest to the roar could not withstand it and bled from all 7 orifices. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died on the spot with their corpses falling from midair. Although the bloodlines of the primordial 6 races were noble and powerful, apart from the god race, none of the other primordial 5 races had an expert that could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon. At a certain age, the god race would be able to form a bloodline phenomenon without cultivating. The purer the bloodline of the god race, the stronger the bloodline phenomenon condensed. That was also why the bloodline of the god race was so strong. Kill! God Han Ling calmed down quickly and gave an order, circulating his blood chi to its limits. A tall and majestic pyramid appeared beneath him. It was a few thousand feet tall and shone with endless golden light, exuding an unrestrained might that was ancient and mysterious. Beneath the pyramid, all living beings of the 10,000 races prostrated. There were hundreds of millions of them densely, and there was no end in sight. Every single living being clasped their palms together and looked up at the pyramid above their heads, chanting prayers with pious expressions. Thin golden threads extended from the heads of the millions of living beings and converged at the top of the pyramid where a godlike existence stood. It was God Han Ling. Bang! 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 The remaining god race beings released their bloodline phenomenons one after another as well. Instantly, dozens of ancient pyramids descended and hovered in the void, causing the world to tremble. The cultivators watching from afar were shocked. In a daze, they seemed to have returned to the tragic era of the primordial era where they were enslaved by the god race. A fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines grew in their hearts. Even some conjoint body mighty figures had pale expressions and felt suffocated. In the primordial era, humans were the most inferior and insignificant beings that knelt on the ground with their lives equivalent to ants. Right now, that scene has reappeared. Even though the cultivators had already fled far away, they still felt a tremendous pressure after the dozens of pyramids descended. Some of the cultivators even had the urge to kneel on the ground and kowtow. None of the cultivators could imagine the pressure on Su Zimo, who was at the center of the battlefield surrounded by dozens of ancient pyramids. No matter how strong that scarlet-haired alien was, he was only at the Dharma-characteristic realm. How could a bloodline phenomenon of the Dharma-characteristic realm defend against the phenomenons of so many god race beings? Furthermore, the god race had a few mighty figures. Monster incarnate, so what if you've managed to cultivate a bloodline phenomenon? In the face of the god race's phenomenons, you bunch of beasts are nothing but worthless dung. God Han Ling shouted. There's no need to waste your breath on him. Kill him as soon as possible. The Golden Crow Third Prince said loudly. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, the primordial 6 races attacked and dozens of ancient pyramids charged towards the dragon true body with a massive aura. Naturally, the 9 demon kings were fearless as they moved at the same time and clashed against the dozens of pyramids. The wild bovine plowed the heavens and overturned a pyramid with its horns raised. The stone bear was muscular and leaned its massive body upwards, slamming into the pyramid and almost shattering it into pieces with cracks appearing everywhere. The anaconda coiled around a pyramid and spiraled upwards, devouring the entire pyramid with its mouth wide open. The sanguine ape thumped his chest and stomped his feet. He strode forward and raised his fist with a torrential aura. Divine steed charge, hell tiger bite, wind leopard shuttling, dragon king's tail whip and spirit turtle sea calming. The 9 demon kings released shocking combat strength and blocked the dozens of pyramids. The clash between the bloodline phenomenons was earth-shaking. However, the situation was extremely unfavorable for Su Zimo. That was because he was not only facing the god race. There were also experts of the other primordial races. Although the 9 demon kings defended against the dozens of pyramids temporarily, the experts of the other primordial races seized the opportunity to attack and forced the 9 demon kings to retreat in defeat. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were too many experts of the primordial 6 races, and the 9 demon kings could not defend against them either. Clang! Right then, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the side. It was extremely crisp and ear-piercing, like a sharp sword piercing through one's eardrums. The hatred fiend saber had already struck the heavenly god lock. As though it sensed something, the heavenly god lock burst forth with a bedazzling golden light. A powerful energy surged into the hatred fiend saber, wanting to deflect it. That power triggered the hatred fiend saber as well. Endless fiend chi emanated from the hatred fiend saber. It was pitch black and corroded the heavenly god lock continuously. The 2 weapons began to fight, and neither was willing to bow down. Although the hatred fiend saber was an emperor weapon, it was difficult for Yen Beichin to unleash its true power given his current strength. On the other hand, it was the repeated triggering of the hatred fiend saber by the heavenly god lock that triggered the emperor weapon instead. This was no longer a fight between cultivators, but between 2 different weapons. Su Zimo believed that the heavenly god lock was definitely not a match for the hatred fiend saber. However, it would require time to sever the heavenly god lock as well. On the other side, the 9 demon kings could no longer hold on. Everyone, let's join forces. Those few beast phenomenons are already at the end of their flight, God Han Ling declared with a torrential aura. Bang! The moment he said that, his pyramid descended and shattered the desolate ocean dragon king. The phenomenon dissipated and turned into scarlet demonic chi. Bang! 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 One after another, the remaining 8 demon kings collapsed before long. The dragon true body had a cold expression as he suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. His chest puffed up and he devoured the demonic chi formed by the 9 demon kings before exhaling slowly. Scarlet demonic chi surged and changed around the dragon true body. When the 6 races saw the 9 demon kings dissipate, they moved one after another and charged towards the dragon true body. Just as they were about to close in, the expressions of God Han Ling, the Golden Crow Third Prince, Wuxia and the other mighty figures changed, and they stopped instinctively. They felt a strong sense of danger and their scalps tingled. The rumbling demonic chi around the dragon true body seemed to be nurturing an extremely terrifying existence. Don't go over, God Han Ling shouted hurriedly. They were able to sense such danger because they had already cultivated to the conjoint body realm. However, many Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the primordial races were fearless and continued charging towards Su Zimo. By the time they heard God Han Ling's reminder, it was already too late. Right in front of them, demonic chi surged behind the dragon true body, and a blood-colored butterfly gradually appeared. It spread its blood-colored wings with 2 bright moons imprinted on them, looking at the beings of the primordial 6 races like a pair of cold eyes. The blood-colored butterfly was only around 10 feet wide. Compared to the pyramid that was a few thousand feet tall behind God Han Ling and the others, it was much smaller, like a speck of dust. However, the moment the blood-colored butterfly descended, the entire heaven and earth valley fell into a dead silence. Thud! Thud! Some cultivators who were watching from afar did not kneel when the 9 demon kings descended and managed to survive as well when the ancient pyramid descended. However, when the blood-colored butterfly descended, those cultivators could not hold on any longer. Their bloodlines froze and their legs went limp as they knelt on the ground one after another. A hallucination even rose in the hearts of the cultivators. The beings of the primordial races, taboos, conjoint body mighty figures and Mahayana patriarchs were all ants before the blood-colored butterfly. If there was a god in this world, it would have to be this blood butterfly. What's that? The Golden Crow Third Prince's voice was trembling with a bewildered expression. The experts of the primordial 6 races were silent. Even in their inherited memories, they had never seen a bloodline phenomenon as such, let alone the blood-colored butterfly. Suddenly, the wings of the blood-colored butterfly flapped. Its movements were extremely light and almost imperceptible. If not for the powerful eyesight of the experts of the primordial 6 races, they would not have been able to see it clearly. However, that slight flap of its wings created a shocking storm. The surrounding void distorted, changed, collapsed and caved in. The remaining pyramids created by the mighty figures of the god race shook continuously as well. Sand and gravel rolled down as cracks appeared on the pyramids. Bang! Boom! Boom! The pyramids that were a few thousand feet tall collapsed completely in the blink of an eye, turning into dust that was destroyed instantly. The blood-colored butterfly was the ultimate phenomenon of the Dragon True Body's bloodline. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, half of the blood-colored butterfly's descent was illusory and incorporeal. Right now, the Dragon True Body managed to condense 2 more Demon Kings to make up a total of 9. Most of the blood-colored butterfly was also corporeal by now, and its aura was even more terrifying. Poof! 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 Some of the Tao lords of the primordial races closest to the Dragon True Body exploded into blood mists and their essence spirits were destroyed. That power was absolutely destructive for them. The blood-colored butterfly merely flapped its wings, and more than 100 Tao lords of the primordial races died. The entire void was dyed red, and a rain of blood poured down from the skies. God Han Ling, the Golden Crow Third Prince, and the others were slightly further away. Coupled with the fact that they were at the conjoint body realm, they did not suffer such a terrifying impact. Even so, a few mighty figures of the primordial races shuddered as though they were struck by lightning. Their faces were pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood with dispirited expressions. The mighty figures could not even control their bodies and swayed. Although they survived, it was clear that they were crippled. Far away, Heavenly Secrets was sandwiched in the crowd as he watched. Unlike the shock in the eyes of the other cultivators, although Heavenly Secrets was surprised as well, he still had a faint smile on his face. Interesting, he murmured softly. This desolate marshal is even more troublesome than I imagined. However, this is good as well. The more you guys kill and the more intense the battle, the more living beings will die. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is truly a perfect chess piece. A hint of bloodthirst flashed through the depths of Heavenly Secrets' eyes briefly. On the battlefield, snap, there was a crisp sound like thunder. God Han Ling sensed something and shifted his gaze to his heavenly godlock. Instantly, his expression darkened. In the end, the heavenly godlock could not hold out in its fight against the hatred fiend saber. The heavenly godlock could not defend against the sharpness of the hatred fiend saber at all. With the chains shattered, the iron hoops no longer had dermic powers to support them and were cut into 2 by Yen Beichin, falling from Night Spirit's neck and limbs. Su Zimo was delighted when he saw that. Night Spirit was finally free. However, this taboo that once ruled over the primordial era laid limply on the ground motionlessly. Night Spirit was way too severely injured. His limbs and neck were already mangled and his wounds were rotten after being locked by the heavenly godlock. No matter how strong Night Spirit's bloodline was and his regeneration capabilities were, he would have to recuperate for a long time. But no matter what, as long as Night Spirit was free, Su Zimo had a way of escaping from this place with Night Spirit. Monster incarnate, you killed so many of my clansmen. I'm going to make you pay with blood. Right then, God Han Ling, the Golden Crow Third Prince and the other experts of the primordial races roared and attacked one after another, unleashing terrifying attacks at the blood-colored butterfly. The Golden Crow Third Prince's body burned with the scorching sun god fire, and he transformed into a gigantic fireball that burned with flames. The other Golden Crows released the same move. Instantly, it was as though blazing suns appeared beneath the firmaments with streaks of flames. Raging fire surged towards the blood-colored butterfly. The dermic powers in the void were already dried up. Heavenly God Slash. Under the lead of God Han Ling, many god race beings conjured hand seals at the same time and conjured a gigantic sword before them that they gripped with both hands. They slashed towards the blood-colored butterfly with endless sharpness. Hum, hum, hum. Many heavenly eyes opened up and countless mysterious runes appeared. Chaos chi filled the air as though this was the origin of the universe's creation. A series of dark lights tore through the air. Whoosh! 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 Thick blood vines coiled towards the blood-colored butterfly, filling the air with blood chi as the wind howled. Swoosh! 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 The Rakshasa race relied on their terrifying movement speed to dance in midair. Wielding sharp sabers in both hands, they could swoop down at any moment. Many witches chanted and waved the bone staff in their hands, setting up incantations on the blood-colored butterfly. The primordial six races had almost used their full strength. The blood-colored butterfly flapped its wings once more. A storm surged and collided violently against the attacks of the primordial six races. Boom! A deafening bang sounded. Su Zimo, who was in the center of the battlefield, had just helped Night Spirit up. However, he could not steady himself and was overturned on the ground instantly. Even the 99 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic beside him dissipated on the spot from the impact of the aftershock. The blood-colored butterfly gradually dispersed. No matter how strong that bloodline phenomenon was, the cultivation realm of the dragon true body was a clear disadvantage. It was no match for so many experts of the primordial races. The dragon true body shuddered. This time round, many of the dragon's scales on his body fell off and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The impact on the dragon true body was not small and his organs were already shaken. If this was a battle royale, the dragon true body would not have been able to withstand such terrifying and ferocious attacks with his movement technique, shuttling back and forth. But now, his green lotus true body and night spirit were right behind him. If he were to leave, both his green lotus true body and night spirit would die on the spot. Thankfully, night spirit was already released by the time they defended against that attack. Brother Yen, follow me. Pulling night spirit along, Su Zimo withdrew a crumpled beast hide from his storage bag that was etched with mysterious and complicated patterns. This was a treasure given to him by an elder of ancient array sect before Su Zimo entered the Tao inheritance ground. There was an incomplete formation from the primordial era etched on it. Although the formation was extremely complicated, if one could comprehend it, they could break through the restrictions of space and teleport cultivators millions of miles away from the spot. It wouldn't be a problem for them to even cross the entire Tianhuang mainland. Of course, the formation was incomplete and had a huge flaw. Back then, the Elder of Ancient Array sect released it once before, but none of the cultivators who were teleported out returned. Nobody knew where they were teleported to. In the Tao inheritance ground, Su Zimo received more than 30 inheritances, and there was a legacy of an array formation grandmaster. After 5,000 years of consolidation cultivation in the Tao inheritance ground, he had already comprehended the formation on the beast hide. That damaged beast hide was his final trump card. Su Zimo channeled his dermic powers and injected it into the damaged beast hide. The formation patterns shone brightly and released a mysterious energy fluctuation. Brother Yen, Immortal Sword is dead. Leave this place with me first. Su Zimo persuaded again. More than half of the experts of the primordial six races had already died. However, there were more than 300 remaining, and there were more than 20 mighty figures among them. Even Yen Beichen could not defend against that power. Furthermore, heavenly secrets had already vanished in the chaos and his whereabouts were unknown. It was extremely dangerous for Yen Beichen to stay here as well, and it would be better for him to leave with Su Zimo. Yen Beichen frowned slightly and hesitated. Although Immortal Sword was already dead, there were still many more people that he wanted to kill. Immortal Sword's death alone was not enough to compensate for Qin Pianran's death. Right then, Su Zimo's expression changed. The formation patterns on the beast hide were completely activated and rich dermic powers lingered around it. However, it seemed like it was met with a powerful obstacle and could not be condensed. How could this be? Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. Although this was the first time he activated this formation, he had already comprehended it completely back in the Tao inheritance ground, and there was no way he would make a mistake. Ha 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 ha. The Golden Crow Third Prince laughed in an extremely smug manner. Desolate Marshal, don't think about spatial teleportation. The space here has long been sealed by us and you can't escape, he roared. Heavenly secrets, who was hidden in the crowd, smirked with a mocking expression. It was his idea to seal the space of Heaven and Earth Valley. Initially, when they heard that suggestion, the experts of the primordial six races thought nothing of it, nor did they care. In their opinion, there was no need for them to mobilize such a large force against a puny human cultivator, even if he was the strongest monster incarnate in history. How could hundreds of experts of the primordial races not suppress a dharma characteristic of the human race? Under Heavenly Secrets' persistence, he persuaded the Golden Crow Third Prince and the others to join forces with him to seal the space of Heaven and Earth Valley. Back in the Tao Inheritance Ground, Su Zimo used a major transference talisman to escape and survive from a half-martial ancestor. Heavenly Secrets would definitely not make the same mistake. Su Zimo's heart sank when he heard the Golden Crow Third Prince's words. A spatial seal meant that the formation on the beast hide could not be condensed, and items, such as the minor transference talisman and major transference talisman, were useless as well. If Su Zimo could not be teleported out, it would be difficult for his two true bodies to break out of the encirclement of the primordial six races, let alone bring out the severely injured night spirit. This was equivalent to cutting off Su Zimo's escape path completely. Apart from immense strength, one had to locate the spatial nodes in order to break through the spatial seal. The current situation was dangerous and the battle had yet to end. How could Su Zimo have the time to do that against the primordial six races? Furthermore, even if he could locate the spatial nodes, given his strength and the power of his dragon true body and Yen Beichin, it would be difficult for them to dispel the spatial seal. At that moment, God Han Ling, the Golden Crow Third Prince, and the others charged forward once more. Instantly, the situation turned extremely unfavorable for Su Zimo. First, leave. Don't bother about me, Night Spirit said weakly with half-opened eyes. No way. I'm only leaving together with you. Su Zimo rejected without hesitation, and his tone was resolute. The dragon true body took a deep breath of air, and a divine light burst forth from his glabella, entering the firmaments instantly. The power of divine powers spread. Boom! A loud bang sounded from the skies. The clouds exploded, and a gigantic, thick stone pillar descended rapidly from the skies with a terrifying might. The stone pillar was grayish-white, and there was a five-clawed divine dragon climbing on it. It exuded an ancient aura and possessed a rampant might that could suppress the 10,000 races. This was the second innate divine power that the dragon true body had awakened in the Dragon Bone Valley. The gigantic ancestral dragon divine pillar was more than 10,000 feet long and required hundreds of people to wrap around it. It descended and suppressed the experts of the primordial six races that were charging over. The pressure caused the experts of the primordial six races to feel suffocated. Poof, poof, poof. Some Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the primordial races could not defend against it at all, and were crushed into sludge by the ancestral dragon divine pillar, dying on the spot. Only some mighty figures of the primordial races could defend against this gigantic ancestral dragon divine pillar with their combined strength. Even so, dozens of beings of the primordial races were killed by the ancestral dragon divine pillar. There were only slightly more than 200 of the primordial six races remaining. Ancestral dragon divine pillar. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded from the experts of the primordial races. Wuxia's expression was dark as he glared at the dragon true body fixedly. Initially, he was merely suspicious. However, he no longer had any doubts when he saw the appearance of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Back when the dragon true body awakened this divine power, he was watching from the side. Wuxia believed that only the young master of the dragon race could release this terrifying innate divine power. He said slowly, "It's indeed you. Stop hiding. You're the young master of the DRA." "Old dog!" The dragon true body suddenly roared and interrupted Wuxia. Although his dragon true body could be exposed, Su Zimo did not want to implicate the dragon race and cause them to be given trouble by the other primordial races. "I have to kill Wuxia." A ruthless glint flashed through the eyes of the dragon true body. If Wuxia was not dead, the fact that the dragon true body was the young master of the dragon race could not be hidden. The dragon race would definitely be embroiled in this matter and might encounter a calamity. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a voice. The voice was very soft and almost inaudible. However, it sounded familiar. That voice merely said a single word: break. Break. Su Zimo was stunned. What was broken? Immediately after, Su Zimo felt the beast hide in his palm heat up and an unusual fluctuation spread. The dermic powers that were initially hovering around the hide were gathering rapidly. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The spatial seal was broken. He was elated. At that moment, the primordial six races had just clashed head-on with the innate divine power of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and no one noticed that the spatial seal had been broken. It was as though no one else had heard that voice apart from Su Zimo. However, Heavenly Secrets, who was in the crowd watching coldly from the sidelines, noticed Su Zimo's abnormality. He narrowed his eyes and sensed carefully. His expression could not help but change as he said in disbelief, "The spatial seal was broken? How is that possible?" Heavenly Secrets' eyes flickered and he had a bewildered expression. Although there were some variables in the situation today, everything was under his control the entire time. But now, Heavenly Secrets suddenly felt that the situation was getting out of control. The battle was intense and there was no day for Desolate Marshal to locate the spatial nodes to break the spatial seal. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal's power was not enough to break through the spatial nodes, not even with the Azura. In other words, someone else had broken through the spatial nodes. All of a sudden, Heavenly Secrets shuddered and his expression turned extremely terrible when he thought of a possibility. Heavenly Secrets thought of something. Purple Flame, the master of Hellfire Hall who cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, tried to absorb the bloodlines of the battlefield to recover his blood chi essence, but to no avail. At that time, Heavenly Secrets was already puzzled. He knew that Purple Flame had not cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra to its peak. However, it was definitely not to the point where he would fail in absorbing the bloodlines. Initially, he wanted to step in secretly to prevent the bloodline refinement process of Purple Flame. Unexpectedly, Purple Flame failed for some unknown reason, and that saved him the trouble. Now that he thought about it, coupled with the connection from the break of the spatial seal, Heavenly Secrets realized that another expert was hiding in Heaven and Earth Valley. Furthermore, it was highly likely that the person was here for the same motive as him. Suddenly, a roar sounded beside him. "Heavenly Secrets, what are you hiding here for?" The shout was extremely loud and Heavenly Secrets was alarmed. He turned and slapped a cultivator on the chest, killing the latter instantly. The cultivator had a lost expression and looked at Heavenly Secrets in disbelief. Even till his death, he did not know why the person before him would suddenly injure him. The crowd dispersed. "No, I killed the wrong person." Heavenly Secrets felt his scalp tingle. It was clear that the cultivator who died earlier merely shouted because he was bewitched. The mastermind had not appeared at all. Heavenly Secrets retracted his smile with a grim expression. He could not believe that as a cultivator of Enigma Palace, his movements were being led by the nose and he was in an unprecedented passive position. All of a sudden, Heavenly Secrets sensed something and felt a chill run down his spine, as though he was targeted by an extremely dangerous existence. Secrets turned around slowly and looked over. On the battlefield far away, a tall and burly figure was speeding over with a saber. His white hair danced and his eyes were pitch black with a murderous expression. The Azura, Yen Beichin. Initially, Yen Beichin could not discover Heavenly Secrets who was hidden in the crowd. However, that sudden shout on the other side caught his attention. Thereafter, Heavenly Secrets attacked violently and the chaotic crowd dispersed, allowing Yen Beichin to locate him with ease. Initially, Yen Beichin was still hesitant about whether he should leave with Su Zimo. Now that Heavenly Secrets was not far away, he no longer hesitated and charged forward with the Hatred Fiend saber. "Heavenly Secrets, let's see where else you can hide. Die!" Yen Beichin was like a resurrected fiend emperor as he strode forward with a murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Heavenly Secrets and slashed with his saber. Heavenly Secrets waved his folding fan in reverse and blocked the Hatred Fiend saber. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Heavenly Secrets' arm sank. Although the Asura who inherited the Hatred Sutra had just entered the conjoint body realm, there were not many people who could defend against him in terms of combat strength. Heavenly Secrets believed that if it was a one-on-one fight, his capabilities were not weaker than God Han Ling and the Golden Crow Third Prince. However, he still felt that things were extremely troublesome against Yen Beichen. That was because Yen Beichen was a complete lunatic. He was not afraid of death or injury. He was willing to endure a blow from Heavenly Secrets just so he could carve a bloody hole in the latter's body. In the blink of an eye, both parties exchanged more than 10 blows. Yen Beichen was fighting with his life in exchange for an internecine outcome. Heavenly Secrets' folding fan had once struck Yen Beichen heavily on the leg, crippling his left leg and breaking his tendons and bones. However, as though he could not feel any pain, Yen Beichen's expression turned increasingly ruthless and the hatred fiend chi around him intensified. There was no way Heavenly Secrets knew that for Yen Beichen, the pain on his physical body was a mere fraction of the pain in his heart. Pain on his body would only serve to lessen the pain in his heart slightly. Heavenly Secrets' cultivation had already reached the perfected conjoint body realm. In terms of pure strength, he was even stronger than Yen Beichen. However, after more than 10 rounds, Heavenly Secrets truly did not want to fight anymore. Although dozens of Yen Beichen's bones were broken by Heavenly Secrets, he was still fearless and fought with a crippled leg. Heavenly Secrets was also covered in injuries. The most serious injury was a saber wound on his left abdomen. Thankfully, he retreated in time. Otherwise, he would have been pierced by that attack. As time passed by, the might of the Hatred Fiend saber gradually revealed itself. The Hatred Fiend chi could even taint and corrode an ancient unique treasure like the mystic Magnet Mountain and seal the latter's powers. When the blade sliced through Heavenly Secrets' wound, what sort of damage would the body receive with the remnant Hatred Fiend chi? Heavenly Secrets could clearly see that the wounds on his body were already rotting. Asura, why are you looking for me instead of saving Desolate Marshal? Heavenly Secrets was enraged, but he suppressed it forcefully and questioned in a deep voice. I'll have you pay with your life. Yen Beichen said word by word. His gaze was ice-cold and seemed as though it could devour Heavenly Secrets alive. Heavenly Secrets realized that it was impossible for him to break free from Yen Beichen easily. If he were to run with his escape technique, he would naturally be able to shake off Yen Beichen. However, all his previous efforts of setting up this trap here would be wasted. Since that's the case, I'll send you down to reunite with that woman. A blood glint flashed through Heavenly Secrets' eyes as he channeled his mental cultivation technique. His body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic black hole as he absorbed the rich bloodlines in the battlefield continuously. Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Heavenly Secrets also knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Furthermore, the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra that he cultivated was clearly much stronger than the one released by Purple Flame. Heavenly Secrets racked his brains and implicated many factions, including the Primordial Six Races and Taboo, to make use of this fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. In fact, even Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was his chess piece in this shocking scheme. He wanted to absorb all the bloodlines here. The more living beings that died in Heaven and Earth Valley and the richer their bloodlines were, the greater the benefits for him. Therefore, when he saw Purple Flame channeling the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra to absorb the bloodlines of this place, he naturally wanted to interrupt the latter. That was equivalent to snatching food from his mouth. Heavenly Secrets would not allow anyone to taint the bloodlines of this place. Initially, he wanted to hide in the dark and waited for this battle to end before channeling his fiend technique to absorb and refine the bloodlines of this place. But now, Yen Beichen was pushing him too hard and he couldn't care less. Heavenly Secrets had just absorbed a little of the bloodlines when his expression changed starkly. His connection to the bloodlines on the ground was suddenly severed by an external force. The mastermind had struck once again. It's him. Suddenly, Heavenly Secrets recalled the identity of that person and could not help but stare with widened eyes, trembling in rage. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never lost his composure as such. That was because he just realized that this shocking trap that he painstakingly set up to amass such a rich power of bloodline might very well just be paving the road for others. The oriole stalks the mantis as it stalks the grasshopper. He was merely the mantis. The mastermind was the true oriole. Arg! Heavenly Secrets shouted in rage. Coupled with his injuries, his blood chi surged uncontrollably, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The battlefield was ever-changing. The spatial seal was broken and Heavenly Secrets appeared. Yen Beichen chased after Heavenly Secrets and a huge battle broke out. On the other side, the formation patterns on the beast hide lit up and the teleportation formation gradually took shape. A gigantic dermic power vortex appeared vaguely, pitch black and deep with an unknown destination. The dermic power vortex was a spatial tunnel formed by the beast hide formation patterns. As long as one leaped into it, they could break through the spatial restraints and leave this place. Su Zimo could leave at any moment. However, he had something else to do before leaving. It was to kill Wuxia. He had to kill this variable or there would be endless trouble in the future. Everyone, hurry and stop Desolate Marshal. His spatial tunnel is about to form and we can't let him escape, God Han Ling shouted. Even without his reminder, the other experts of the primordial races had already made their move. If Desolate Marshal were to leave with the primordial taboo, the consequences would be way too terrifying. We have to kill these three beasts here, a mighty figure of the Blood Vine race said sternly. The primordial 6 races suffered immense losses in this battle and the Blood Vine race suffered the most. When the Dragon True Body descended with Baron, the Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the Blood Vine race were almost completely annihilated and died after a few breaths. The remaining few mighty figures of the Blood Vine race naturally hated the Dragon True Body to the core. You want to kill me? The Dragon True Body had a cold expression and leaped up. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the crowd of the primordial 6 races and said coldly, I'm the one that wants to kill you guys. He charged towards Wuxia with a cold killing intent in his eyes that were sharp as daggers. Humph! Wuxia had long sensed it and retreated swiftly with a sneer. Why? You want to silence me because I know of your secret. As long as he distanced himself from the Dragon True Body, the Dragon True Body would fall into the encirclement of the primordial 6 races and fight separately from the Green Lotus True Body. At that time, the Green Lotus True Body would only have 2 options. He could stay here where both true bodies could very likely die, or he could leave with Night Spirit first. However, it was obvious what would happen to the Dragon True Body. You're still trying to escape? The Dragon True Body focused his gaze and his glabella shone. His massive spirit consciousness condensed continuously and a shuddering spirit consciousness fluctuation spread. A palm-sized scarlet scale slowly floated out from the glabella of the Dragon True Body. It was in the shape of a crescent and looked ordinary. However, when the dragon scale appeared, the entire world seemed to tremble. It was as though space had frozen. The experts of the primordial 6 races that were charging towards Su Zimo paused one after another. The pupils of the Golden Crow 3rd Prince, God Han Ling and the others constricted. They could sense an extremely terrifying aura from that dragon scale. The only essence spirit secret skill in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, reverse scale. Ever since the Dragon True Body cultivated, he had only released this essence spirit secret skill twice. That was because the essence spirit secret skill was way too terrifying and the elders of the dragon race forbade him from using it in the Dragon Bone Valley. The dragon scale appeared and flew towards Wuxia slowly. It was not fast. However, for some reason, Wuxia could not increase the distance between him and the dragon scale no matter how he retreated. Instead, the distance decreased. It's just an essence spirit secret skill. What's there to fear? A golden light shone on God Han Ling's glabella as he released the God Race's essence spirit secret skill as well. Hum, hum, hum. The experts of the primordial 6 races attacked and essence spirit secret skills burst forth one after another, charging towards the dragon scale. You have a death wish for using an essence spirit secret skill in front of the witch race. A few mighty figures of the witch race hollered and released their essence spirit secret skills right away. The primordial 9 races each had their own specialties. In terms of the cultivation of their essence spirits and secret skills, the witch race was the strongest. Among the primordial 9 races, the witch race had an ordinary bloodline and the weakest physique. Their lifespans were not long either. However, the reason why they could dominate the primordial era and be one of the primordial 9 races was because of the many secret skills in their essence spirits. Not only were those secret skills strong, they were also sinister and impossible to defend against. Essence spirit secret skills descended one after another and struck the scarlet dragon scale. Immediately after, a shocking scene unfolded. The moment the essence spirit secret skills made contact with the dragon scale, the experts of the primordial races that attacked fell from midair one after another. Their life forces dissipated before their bodies even landed on the ground. Dead. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 experts of the primordial races who attacked were killed without exception. Even God Han Ling's eyes were widened and his expression was stiff. Although there were no injuries on his face, his essence spirit was already shattered in his consciousness. God Han Ling's head tilted to the side and he fell from midair. Dead. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. That dragon scale must not be touched. Anyone who touched it would die. Of course, with so many essence spirit secret skills attacking the reverse scale, the dragon scale was already filled with cracks and was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the reverse scale had already arrived before Wuxia. Right from the beginning, Wuxia did not attack and merely wanted to dodge. That was because he had lived for so many years and had a deep understanding of essence spirits. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from that scale. That was the reason why he did not attack. But now Wuxia had nowhere to run. Good, Wuxia said coldly. You won't be able to live either after killing me. Both your clones can die together. In Wuxia's consciousness, his dark green essence spirit expanded continuously and cracks appeared on his body. He was about to explode. Life-severing curse. Wuxia hollered. In his consciousness, his essence spirit exploded and released an extremely terrifying and massive spirit consciousness that condensed a forbidden technique of the witch race. The life-severing curse was a forbidden skill in the witch race. That was because the prerequisite of releasing the life-severing curse was for one's essence spirit to self-destruct. The instant before self-destructing, one would obtain an incomparably massive spirit consciousness to complete the life-severing curse. It could be said that the curse would exchange one's life for another. The expressions of the Golden Crow Third Prince and the others changed at the mention of the life-severing curse. In the primordial era, although the witch race had a weak physique and bloodline, none of the other races were willing to provoke them. That was because some of the secret skills of the witch race were done by sacrificing one's life. Once the witch race went berserk, the other races would not be able to withstand it as well. For example, the life-severing curse released by the self-destruction of a conjoint body mighty figure like Wuxia was something that even a half-martial ancestor expert of the primordial races might not be able to defend against. Although Wuxia knew that he was going to die, he wanted the Dragon True Body and Green Lotus True Body to die with him. The life-severing curse descended into the consciousnesses of the Dragon True Body and Green Lotus True Body instantly. It appeared out of nowhere and targeted the essence spirit directly. It was impossible to defend against. Even though the Green Lotus True Body carried an essence spirit dermic weapon like the Mingwang prayer beads, it could not defend against the life-severing curse. That was the terror of the witch race. Die! Die! Wuxia's essence spirit self-destructed, and his remnant spirit consciousness was still yelling wildly with a menacing expression. He widened his eyes, wanting to see the tragic outcome of Su Zimo's 2 true bodies. The Green Lotus True Body shuddered. In Su Zimo's consciousness, a dark green mist descended and devoured towards his black-haired essence spirit with an extremely evil aura. At that moment, the black-haired essence spirit sat on the creation lotus platform. Sensing danger, it rose and roared into the skies with a boiling consciousness. 54 green lotus seeds turned into rays of light that spewed out and rapidly formed a green sword in front of the black-haired essence spirit. Slay! The black-haired essence spirit shouted. The green lotus sword slashed viciously at the incoming dark green fog. Eft! The dark green fog was sliced into two instantly, and it was clear that the evil aura was diminished significantly by the green lotus sword. However, the mist that was sliced into two continued floating and did not show any signs of stopping. It was still engulfing towards the black-haired essence spirit. Pest! Su Zimo was alarmed. Ever since he attained greater mastery of the green lotus sword, it could be considered as a supreme killing technique that targeted the essence spirit. It had always been successful. To think that it could not destroy the life-severing curse. It was not because the green lotus sword was not strong enough. At the end of the day, the difference between the two of them was a major cultivation realm. Furthermore, the mantra that Wuxia had to sacrifice his life and self-destruct his essence spirit for was not something that could be defended against so easily. Slay! 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 The black-haired essence spirit controlled the green lotus sword and slashed down consecutively, wanting to block the path of the dark green fog. Poof! 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 The sharpness of the sword sliced the mist into pieces and its colors dimmed significantly. However, it did not manage to suppress the evil power of the mist completely. Eventually, the green mist shrouded the black-haired essence spirit. Su Zimo grunted and felt as though his essence spirit was stuck by something such that he could not even release his spirit consciousness. Although the green lotus sword did not manage to neutralize the life-severing curse completely, it managed to defend against most of the power. Otherwise, the black-haired essence spirit would die within a few breaths upon contact with the dark green fog. Of course, even Su Zimo did not know what would happen if the power of the life-severing curse enveloped the black-haired essence spirit. What he was truly worried about was his dragon true body. Unlike the green lotus true body, apart from the essence spirit secret skill, the reverse scale, the dragon true body did not have a killing weapon like the green lotus sword. For the dragon true body, he relied mostly on his physical body and blood chi for his battles, rarely making use of dermic weapons. The life-severing curse was fatal for the dragon true body. There was no way he could defend against the power of the life-severing curse with just the dragon scales on his scarlet-haired essence spirit. At the same time, a few mighty figures of the witch race who were still alive attacked and released essence spirit secret skills at the dragon true body. Spirit Slaying Curse. The Spirit Slaying Curse was one of the essence spirit secret skills of the witch race. Although it was not as powerful as the life-severing curse, it was equally impossible to defend against. It descended directly into the consciousness of a cultivator and killed their essence spirit. The Spirit-Slaying Curse and Life-Severing Curse descended at the same time. 3 fist-sized balls of light hovered in the consciousness of the dragon true body and surrounded it. Each ball of light emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and it was unknown what was within. Beneath the balls of light was an ocean that was dark, cold, and deep. The desolate ocean in the vast wilderness was formed by the massive spirit consciousness of the dragon true body. The dark green fog formed by the life-severing curse descended into his consciousness and fused into the desolate ocean instantly, dyeing the black ocean a sinister green. At the same time, the spirit-slaying curse descended and formed a spirit-slaying cyclone that swept through the surface of the ocean, creating raging tides. The two curses created a torrential green wave that engulfed the scarlet-haired essence spirit with a terrifying might, as though they wanted to devour it completely. All of a sudden, in the depths of the desolate ocean, a massive living being awakened and slowly floated to the surface. The first thing that appeared on the surface of the sea was an incomparably tough and massive turtle shell that resembled the firmaments. It was filled with thick cracks that intertwined wildly without any pattern, as though they possessed the secrets of heaven and earth. Immediately after, a pair of divine eyes opened and emitted a chilling gaze. The torrential waves of the desolate ocean calmed down instantly. See Calming Turtle. In the desolate ocean of the upper world, the spirit turtle hid in the depths of the desolate ocean most of the time and would rarely appear. However, once it appeared, even the overlord of the desolate ocean, the desolate ocean dragon king, would not be able to cause any waves. The sea calming turtle looked at the green ocean beneath it with a hint of rage in its eyes. Suddenly, it reared its head and howled. Swoosh! A massive spirit consciousness shockwave rippled through the entire ocean. The spirit-slaying cyclones dissipated instantly, and even the green ocean surface returned to normal, turning dark and deep once more. The power of the life-severing curse and spirit-slaying curse was suppressed by the sea-calming turtle completely before they could even touch a single strand of hair on the scarlet-haired essence spirit's head. The expressions of the mighty figures of the witch race changed. Not only did the sea-calming turtle suppress their spirit-slaying curse, it even released a terrifying spirit consciousness shockwave that counterattacked. A few mighty figures of the witch race suffered a backlash from their essence spirits and spat out blood one after another. They fell from midair with dispirited expressions. Although the mighty figures of the witch race survived, it would be difficult for them to advance their cultivation given the severe injuries on their essence spirits, and they would most likely not have many years to live either. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Wuxia's eyes widened in disbelief. What he had initially expected did not happen. The green lotus true body did not die. Even the dragon true body was not dead. The expression of the green lotus true body dimmed significantly. Even if it was not dead, it was cursed by him and was definitely not in a good state. However, why was there nothing unusual about the dragon true body? All those spirit-slaying curses and the life-severing curse that he released at the cost of his life vanished just like that? How is that possible? That was Wuxia's final thought in this world. The next moment, his remaining spirit consciousness dissipated as well, leaving only a corpse that fell from midair and died. Right then, something weird happened. The expression of the dragon true body changed as he leaped. Although he managed to avoid fatal damage, he was still a step too slow and was pierced from the back by the curved saber of a mighty figure of the Rakshasa race. A bloodied blade protruded from his chest, dripping with fresh blood. Although Wuxia's life-severing curse and the few spirit-slaying curses could not kill the dragon true body directly, his spirit perception was affected the moment his essence spirit fought. That was the reason why he was closed in by a mighty figure of the Rakshasa race. The slash pierced the dragon true body and his blood chi drained rapidly. The dragon true body was enraged and threw the bronze square tripod in reverse towards the mighty figure of the Rakshasa race. Hee. The mighty figure of the Rakshasa race had long withdrawn his curved saber and flapped his wings to avoid Su Zimo's counterattack. I can't stay here anymore. The thought crossed the mind of the dragon true body as he clutched his chest. Now that Wuxia was already dead, he had to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the remaining experts of the primordial six races had already closed in and severed his connection with the green lotus true body completely. Furthermore, some of the primordial races charged towards the green lotus true body. Desolate Marshal. Let's see where you can escape to. The Golden Crow third prince said coldly. There's no way you can survive today even if you flee into the heavens or burrow into hell. Your dragon clone will die here as well. At that moment, the experts of the primordial six races could already tell that the scarlet-haired being was Su Zimo's clone. The more that was the case, the more they could not let Su Zimo leave. It was not only because too many people from the primordial six races had died today and the losses were immense. More than that, in the hearts of the primordial races, this Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was even more terrifying than the primordial taboo. Kill! The Golden Crow third prince reared his head and roared. His body burned with the golden sun god fire as he reached out with his third claw towards the head of the dragon true body. The Golden Crow race was also known as the three-legged Golden Crow. Among the three legs beneath the abdomen, the third leg was the strongest and could tear through all beasts. Furthermore, the sun god fire burning on the third leg was also the purest with the highest temperature and the essence of the sun god fire. The dragon true body took a deep breath and let out a deep growl with a cold gaze. Suddenly, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed the Golden Crow third prince's third leg. You must have a death wish. The Golden Crow third prince had a cold expression and said frostily. He believed that even if the dragon true body used his dragon claws, he would not be able to withstand the killing power and flames of his third leg. Right now, the palm extended by the dragon true body looked fair and tender, identical to a human's palm. It was extremely weak and posed no threat at all. Strange. Why is the palm of this dragon clone like this? The thought flashed through the mind of the Golden Crow third prince, but he did not think too much about it. In fact, the other experts of the primordial races did not know either why the dragon true body would use such a weak palm to defend against the Golden Crow third prince's third leg. That was no different from striking a stone with an egg. However, some cultivators standing far away guessed the truth. "I've got it," a cultivator said in a low voice. "The reason why the right hand of the dragon race clone looks like this is because his right palm is the divine phoenix bone." "Ah, I almost forgot about that utmost treasure." Back then, Chaos Essence Sex half-martial ancestor attacked and Desolate Martial was severely injured with his body crippled. Everyone thought that the divine phoenix bone was lost. Now, it seems like there's a high chance that the divine phoenix bone is in this dragon clone's body. "You mean to say that Desolate Martial's clone can already use the power of the divine phoenix bone?" Just as the cultivators were discussing, a change happened on the battlefield. Just as the palm of the dragon true body was about to make contact with the Golden Crow third prince's third leg, a loud phoenix cry sounded in the void. Screech! The phoenix cry carried an endless might that penetrated metal and rocks. It was so loud that every cultivator could hear it clearly. The cultivators shuddered in fear. The human cultivators had a deep fear towards the roars and cries of dragons and phoenixes. Even the experts of the primordial six races felt their hearts skip a beat. Immediately after, a power that could incinerate all living beings spread out with a scorching heat wave that was suffocating. Su Zimo's right hand had vanished completely, and in its place was a gigantic, menacing claw. It was scarlet and burned almost transparent with a phenomenal divine flame. In that instant, the entire world shook and the weather changed. The divine flames danced and even the voids became distorted, ripped apart by the burns. The claw burning with divine flames seemed like it originated from a true godly being and could incinerate the entire world into ashes. The divine phoenix's claw. Prior to this, Su Zimo managed to avoid several calamities with the divine phoenix bone. However, he could not truly activate the power of the divine phoenix bone. Ever since his dragon true body entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he could use the power of the divine phoenix bone to conjure the true divine phoenix's claw. Although the third leg of the Golden Crow third prince was extremely sharp, it was way too inferior compared to the divine phoenix's claw. The undying divine phoenix was a god of the upper world and was above the Golden Crow race in terms of status and bloodline. Even the flames on the Golden Crow's third leg could not compare to the divine flames on the divine phoenix's claw. The Golden Crow race merely controlled the sun god fire. However, the undying divine phoenix controlled the flames of the 10,000 races. If the flames on the Golden Crow's third leg were considered as fire candles, the divine flames on the divine phoenix's claw were considered as a blazing sun. What is that? The Golden Crow third prince's eyes were widened in shock. He actually felt immense fear from that claw that was burning with divine flames. Even the sun god fire on his third leg was suppressed instantly, as though it did not dare to fight against the blazing divine flames. "Hurry, retreat!" The Golden Crow third prince shrieked and flapped his wings, escaping rapidly behind. Unfortunately, both he and his dragon true body attacked with their full strength earlier on. By the time he reacted, the divine phoenix's claw had already collided with his third leg. Buzz! Buzz! The golden sun god fire and scarlet divine phoenix flames collided and corroded one another, letting out strange sounds. In the blink of an eye, the sun god fire was completely devoured by the divine phoenix flames. The power of a god was not to be challenged. "Come on down!" The dragon true body hollered and retracted the divine phoenix's claw. Its sharp claws pierced the flesh of the third leg and yanked down viciously. The Golden Crow's third leg was grabbed by the divine phoenix's claw and almost crushed. The Golden Crow third prince knew very well that he would definitely die if he was dragged down by the dragon true body. He was also a ruthless character. In a flash, the Golden Crow third prince made a decision and fled outside with all his might, flapping his wings. Shing! A blood mist spewed and filled the void with a scorching heat. His blood was burning with flames. That was the blood of the Golden Crow race. The Divine Phoenix's claw had actually ripped off the third leg of the Golden Crow third prince. Ah! The Golden Crow third prince had a ghastly pale expression as he let out a tragic cry. Turning into a golden streak of light, he fled far into the distance without even turning back. For humans, at the conjoint body realm, their severed arms could regrow in the blink of an eye. However, for the Golden Crow race, the third leg was the strongest leg they had cultivated their bloodline. Once it was broken, it would be difficult for them to recover. It could only be reborn after a long period of nourishment. It was the same for the Heavenly Eye race's Heavenly Eye. Once the Heavenly Eye was blinded, it would be extremely difficult to repair. The Golden Crow third prince had come from afar from the East Sea and had not expected to suffer such a serious injury on Tianhuang mainland. He no longer wanted to bother about the primordial taboo or Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Right now, he only wanted to escape from Tianhuang mainland and return to the East Sea. The Dragon Truebody ignored the Golden Crow third prince who was escaping and raised his Divine Phoenix's claw to grab the experts of the primordial races ahead. Divine flames surged and engulfed the primordial 6 races. Some experts of the primordial races could not dodge in time and were grabbed by the Divine Phoenix's claw, either torn into 2 or burned to ashes by the divine flames. Among them, a mighty figure of the Blood Vine race was burned to ashes by the terrifying divine flames on the Divine Phoenix's claw. The Blood Vine race was plants to begin with, and fire was the most lethal to them. Although they were one of the primordial 9 races and ordinary flames could not hurt them, the flames they were burning right now were the flames of the Divine Phoenix. Even the sun god fire was suppressed by the Divine Phoenix's flames. This was a complete counter in terms of power. The Divine Phoenix's claw led the way and divine flames surged. The primordial 6 races dodged and did not dare to take the attack head-on. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Truebody had already returned to the side of the Green Lotus Truebody. He waved his Divine Phoenix's claw and pushed back a few primordial races that were surrounding the Green Lotus Truebody. The Dragon Truebody was exhausted, as well as blood gushed out from the wound on his chest and spilled onto the ground. Su Zimo's 2 true bodies gathered and were prepared to leap into the pitch-black dermic power vortex to escape far away. The black-haired essence spirit was tainted by the life-severing curse, and the face of the Green Lotus Truebody was a little withered and yellow, looking rather wretched. He could not linger here. At that moment, Ethereal Peak, 100 Refinement Sect and other sects related to Su Zimo had already left. As for Yen Beichin, who was chasing after heavenly secrets, he had already vanished from Su Zimo's vision. Su Zimo did not know where he was and couldn't care less. He could only take Night Spirit away first. We can't let them escape. The remaining experts of the primordial races hollered and attacked one after another. In order to kill Night Spirit, the primordial 6 races sent close to 1,000 experts, and the weakest were at the Dharma characteristic realm. It was acceptable for them to lose more than 100 people in the process of chasing after Night Spirit. But now, there were only slightly more than 100 experts left among the primordial 6 races. This was a huge loss that had never happened since the ancient war. Given the foundation of the primordial 6 races, it was nothing much for those experts to die. However, apart from the ancient emperors, the experts of the primordial 6 races had never encountered such a huge setback. The reason why the primordial races chose to leave the forbidden grounds in this generation was because they could sense the decline of the human race's fortune. Their chance to reign over Tianhuang mainland once more had arrived. However, they did not expect to suffer such a blow the moment they appeared. They were almost completely annihilated. They could not accept this outcome. They had to kill Tao Lord Desolate Marshal and the primordial taboo. Hoo. The remaining Heavenly Eye race beings opened their heavenly eyes and channeled the power of their heavenly eyes to their limits. A series of dark lights tore through the air and flew towards the Dragon Truebody, Green Lotus Truebody, and Night Spirit, the remaining experts of the god, Bloodvine, which Golden Crow and Rakshasa races attacked one after another as well and exerted their full strength towards the dermic power vortex. Although the Dragon Truebody could move and dodge, the dermic power vortex could not. As long as they destroyed the dermic power vortex and the teleportation formation, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal's group of 3 won't be able to escape. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded from the firmaments as a gigantic crack opened. Immediately after, a figure appeared faintly within. Although he was small, he exuded a terrifying might. His black hair danced and his body shone brightly, causing the entire world to tremble. That power had already surpassed the conjoint body realm completely. All the cultivators looked up at the figure in the firmaments with shocked expressions. Their eyes were filled with endless shock and they held their breaths in concentration. Ancestor realm. That power definitely belonged to the ancestor realm. Even the experts of the primordial 6 races frowned slightly. A half-martial ancestor of the human race? A mighty figure of the god race frowned. Could this half-martial ancestor be here to save Desolate Martial? From the dermic robe and aura of that half-martial ancestor, he should be from Chaos Essence Sect. However, Chaos Essence Sect seems to have an extremely deep feud with Desolate Martial. Right then, the figure in midair spoke slowly. Desolate Martial, you destroyed the bloodline of the D-clan. I've allowed you to live for too long. It's time for you to pay with blood today. Every single word from the half-martial ancestor exuded a powerful might that caused the void to tremble. Ah! It's the D-clan's half-martial ancestor. I know. This half-martial ancestor of the D-clan was the one who attacked in the Dao inheritance ground. If not for the ancestor realm expert of Dragon Burial Valley that backed him, Desolate Martial would have died a long time ago. Previously, this half-martial ancestor of the D-clan did not make a personal appearance in the Dao inheritance ground and merely attacked from afar. His true body actually descended today. Seems like Desolate Martial is destined to face such a calamity. He won't be able to survive today. D-Fan. Su Zimo's expression darkened. Boom! D-Fan extended his palm and pushed in Su Zimo's direction through the void. The Great Chaos Essence Palm. When released with the power of a half-martial ancestor, how powerful was the Great Chaos Essence Palm? Thin tears appeared in the entire space. Even the space could not withstand it. At the same time, the attacks of the experts of the primordial races descended and engulfed Su Zimo's 2 true bodies and Night Spirit instantly. Right now, the only one who could fight was the dragon true body. He must not retreat. The moment he retreated, the teleportation formation behind him would be destroyed and his escape path would be completely severed. However, against the attacks of so many primordial races and the power of a half-martial ancestor, the divine phoenix's claw could not defend against them at all. There was only a single possibility for him to defend against this attack. The dragon true body waved his hands and drew a semicircle on both sides of his body. Finally, it gathered in front of his chest and his fingers shifted, forming hand seals that swiped across his chest. A divine light burst forth from his glabella and entered his hands. After doing that, the expression of his dragon true body withered instantly and his essence spirit throbbed in pain. His essence spirit was already pushed to its limits. Condense! The dragon true body hollered. Buzz! A divine power that shook the world descended. In front of the dragon true body, a gigantic stone shield appeared with a wave of his hands. It was rough and ancient with curved patterns etched on it in a mysterious manner. The stone shield resembled an ancient turtle shell. What is this? Another innate divine power? If I'm not wrong, Desolate Martial's dragon clone has already released 2 innate divine powers. This should be the 3rd, right? Even the primordial 6 races present were shocked, let alone the cultivators in the distance. That divine power was one of the 4 divine powers recorded in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The spirit turtle shield. Back in the Dragon Bone Valley, the dragon true body released it once in a fight against Longsong. However, at that time, he had just awakened this innate divine power and had yet to comprehend it completely. The complicated and mysterious patterns on the spirit turtle shield merely flickered slightly. Even so, the spirit turtle shield blocked Longsong's 5th claw. But now, the patterns on the spirit turtle shield had lit up completely. His dragon true body had already cultivated that innate divine power to the perfected stage. In truth, The reason why this innate divine power could be cultivated to the perfected stage in such a short period of time was not only because the dragon true body was extremely talented and cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness all year round. More than that, it was because when Su Zimo entered the golden core realm, he condensed the black tortoise phenomenon, and there were also patterns on the black tortoise's back. By comparing the two, the dragon true body was able to cultivate this innate divine power to the perfected stage at the fastest speed. The moment the spirit turtle shield was formed, Su Zimo carried Night Spirit and leaped into the dermic power vortex. Almost at the same time, the attacks of the experts of the primordial 6 races and Difan's great chaos essence palm landed on the spirit turtle shield. Boom! A deafening bang that shook the heavens and earth sounded. A bedazzling light burst forth from the collision point, forming a semicircular barrier that spread rapidly in all directions. The mud on the ground churned and dust billowed. Bang! Boom! Boom! Cracks appeared on the mountains around Heaven and Earth Valley as they caved in one after another. Countless boulders rolled down and the mountains collapsed. Even the cultivators who had retreated far away to watch the battle felt their ears go deaf and could not hear anything. The power of that collision was way too strong. Some conjoint body mighty figures turned pale. Notwithstanding the power at the center of the collision, even the aftershock that spread out could kill them if they did not dodge in time. The power of a half-martial ancestor is absolutely devastating. Dao Lord Desolate Martial will definitely die against such terrifying power. As the cultivators discussed, they struggled to open their eyes and look towards the center of the battlefield. In the billowing dust, a blurry figure could vaguely be seen. His scarlet hair was like flames, and although his legs were deeply buried in the mud, his spine was still upright and refused to bend. He's not dead yet? The experts of the primordial 6 races looked at everything in disbelief. That turtle shell was actually able to defend against such a terrifying attack. Even a half-martial ancestor of the human race would be smashed into sludge if he was here. Su Zimo felt relieved. Thankfully, the first thing he awakened was this pure defensive innate divine power from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. This divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was probably the only thing that could defend against this attack as well. Otherwise, no technique, dermic weapon, divine power or trump card would be able to defend against this attack that targeted his 2 true bodies. Although the bronze square tripod was indestructible, the remnant power would be enough to shatter the dragon true body if it hid within. Of course, although the spirit turtle shield defended against most of the power, this was the full-powered attack of more than 100 experts of the primordial races and a half-martial ancestor after all. The dragon true body did not feel good either. The hands of the dragon true body held the spirit turtle shield. Most of the dragon's scales on his body had fallen and fresh blood seeped out. With that, his tendons and bones felt like they were about to split apart and he could no longer feel his arms. The flesh on his chest was blurry and his blood chi was extremely weak. He did not have much strength left. A series of cracks appeared on the spirit turtle shield. Those were not the patterns of the turtle shell. It was truly shattered. He's not dead. Difan attacked once more. The dragon true body used the last of his strength to pull his legs out of the mud. He leaped into the dermic power vortex behind him and disappeared. Difan transformed into a gigantic palm and reached into the dermic power vortex instantly, wanting to retrieve the dragon true body. Back when Su Zimo tore the major transference talisman, Difan chased him into the spatial tunnel and destroyed his physical body. However, this time round, Difan's expression changed. When his palm reached into the dermic power vortex, it was as though he had sunk into a bottomless ocean and a vast, mysterious starry sky. Within it, the dragon true body was like a speck of dust that he could not capture at all. Although the beast hide was incomplete, it was etched with a teleportation formation from the ancient era that was much more advanced than the major transference talisman. If a Mahayana patriarch attacked, he might be able to capture the tracks of the dragon true body. However, the power of a half-martial ancestor was not enough to sense anything. Difan retracted his palm and his eyes flickered with rage. As a half-martial ancestor, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes. However, he had attacked twice. This time round, his true body even descended personally, and yet, the ant still managed to escape from right beneath his eyelids. Let's see where you can run to. D-Fan was enraged and attacked all of a sudden. The great chaos essence palm descended on the dermic power vortex like a gigantic millstone. The three of you can stay in the void currents forever. Boom! The dermic power vortex could not withstand it and was shattered by the great chaos essence palm instantly, collapsing into emptiness and vanishing. Once the spatial tunnel shattered, it would mean that the teleportation would fail and the person would be exiled, placed in the dark and cold void currents without light, and might never be able to return to Tianhuang mainland. That was not all. The wild currents in the void were extremely terrifying, and even the bodies of conjoint body mighty figures would be shredded into pieces with ease. D-Fan's expression was cold. Although he did not manage to kill Su Zimo personally, the hatred in his heart was relieved after he exiled the three of them into the endless void. After Su Zimo's two true bodies and Night Spirit entered the spatial tunnel, they felt a terrifying external force descend, and the spatial tunnel shattered instantly. The dragon true body was pulled away by a powerful suction force and his figure lost control, disappearing before the Green Lotus true body instantly. The Green Lotus true body was alarmed. He hurriedly removed his storage bag and tossed it into his consciousness. Immediately after, the powerful void currents surged in and began attacking the Green Lotus true body and Night Spirit. Ah! The Green Lotus true body shouted and felt as though his entire body was being torn apart. An omnipresent ripping force descended, and even with the toughness of the Green Lotus true body, it seemed like he was about to be torn into pieces. He could not control his body or arm at all and felt his embrace lighten. He and Night Spirit were completely dispersed by the void currents. Under the gaze of the Green Lotus true body, Night Spirit disappeared into the dark and cold void before long. Under the terrifying ripping power, his consciousness gradually faded as well. All of a sudden, a divine Buddhist light descended and landed on his body, forming a golden barrier of light on the surface of the Green Lotus true body. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, immediately after, he lost consciousness and floated in the dark and cold void. Dizzy and drowsy, Su Zimo was still unconscious. His surroundings alternated between cold and warm. At times, it felt as though he was in an endless abyss that was sinking endlessly. At times, it felt as though he was floating on a boundless ocean. A long time later, Su Zimo's consciousness gradually returned. Although he did not open his eyes, he was gradually waking up. Countless memories of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley surged into his mind and eventually stopped at the sacred Buddha light he saw in the dark void. There were many things that Su Zimo did not have time to think about when he was on the battlefield, fighting against human cultivators and experts of the primordial races. However, at that moment, his consciousness returned and he gradually woke up. Instantly, he had an answer to many of his doubts. During the battle, a thought crossed his mind, as though he had neglected something. It was only now that he realized it was not something he had neglected, but someone. Monk Daming. In the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Monk Daming once told him that he no longer needed the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple as bait to refine his bloodline. Those bloodlines were no longer enough to satisfy his appetite. At that time, Su Zimo did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, a battlefield like Heaven and Earth Valley was the perfect place for Monk Daming to refine his blood. Although he had already escaped from Heaven and Earth Valley, Su Zimo felt a chill when he recalled many things. Among them, the greatest discovery was the reappearance of the Fiend technique. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was a fiend technique that even fiend sects were wary of. Monk Daming was not the only one who had cultivated it. Even the Master of Hellfire Hall and Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace had cultivated it. Including him, there were already 4 people. Of course, Su Zimo noticed the terror of that fiend technique in time. After the battle at Thousand Demon Valley, he did not use it no matter how dangerous it was. He had even given up on blood escape. The Green Lotus True Body obtained more than 30 ancient inheritances in the Tao inheritance ground and even top-tier escape techniques such as Boundless Golden Light. The combination of many escape techniques was not weaker than blood escape. Initially, Su Zimo thought that the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley was merely a trap set up by the major sects and factions as well as the primordial six races to deal with him and Night Spirit. But now that he thought about it, things were not that simple. Heavenly secrets of Enigma Palace played an extremely important role in this trap. To be precise, this trap might have been set up by Heavenly Secrets so that he could cultivate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Be it Su Zimo, Night Spirit, the primordial six races, the major sects and factions, or even the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking, they were all his chess pieces. That cultivator of Enigma Palace planned everything. Heavenly Secrets' cultivation was much higher than Lin Xuanji's. He definitely had the capability to set up this shocking situation. There were many variables in the entire process such as the Azura Yen Beichen and Su Zimo's Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic that had surpassed the extreme realm, as well as the descent of his dragon true body. However, all of those variables were still within Heavenly Secrets' control. That was because the outcome Heavenly Secrets wanted was for an intense battle where even more experts would die and rich bloodlines would be spilled. Unfortunately, another variable appeared later on and changed the situation completely. That variable was Monk Daming. Su Zimo did not know when Monk Daming arrived at Heaven and Earth Valley. Or perhaps, he might have hidden himself in Heaven and Earth Valley a long time ago but nobody discovered him. Monk Daming did not appear the entire time. However, upon careful thought, he could vaguely capture some clues. The first time was when someone attacked the Master of Hellfire Hall in secret. The Master of Hellfire Hall fought a huge battle with extreme fire and tried to activate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra to recover his dermic powers and blood chi. However, he ended in failure. If no one had interfered, how could the Master of Hellfire Hall have failed? The second time was when someone broke through the spatial seal of Heaven and Earth Valley. Now that Su Zimo recalled it, the familiarity he felt upon hearing the word break was because it was actually the voice of Monk Daming. Because Monk Daming had been watching coldly from the sidelines the entire time. He had sufficient time to locate the spatial nodes of Heaven and Earth Valley and destroy them instantly. He was probably the only one with that capability as well. At the Dharma characteristic realm, he condensed 4 supreme Dharma characteristics. Now that he was already at the conjoint body realm and fused 4 supreme Dharma characteristics into his physical body, what sort of combat strength did he possess? The third time was when Heavenly Secrets' location was exposed for some unknown reason, attracting the pursuit of Yen Beichen. In the battle between the two of them, Heavenly Secrets wanted to refine his bloodline and retaliate to suppress Yen Beichen. However, he ended in failure as well. Thereafter, Heavenly Secrets fled far away and Yen Beichen chased after him. Monk Daming must have interfered behind the scenes. The fourth time was when Su Zimo entered the dermic power vortex. D-Fan attacked and shattered the spatial tunnel, causing wild currents to surge in. At that time, a Buddhist light appeared in the dark and cold void and shrouded him. Monk Daming was probably the only one who could release a power of the Buddhist monasteries as such. Although Su Zimo escaped far away in the end and did not witness the final outcome of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, needless to think, Monk Daming was definitely the biggest winner. Monk Daming released Su Zimo in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple because of his relationship with Daming Monastery. At the same time, he secretly broke through the spatial seal during the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. However, that was under the premise that he would not be exposed. That was the reason why Monk Daming had not shown himself the entire time, let alone appear to fight against the experts of the primordial six races. His final goal was to refine the bloodlines of Heaven and Earth Valley. Saving Su Zimo was something that happened in passing. Su Zimo sighed emotionally. Heavenly Secrets was from Enigma Palace and controlled everything from the back, using all the experts in the world as chess pieces to set up this earth-shaking scheme. Although he had planned everything, he did not expect that he would be paving the way for others. Some people were even more powerful than him. The mantis stalks the grasshopper, unaware of the oriole behind. At best, Heavenly Secrets could only be considered as the mantis while Monk Daming was the oriole. Monk Daming was calm and composed. His talent was shocking and his combat strength was heaven-defying. The moment he returned, he schemed against all the experts in the world and no one could escape from his trap. Even heavenly secrets suffered a loss. He had almost no weaknesses. Despite his strength, Monk Daming was locked by someone in the stone coffin for 40,000 years. What sort of existence was the person who locked him? How terrifying was the latter? Su Zimo lamented internally and tried his best to recall the chaotic void. The first to lose connection was his dragon true body. The dragon true body was the last to leap into the dermic power vortex and the spatial tunnel shattered. The impact he received was the greatest as well and he was swept away by the wild currents of the void, vanishing without a trace. Su Zimo believed that given the physique of his dragon true body, even the wild currents of the void would have difficulty devouring him. However, if there was no opportunity, his dragon true body would probably float in the wild currents of the void forever and be unable to return to Tianhuang mainland. At the very least, for now, Su Zimo could not sense the existence of his dragon true body. Su Zimo called for his dragon true body in his heart but received no response. There were only 3 possibilities. First, his dragon true body was already dead. Second, his dragon true body was still unconscious and would naturally not respond. Third, his dragon true body was still floating in the void currents. Neither scenario was optimistic. Su Zimo thought of Night Spirit. Against the impact of the void currents, he was separated from Night Spirit. Night Spirit's fate was unknown as well. Finally, Su Zimo recalled what he experienced in the wild currents of the void before he fainted. He was in a dark and cold void without any sense of direction, space, or time. He could only drift helplessly. Before long, he vaguely heard a sutra being chanted. At the same time, he was extremely familiar with that sutra. It was the Martial Sutra that he had created. The sutra was transmitted through a spatial node and established a mysterious connection with him. His green lotus true body floated in that direction instinctively. Before long, his vision shone brightly and he fell rapidly. The surrounding darkness and coldness had already vanished. The 2 completely different environments dealt a huge blow to the green lotus true body. Furthermore, the green lotus true body was injured to begin with and fainted completely from fatigue. However, Su Zimo knew that he had already escaped from the void currents. Right now, he wanted to know where he was. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a voice. "Sister, is that person still unconscious?" A slightly tender voice of a young man sounded, seemingly grumbling. "Not yet." Another voice sounded. It was rather pleasant and sounded like a young girl. Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over. He was in a medium-sized room. Lying on a sandalwood bed, he was covered with a thick blanket. The light-colored curtains were closed and exuded a faint fragrance. On the wooden table beside the bed was a simple basin of orchids and a bronze mirror. The room was clean and tidy. Although the decorations were simple and plain, there was a hint of elegance in it. It looked like a young girl's room. Although the door was tightly shut, Su Zimo could see 2 figures walking over with his eyesight. The figure on the left was slightly shorter, but his shoulders were wide and he strode with vigor. The figure on the right was slightly taller and her long hair fluttered. She had a graceful figure that was charming. She must be the elder sister in the conversation earlier on. "Sister, that person's background is unknown. You've done your best to take care of him for so long. In my opinion, you should just throw him out and let him fend for himself." The young man on the left said. "What's the difference between throwing him out now and killing him?" The girl shook her head. "We have to wait for him to wake up before making further plans." "But, sister, your Dantian is destroyed and yet, you're still painstakingly taking care of that person daily. I'm worried that your body—" The young man hesitated. "It's nothing much," the girl smiled. "During this period of time, I began cultivating the martial Tao and gained some insights. My condition has already improved." "Sister, you're still cultivating the martial Tao?" The young man seemed to frown. "I heard from outside that the fiend, desolate martial, joined forces with a primordial taboo and killed many people in the middle continent. What's so good about the cultivation techniques left behind by that fiend? The girl did not refute and merely said indifferently, those are just rumors. The cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families did not even head over for the Dharma characteristic ranking. Who saw it personally? They are just rumors. Su Zimo's heart stirred. 3 aristocratic families? However, I heard that desolate marshal offended the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Daos and was encircled by them. Think about it, sister. If he wasn't a heinous fiend, how could he be ostracized by the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Daos? The young man refused to give up and continued. The girl went silent. After a brief pause, she continued, I'm not sure about anything else. However, we witnessed desolate marshal establishing a Tao and imparting martial arts to all living beings. This is a glorious achievement that will bring blessings to the world. Half of the martial sutra is passed down through the world so that all living beings in the world can cultivate it. Nothing can erase such a great merit. The young man seemed to be indignant still and continued. Although that's the case, how many people have been able to condense blood chi golden cores since desolate marshal passed down the martial Tao? That's normal. The girl said, cultivation is a heaven-defying act to begin with. Even among those with spirit roots, less than 1 in 10,000 can form a core. Furthermore, the cultivation of the martial Tao is even more difficult. Forget it. Let's not argue about such stuff. She waved it off and changed the topic with a smile. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I'll go make you something to eat after I pack up. With that said, the girl pushed the door open with a creak. The siblings stood at the entrance and saw that Su Zimo had already opened his eyes and was looking at them with a calm gaze. The young man was not old and was around 13 years old. From a young age, he already looked mature and had a bearing. The girl was around 16 years old and had yet to turn completely adult. However, she was already slender and elegant with skin that was fair as snow. She was extremely beautiful and her eyes were bright and spirited. Ah! The young man's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the girl and glared at Su Zimo warily. A look of surprise and joy appeared on the girl's face when she saw that Su Zimo was awake. However, she was much calmer compared to the young man. Su Zimo lifted the blanket on his body and stood up slowly. The young man's heart skipped a beat and he reacted swiftly. Slapping the storage bag on his waist, he withdrew a flying sword with a spirit pattern etched on it. It was an inferior-grade spirit weapon. He conjured a hand seal with his left hand and controlled his flying sword with his right, ready to strike at any moment. He reminded softly, Sister, watch out! Su Zimo watched carefully. The youth was at Foundation Establishment realm and his series of actions were rather swift. However, the girl did not move at all. When she saw how guarded the young man was, she smiled and merely shook her head gently. Pushing the young man away, she cupped her fists towards Su Zimo. Please forgive us, mister. My younger brother is merely worried about me. Su Zimo nodded without saying anything and sized up the girl carefully. Back when he was in the chaotic void and heard someone chanting the Martial Tao Sutra, this should be the girl. It was also a freak coincidence. This girl cultivated the Martial Tao and happened to be in a nearby spatial node. Through it, she established a connection with Su Zimo who was in the wild currents of the void. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to escape. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to continue floating if he missed this spatial node. In other words, although the girl before him did it unintentionally, she saved his life. Su Zimo looked at the girl in a daze. However, the young man's expression turned extremely terrible. Hey, what are you looking at? Do you believe that I'll gouge your eyeballs out in a fit of anger? The young man thought that Su Zimo had ulterior motives towards the girl and could not help but holler. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and could not help but laugh when he heard the young man's threat. He was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord and could be considered as the #1 Tao Lord of Tianhuang mainland. But now, he was threatened by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. However, the young man could not be blamed. Right now, Su Zimo's situation was a little special. Before entering the wild currents of the void, The black-haired essence spirit was affected by the life-severing curse released by the self-destruction of Wuxia's essence spirit. Up till now, the power had not dissipated and shrouded Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit. Therefore, Su Zimo could not use the power of his essence spirit at all. In other words, he could not release spirit consciousness, dharmic arts, or even heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Others would not be able to see through him and would merely take him as immortal. Of course, that did not mean that he could not protect himself. Given Su Zimo's green lotus true body, even if he did not move, any dharma characteristic Tao Lord might not be able to hurt him. Furthermore, he could release shocking combat strength in melee combat with his green lotus true body. Unlike the young man, although the girl was stared at by Su Zimo for a long time, she did not feel disgusted. For some reason, perhaps it was her sixth sense, but she could not sense the malevolent intent in the green-robed man's heart. Furthermore, the green-robed man's eyes were clear and bright. Although he was staring at her, the way he looked at her was different from how many people looked at her. This gave her a sense of trust unconsciously. "Little brother, put away your spirit weapon. Don't be rude." The girl patted the young man on the shoulder and berated him. "Humph!" The young man grit his teeth and glared at Su Zimo fiercely. Although he was unwilling, he still obeyed the girl's orders and retracted his flying sword slowly. However, he refused to relax. His muscles were tense and he looked wary, as though he could jump and attack at any moment. Right now, Su Zimo's essence spirit was locked by the power of the life-severing curse and he could not use his dharmic powers. To others, he looked like a mortal without any cultivation at all. Therefore, it was not surprising that the young man and girl could not tell Su Zimo's cultivation. At that moment, even conjoint body mighty figures could not see through Su Zimo's strength. "You were the one who saved me?" Su Zimo looked at the girl and asked. She nodded with a reminiscent expression. "That day, I was cultivating outside when suddenly, dark clouds filled the skies and lightning flashed. A bolt of lightning descended and pierced an ancient tree. You fell not far away and must have fainted from the shock of that thunderbolt. Hence why I brought you back." Su Zimo nodded. "How should I address you, mister?" the girl asked again. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. "My surname is Su." He did not know where he was right now. Coupled with the fact that his essence spirit was locked and his combat strength was greatly reduced, there was naturally no way he could reveal everything about himself. Of course, Su Zimo guessed that given the young man and girl's experience of the world, they had never heard of him even if he said his name. Everyone in Tianhuang mainland knew of Desolate Marshal. However, not many people knew that Desolate Marshal's true name was Su Zimo. "Humph!" The young man harumphed coldly and mocked. "You're being secretive. One look and I can tell that you're not a good person." The girl did not say anything. In her opinion, it was only logical for this green-robed man to be guarded against outsiders since he was in a foreign land and had just awakened. "What are your names?" Su Zimo asked. "My name is Baiming Shui." The girl smiled and did not hide anything. She patted the young man beside her. "This is my younger brother, Baiming Ao. He was a little rude to Mr. Su. Please don't blame him. Sister, you don't even know who he is. Why tell him our names?" The young man called Baiming Ao twisted his body, seemingly unwilling. Baiming Shui smiled and shook her head. There was no need to hide something as such. "Baiming." Su Zimo frowned slightly and murmured, "That surname isn't too common." When he heard that, Baiming Ao clenched his fists in frustration. A look of sadness flashed through Baiming Shui's eyes as she lowered her head slightly. "Where is this?" Su Zimo asked again. Baiming Shui said, "This is Baiming Town and my clansmen are all in the town." "Baiming Town?" Su Zimo was confused and asked again. "Where is Baiming Town? The East region? Middle continent?" Baiming Shui shook her head. Baiming Town is located in the south region of Tianhuang mainland. South region? Su Zimo was shocked. To think that he would have arrived at the south region of Tianhuang mainland after activating the teleportation formation on the beast hide with the spatial tunnel destroyed by D-Fan. He had never stepped foot into this place before and was extremely foreign to it. Of course, he had some understanding of the South region as well. For example, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, Dapamkara Monastery, where Mingzhan was located, was a supersect of the South region. Ever since he parted ways with Mingzhan in the Tao inheritance ground, the two of them had not seen each other. Mingzhan had obtained the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva previously, and his cultivation should not have fallen too far behind. He should have already entered the Dharma characteristic realm. If he had conjured his Ksitigarbha true body, he would have a reason to take part in the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. Could Mingzhan have already seen through secular titles and no longer wanted to compete for the Dharma characteristic ranking? Or could something have happened to Mingzhan? The North region was now ruled by the capital of Great Zhou alongside various major sects and factions. The Middle Continent relied entirely on the supersections. The South region was different from the North and Middle Continent. The strongest factions in the South region were the legendary 3 aristocratic families, the 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, and 4 unorthodox groups, followed by the 3 aristocratic families. The 3 aristocratic families were different from the Yuan and Taba families that Su Zimo had fought in the North region. These 3 aristocratic families were truly passed down from the ancient era and ruled over the South region. They were eternal and had experienced countless storms. The most terrifying thing was that, in the ancient era, the 3 aristocratic families of the South region gave birth to emperors. That was the most important reason why the 3 aristocratic families had been passed down through history. All 3 ancient aristocratic families had different surnames. The Dongfang, Nangong, and Shimin aristocratic families. In the South region, those 3 surnames were more useful than any Dao title. Cultivators of the 3 surnames could dominate the South region. Judging from your words, you're not from the South region, Mr. Su? Baiming Shui frowned slightly and asked curiously. Yes, Su Zimo nodded. If you're not from the South region, how did you get here? What are your motives for coming to Baiming town? Baiming Ao questioned immediately. This time round, Baiming Shui did not stop him either. After all, she had done her best to save Su Zimo since his background was unknown. She did not know if Su Zimo was good or bad either. If Su Zimo truly had other motives, she could not let him stay in Baiming town. It's a long story, Su Zimo chuckled bitterly. If he were to explain how he arrived at the South region, the young man and girl would definitely be scared out of their wits. Humph! The young man sneered. Sister, what did I say? That person sure is conniving and secretive. He's not a good person. Su Zimo could not be bothered to refute. His gaze shifted to Baiming Shui's dantian and he frowned slightly. Your dantian is shattered? Earlier on, when he heard the conversation between the young man and girl, he thought that Baiming Shui's dantian was only destroyed because she had made a mistake in her cultivation. From the looks of it, Baiming Shui's dantian was clearly shattered by an external force. Baiming Shui did not reply and asked instead, You know about cultivation too, Mr. Su? A little. Su Zimo nodded. Baiming Shui pursed her lips. There's nothing to hide. If my dantian is destroyed, so be it. At most, I'll just restart. In her eyes, there was no hint of loss or despair from the destruction of her dantian. Even Su Zimo had to praise that unyielding gaze internally. Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely take revenge for you. When Baiming Ao heard that, he even gave up on attacking Su Zimo for the time being. Turning back, he grit his teeth and said hatefully, Little brother, don't interfere in this matter. Baiming Shui shook her head. How can I not interfere? Baiming Ao said indignantly. You finally managed to form your core, but it was destroyed by that woman. This feud is irreconcilable. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was moved. This Baiming Shui, who was merely around 16 years old, managed to form a golden core. Such talent was indeed shocking. Su Zimo did not know how long Baiming Shui had been cultivating for, but judging from her movements, she seemed like she had already reached lesser mastery of the first transformation of the martial Tao. 9 bulls, 2 tiger. The pain, despair, and confusion of having his golden core destroyed was something that Su Zimo had experienced personally. It was not something that ordinary people could endure, and even with his willpower, he was once despondent. If he had not seen what Dai Yu left at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, it would have been difficult for him to reignite his hope. It was hard to imagine how difficult it must have been for the 15-year-old girl before him to endure through it on her own without sinking into depression and turning to cultivate the martial Tao. Furthermore, the amount of pain and suffering she had to endure was unimaginable. From that girl, Su Zimo could see the determination to fight against fate, the unyieldingness to it, the determination to continue and advance forward. That was the will of the martial Tao. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Zimo's mind, but he suppressed it quickly. How long have I been asleep? Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking. Bai Mingshui replied, It's been a year. That long. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. This meant that a year had passed since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. He did not know what major events in the cultivation world happened in the past year, or if Yen Beichen was still fine. Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked indirectly, I heard you guys arguing about the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking and the Great Fiend. What was that about? The Great Fiend, desolate martial. Bai Ming-ao pouted his lips as though he was filled with hatred. That fiend went on a massacre in the Middle Continent and attracted the encirclement of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sections. I heard that he was exiled into the void by a supreme expert of the immortal sex and died a long time ago. Oh! Su Zimo nodded. Bai Mingshui frowned slightly and looked at Su Zimo thoughtfully. She had a feeling that Mr. Su's question was a little abrupt. She had once thought that Mr. Su might be a cultivator or even a great cultivator. He merely hid his cultivation and they could not see through him. However, when she saw that Su Zimo's face was yellowed and sickly, it was far from the aura of a human cultivator. Furthermore, he did not have the mighty aura of a human cultivator. As such, she did not think too much about it. At that moment, Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit was shrouded by the power of the life-severing curse and did not look well. His body was frail and he looked like a weak scholar who had not recovered from a long illness. Right then, the ground far away quaked violently. Before long, the sound of horses neighing and beasts roaring could be heard outside. Demonic chi swirled and spirit energy surged into the air. Although Su Zimo could not use his spirit consciousness to check, he could tell with a single glance that it was a group of cultivators who had barged into this Baiming town riding on spirit beasts and demons. It's them again. Baiming Ao's expression changed as he grit his teeth. Baiming Shui had a calm expression, as though she was already used to this. Although he could not see what was going on outside due to the wall in the courtyard, Su Zimo's hearing was strong and he could hear the shouts coming from the town. Search carefully and don't miss out on any ancient treasures. A voice sounded in an arrogant manner. The Baiming aristocratic family was also a major family that was ranked alongside our 3 aristocratic families in the past. Their foundations are truly strong. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd outside. Su Zimo's heart stirred. To think that the Baiming clan would have such a powerful background. However, by the looks of it, it seemed like things had already deteriorated to such a state where no one resisted despite being bullied. A large group of spirit beasts and demons galloped through Baiming town fearlessly. It's Dongfang Xian. When Baiming Ao heard the commotion outside, a deep hatred flashed through his eyes. Unable to hold it in, he rushed out of the room and ran out of the courtyard. Little brother. Baiming Shui chased after him hurriedly and held him back, shaking her head. What's the difference between rushing up now and committing suicide? His sister was the one who destroyed your golden core. I can't take it lying down. Baiming Ao clenched his fists with reddened eyes. Baiming Shui replied, It's nothing much. This is a feud between me and Dongfang Ji. I'll settle it in the future. Right then, the group of cultivators arrived outside the courtyard. Boom! The high wall of the courtyard was smashed by a tremendous force, causing gravel to fly everywhere as it collapsed. Dozens of cultivators stood outside the billowing dust. Most of them were Foundation establishment cultivators, and there were even a few golden cores among them. All of them were riding on spirit beasts and looked down at Bai Ming-shui and her brother in the courtyard. Dong Feng Xian, what are you trying to do? Bai Ming-ao hollered with widened eyes. Although he was young, he already possessed an extraordinary aura. Dong Feng Xian was a young man in his 20s. He had already cultivated to the Golden Core realm and was riding on a menacing demon beast. The demon beast's eyes were bloodshot, its fur was luxuriant and its limbs were strong. Tall and mighty, it exuded a torrential malevolent aura. It was an ancient remnant beast, the Bane Spirit Hound. That ancient remnant beast was already a Golden Core spirit demon. When it heard Bai Ming-ao shout at Dong Feng Xian, it could not help but roar at Bai Ming-ao. Glaring at Bai Ming-ao with bloodshot eyes, it lowered its body and accumulated strength while drooling from the corners of its mouth. Notwithstanding the golden cores on the other end, the Bane Spirit Hound alone was enough to kill Bai Ming-shui and her brother with ease. Although Bai Ming-ao was fearful against the ancient remnant beast, he did not retreat at all and glared at the Bane Spirit Hound fixedly as well. Even Bai Ming-shui, who had her golden core crippled, stood shoulder to shoulder with Bai Ming-ao fearlessly. Fu-fu! Dong Feng Xian patted the Bane Spirit Hound beneath him and sneered, "Bastard, calm down. Calm down." Everyone could tell that the bastard that Dong Feng Xian was referring to was Bai Ming-ao. The cultivators behind Dong Feng Xian roared in laughter. "Isn't that Miss Bai Ming who fought with my sister for the treasure? TSK, TSK. To think that she's still alive after her golden core was destroyed by my sister. That's not easy." Dong Feng Xian shifted his gaze towards Bai Ming-shui and said in an odd manner. Bai Ming-shui had a calm expression and remained silent. "Dong Feng Xian, don't go overboard." Bai Ming-ao clenched his fists and shouted. "That's what I want to do. What can you do about it?" Dong Feng Xian pouted. "Young lad, you can't even defeat the spirit demon I'm riding on. Who do you think you are to go against me?" "Dong Feng Xian, just you wait. I'll definitely fight you after I advance to the Golden Core realm." Bai Ming-ao said word by word. "Oh my!" Dong Feng Xian burst into laughter. "You're declaring war on me? Ha ha ha!" Some cultivators of the Dong Feng aristocratic family roared in laughter as well. "How long should I wait?" Dong Feng Xian asked with a fake smile. 10, 20, or 100 years? 3 years. Bai Ming-ao said, "The aristocratic family competition is in 3 years. At that time, I'll naturally compete with you." Dong Feng Xian asked with a fake ignorance. "The aristocratic family competition is a matter between our 3 ancient aristocratic families. What has it got to do with the Bai Ming family?" "Oh!" Dong Feng Xian came to a realization. "I almost forgot that your Bai Ming family was ranked alongside our 3 aristocratic families in the ancient era. What a pity that your Bai Ming family only has a few hundred people left. Sigh, you won't even have a successor." "Dong Feng Xian, if you have nothing else, leave." Bai Ming-shui said indifferently, "How many times have you guys been to Bai Ming town over the years? Even if there are any treasures, they have long been taken away by your 3 aristocratic families." "Not necessarily," Dong Feng Xian said. "I heard that your Bai Ming aristocratic family guards a shocking secret of the ancient era. It might be a huge treasure or secret cultivation technique. Who knows what sort of supreme treasure it is?" Bai Ming-shui smiled self-deprecatingly. If there was truly such a treasure, would the Bai Ming aristocratic family have declined to such an extent? Dong Feng Xian waved his hand. "Search. Don't miss anything such as a secret key, beast hide, or treasure map. Take anything that looks old with you." The cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family swarmed in and searched the courtyard brazenly. Right in front of Su Zimo, things like stone stools, teapots, and bronze mirrors that couldn't be any more common were swept away by the cultivators into their storage bags. It was no wonder why the decorations in the courtyard and rooms seemed so simple. If cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families were to come and loot the place from time to time, there would indeed be nothing left. Su Zimo stood at the side and watched coldly. When the cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family saw that he was a mere mortal, none of them looked at him properly or bothered with him. After looting the courtyard wantonly and discovering nothing, the cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family left under Dongfang Xian's lead. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. Not far away in the courtyard, on the long street of Baiming Town, an extraordinarily handsome man with a golden core cultivation stood looking over. Brother Nangong. Baiming Ao was delighted when he saw that figure and exclaimed. He wanted to charge forward, but Baiming Shui grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Baiming Ao was puzzled but still asked, Brother Nangong, where have you been for the past year? Why haven't you visited my sister? Do you know? My sister saw a spirit weapon first and paid for it with spirit stones. However, Dongfang Ji caught sight of it and insisted on snatching it away. Because my sister refused to give it to her, she broke my sister's golden core. From the looks of it, this perfected being Nangong should be someone from the Nangong aristocratic family and had a close relationship with Baiming Shui. Baiming Ao seemed to trust him a lot. However, he was too young and there were many things he could not understand. Su Zimo realized that something was amiss with just those few words. The fact that perfected being Nangong had not visited Baiming Shui for an entire year after her golden core was shattered was proof of trouble. Furthermore, the way Baiming Shui looked at perfected being Nangong was clearly a little cold. Perfected being Nangong walked over slowly. When he heard Baiming Ao's words, he nodded with an indifferent expression. I heard. Little Shui, Dongfang Ji is a direct descendant of the Dongfang aristocratic family. Why are you fighting with her? Perfected being Nangong looked at Baiming Shui and said slowly. Baiming Shui smirked with a mocking expression. She was smart and had expected this. However, Baiming Ao's eyes were widened in disbelief. Brother Nangong, what are you talking about? Dongfang Ji was the unreasonable one who snatched my sister's belongings. If she wants it, just give it to her. Perfected being Nangong said indifferently. Baiming Ao was dumbfounded, as though he had just met this man for the first time. Baiming Shui said, That's right. She's a direct descendant of the Dongfang aristocratic family and has a noble status. If she wants it, I'll give it to her. Why argue with her? After a brief pause, she shook her head. However, I don't want to give it. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. It was a familiar sight. It was a familiar sentence. You don't want to give it to her? Perfected being Nangong laughed and shook his head. What's the outcome? Your golden core is crippled and you'll be a cripple from now on. What do you have to fight against Dongfang Ji? Nangong Yu. Baiming Ao shouted. What are you talking about? Don't you fancy my sister? What do you mean by that? Fufu. Nangong Yu smiled. Do you really think that I approached your sister because I fancied her? I merely wanted to obtain the secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family from you guys. In other words, given your sister's status, she will only be a concubine even if she marries into the Nangong family. Those words were even more hurtful than swords and spears. Baiming Shui shuddered, but she pursed her lips and steadied herself. You! Baiming Ao was enraged and charged forward with grit teeth, wanting to fight Nangong Yu to the death. Baiming Shui held him back tightly. That's the way? Nangong Yu laughed. Little Shui, although you're already a cripple, I can still give you a promise. Nangong Yu raised his head slightly and said proudly, As long as you tell me the secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family, I'll allow you to marry into the Nangong family as a concubine. At the very least, I'll be able to protect the two of you so that you don't have to endure too much humiliation. Furthermore, you will be able to obtain some cultivation resources and techniques or secret skills in my Nangong family. Scram! Baiming Shui mouthed coldly. Nangong Yu shook his head and chuckled. Baiming Shui, you have to consider this carefully. Your Baiming aristocratic family has already fallen to such a state and you're a cripple as well. I'm merely giving you two a chance because I pity you. Don't regret it. Nangong Yu. Baiming Ao could not help but curse angrily. You're merely a collateral descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family. What are you getting cocky for? The three aristocratic families were powerful and had many bloodlines. They had hundreds of millions of descendants. Among them, the direct descendants had the most noble bloodlines and the collateral lineages were way inferior. As a collateral descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Yu's status in the family was indeed not ranked. The only way he could fit in was if he was a rare monster incarnate or paragon. Nangong Yu was not enraged either. It's precisely because I'm from a collateral lineage that I want the secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family. Once I obtain the secret, I'll have naturally done a great deed and can integrate into the direct lineage. The two of you will be able to gain my protection as well. Nangong Yu spread his hands. This is the best of both worlds. Why not? Scram! Biming Xue spoke slowly and cleanly. It was as though she felt disgusted just by saying another word to Nangong Yu. Ugh! Nangong Yu shook his head and sighed. How stubborn. Let's see how long you two can last. He pointed to the dilapidated walls and a courtyard that was trampled into a derelict state. There will be many more days like this for you guys, Fufu. Nangong Yu's gaze shifted and landed on Su Zimo naturally. He frowned slightly. For some reason, the gaze of the green-robed cultivator caused his heart to flutter inexplicably. However, he quickly realized that the green-robed cultivator was merely immortal and turned to leave with a stifled chuckle. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not attack and merely watched coldly from the sidelines. The thought that he had suppressed initially resurfaced. Actually, when he sensed that rare determination of the martial Dao from Biming Xue earlier on, Su Zimo had already thought of taking her in as a disciple. However, he reconsidered because his identity was unique. He had offended many super sects and primordial races. If he appeared in the cultivation world, he would definitely be hunted down. It was difficult for him to protect himself. If he were to accept a disciple, he might bring upon a calamity for the latter. In reality, given Su Zimo's capabilities, he was long qualified to take in disciples. All these years, he had not done it because he was worried that he would attract trouble and implicate his disciples. But now, after everything that happened to Biming Xue, a mysterious feeling grew in him and he finally made up his mind to accept a disciple. Biming Xue was like him back in Pingyang town. He watched everything coldly from the sidelines, just like Dai Yu did in the past. It was a mysterious and indescribable feeling of fate. More importantly, Biming Xue cultivated the martial Dao and rescued him from the wild currents of the void. That was equivalent to saving his life. She picked him up the same way he picked Dai Yu up back then. From there on, he obtained an opportunity and stepped onto the path of cultivation. In fact, Biming Xue's experience was similar to his. Everything was a freak combination of karma and reincarnation, as though everything was predetermined. Now that Su Zimo was tainted by the life-severing curse and had no clue how to resolve it, he might as well stay in Biming Town for the time being. Sister, are you all right? Biming Ao asked with concern. Although Biming Xue did not reveal any sadness the entire time, Nangong Yu's words were truly hurtful. It's fine, Biming Xue smiled. Biming Ao was finally relieved when he saw his sister smile. Sister, don't worry. There's 3 more years. I'll definitely cultivate well. Dongfang Xian, Dongfang Ji and Nangong Yu. I won't let any of them off. Biming Ao clenched his fists and swore. Yes, little brother. I believe in you. Biming Xue nodded. Sister, I have to seize the time to head to the main hall of the clan and cultivate. There's a chance that I might not return much during this period of time. Can you survive all by yourself? Biming Ao asked. It's fine. Don't worry about me, Biming Xue said. Go and cultivate. You don't have to come back to visit me during this period of time either. This is Biming Town and nothing major will happen. It will just be people from the 3 aristocratic families coming and going. Biming Ao nodded. Immediately, as though he recalled something, he looked at Su Zimo who was not far away and frowned, hollering, Hey you, aren't you leaving yet? Biming Xue's heart softened when she saw that Su Zimo looked frail, and his face was gaunt and yellow. Little brother, go on and cultivate. I'll take care of Mr. Su's matter. Biming Ao nodded hesitantly. That works too. If anything happens, sister, call for me at the clan's grand hall. Yes. Biming Xue nodded. Biming Ao glared at Su Zimo fiercely one last time before turning to leave and disappeared before long. Biming Shui watched him leave before turning around slowly. She gazed at the huge mess in the courtyard in silence, and her eyes gradually reddened. Finally, she squatted down slowly and hugged herself with both arms before bursting into tears. This young girl did not show any fear when she was bullied by the Dongfang aristocratic family. She did not cry despite being mocked and wronged by Nangongyu. However, after the Dongfang aristocratic family, Nangongyu and her young brother left, she still bawled to release her pent-up emotions and grievances. She was only 15 years old after all and had endured too much. Su Zimo merely stood at the side without heading up to console her. However, a look of admiration flashed through his eyes. A long time later, the sobbing gradually stopped. Biming Shui reached out and wiped away the tears on her face. She stood up and couldn't help but blush when she saw Su Zimo looking at her. "I'm sorry. I've caused you to witness a joke," she said earlier on. She was upset and could not help but forget that Su Zimo was still around. Su Zimo smiled gently. "It's fine. Where are you headed, Mr. Su? If it's nearby, can I escort you back?" Biming Shui asked. Su Zimo shook his head. "If it's convenient, I intend to stay here for a period of time. I wonder if you—" "I'm all right with it," Biming Shui said. "There are some empty rooms here. However, something like this might happen again in the future. I'm afraid it might disturb you." "It's nothing much." Su Zimo waved it off. "I don't care." Biming Shui frowned slightly. Although Mr. Su was immortal, he knew quite a few things about the cultivation world. Furthermore, he showed no fear towards everything that happened today. If it was any other ordinary mortal, notwithstanding everything else, they would be scared out of their wits at the sight of those menacing spirit beasts and demons. However, Mr. Su seemed like he was fine. Yet, he did not seem like he was a cultivator either. What a strange person. Biming Shui was puzzled but did not think too much about it. For some reason, she had an inexplicable sense of trust in this green-robed man, as though she believed that he would definitely not hurt her. What are they talking about when they referred to the Biming aristocratic family? Su Zimo asked. Biming Shui thought for a moment and did not hide anything. In the ancient era, there were initially 4 aristocratic families in the south region: Dongfang, Nangong, Shimin, and Biming. However, later on, the Biming aristocratic family gradually declined and did not rise again. In the ancient era, the Biming aristocratic family was comparable to the 3 great aristocratic families and had 100 million clansmen. Unfortunately, this small town is the only thing left now. Biming Shui laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Even so, the 3 aristocratic families refused to let Biming town off and came by from time to loot it. They are looking for the secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family? Su Zimo asked in a testing manner. Yes, Biming Shui replied. It's said that our family has protected a shocking secret for generations. However, I don't know about it, nor has anyone told us. It's the same for the other clansmen. All these years, the 3 aristocratic families have snatched away the treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret skills of the Biming aristocratic family. Even Biming town has been dug up, but no secret has been discovered. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the reason why the 3 aristocratic families left our Biming clansmen alive was because they had hopes of discovering that so-called secret from us. Fufu. If there was truly a shocking secret, it would have been discovered a long time ago. Why would it be hidden for so long? Su Zimo nodded. However, that rumor was not entirely bad for the Biming aristocratic family. If not for that rumor, the Biming aristocratic family would have been destroyed long ago without a single clansman remaining. Mr. Su, you've just woken up and you don't seem well. Go and rest first. I'll clean up here. Biming Shui pointed to the courtyard. Su Zimo nodded and did not decline. He had just woken up and intended to check on the status of his body. Back in his room, Su Zimo checked his consciousness and frowned. More than half the power of the life-severing curse was destroyed by the green lotus sword. However, the curse was extremely vicious and still shrouded the black-haired essence spirit. preventing him from using his spirit consciousness. There was no need to even think about comprehending heaven and earth or cultivating cultivation techniques to advance his cultivation. This meant that if he could not remove the power of the curse, Su Zimo's cultivation would remain at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm forever. What was worse was that he could not use his dharmic powers or any essence spirit secret skills. It was difficult to remove the power of the curse with the power of the black-haired essence spirit. He had to make use of external forces. Su Zimo gazed at the creation lotus platform beneath the black-haired essence spirit thoughtfully. At that moment, due to the existence of the life-severing curse, the creation lotus platform was completely isolated from the black-haired essence spirit, and even the glow that shot out from the lotus holes could not penetrate the power of the life-severing curse. If the creation lotus platform could recover to its original state and become a true creation green lotus, the power of the green lotus would definitely be able to purge the life-severing curse. However, how difficult would it be to resurrect the creation green lotus? It was probably many times more difficult than purging the power of the life-severing curse itself. The only possibility was if he had the primordial divine spring. But now, Dragonbone Valley was the only place that had a primordial divine spring Su Zimo knew of. However, the green lotus true body could not enter it at all. A year had passed since the battle in Heaven and Earth Valley. The dragon race must have heard the news long ago. He wondered what the dragon race would think if they knew that the dragon true body was a clone of Su Zimo. The red-headed ghost and some elders of the dragon race treated the dragon true body well. Now that his dragon true body was exiled into the void and had disappeared, Su Zimo felt guilty towards the dragon race and the red-headed ghost. At the thought of the red-headed ghost, another doubt flashed through Su Zimo's mind. After Patriarch Yuanbei passed away, the red-headed ghost did not return to Dragonbone Valley, and nobody knew where he went. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Su Zimo closed his eyes and tried to connect to heaven and earth to remove the power of the life-severing curse. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. He still could not do it. The curse released by the self-destruction of a mighty figure of the witch race was indeed terrifying. It was already extremely fortunate that he was able to survive. If not for the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, even if his dragon true body cultivated a powerful essence spirit and terrifying killing techniques such as the reverse scale, it would be difficult for him to defend against the life-severing curse. Huff! Huff! Right then, the sound of punches in the air could be heard from the courtyard. Su Zimo walked out of the room and caught sight of a young girl practicing 9 different motions under the bright moonlight. She was agile and graceful. After a long practice, the girl's face was filled with sweat and she had a serious expression, not realizing that Su Zimo was beside her. Su Zimo gazed at the round moon above his head in a daze, as though he had returned to that night many years ago. Under the same moonlight beneath a tree where peach blossoms scattered, a woman granted him an opportunity and brought him onto the path of cultivation. Mr. Su. Right then, a voice sounded from the courtyard. Bai Mingshui saw Su Zimo and stopped, panting slightly. Su Zimo nodded. This is the martial Dao, right? Yes. Bai Mingshui said. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Dao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Even without a spirit root, one can cultivate the martial Dao. Have you tested before to see if you possess a spirit root, mister? I've tested and I don't have one. He shook his head. That's fine too. Bai Mingshui smiled. If you wish to cultivate, why don't you give it a try and cultivate the martial Dao? I've been cultivating for around a year and I feel that my strength has grown. I've learned something from it. When she saw that Su Zimo was indifferent and did not seem interested, she thought for a moment and said, even if you don't wish to enter the cultivation world, it's good for you to cultivate martial arts and strengthen your body. Actually, I know a little about the martial Dao as well. Su Zimo smiled gently. Huh? You know it too, mister? Bai Mingshui asked in surprise. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. There's something wrong with your technique. Bai Mingshui frowned and looked at Su Zimo skeptically. This is a Dao move imparted by Desolate Martial. I've long memorized it. How can there be a mistake? Su Zimo did not say much and performed the 9 actions of the first transformation right in front of Bai Ming-shui. What's the difference? Bai Ming-shui was still confused. Their actions were almost identical. There were only slight differences. You have to understand that among the 9 transformations of the martial Tao, there are only 9 actions per transformation. These 9 actions were tempered after countless years of deduction, and there's no room for mistakes. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "On the surface, it might seem like there's a slight difference. However, any deviation leads to a world of difference." Bai Ming-shui was still skeptical. After all, she was once a cultivator and had even cultivated to the golden core realm. If it was anyone else, they would be skeptical as well to receive guidance from a mortal without any cultivation. In her opinion, how could a mortal who was not Tao Lord Desolate Martial understand his thoughts? Bai Ming-shui said, "Mr. Su, I don't seem to have any problems cultivating. In the past year, my strength has increased. Although I'm not at the strength of 9 bulls yet, I do have the strength of 5 bulls." Su Zimo said indifferently, "Given your cultivation speed, which transformation of the martial Tao will you reach in 3 years' time? The 3rd or the 4th? In the aristocratic family competition, you will still be bullied by people like Dongfang Ji, let alone take revenge." Bai Ming-shui was silent. She knew that Su Zimo was not wrong. Given her cultivation speed, she would require at least 10 years to cultivate to the blood qi golden core. Su Zimo continued, "Furthermore, if you continue cultivating like this, you might be able to condense a blood qi golden core in the future. However, your accomplishments will be limited as well. You can forget about reaching the later stages of astral infusion, indestructible diamond, or even dragon elephant force." Given Bai Ming-shui's talent, she could cultivate to the 6th transformation of the martial Tao, the blood qi golden core, even if she were to cultivate on her own. That way, she would have a chance to condense an essence spirit and advance to the nascent soul realm. However, Su Zimo knew very well that the 6th transformation of the martial Tao was not the endpoint. The final 3 transformations of the martial Tao were the true essence of the martial sutra. That was a heaven-defying technique that could transform one's body and suppress their peers. Now that Bai Ming-shui's foundation was problematic, her future accomplishments would definitely be limited. Bai Ming-shui could not help but be swayed by Su Zimo's irrefutable logic. After hesitating for a moment, she followed his earlier actions and practiced the first move. Su Zimo shook his head gently and extended his leg, kicking Bai Ming-shui more than 10 times in succession all over body. Although Bai Ming-shui clearly saw Su Zimo kicking over, for some reason, she could not dodge at all. In a flash, she felt a sharp pain on her body. Instinctively, she changed her actions. The moment that action froze, her body surged with a hot sensation as though her body was burning and essence energy was fusing into her flesh. Instantly, she broke out in sweat. How could this be? Bai Ming-shui was shocked. That single action was much more effective than her repeated demonstration of the 9 actions. Could it be, as Mr. Su said, that a single deviation in the 9 transformations of the martial Tao made a world of a difference? If every single action of hers could produce such a shocking effect, she might be able to break through to the 2nd transformation of the martial Tao, 5 Qi essence, after cultivating for a month or 2. Perhaps 3 years later, she might truly be able to cultivate a blood qi golden core and re-enter the core formation realm. A cold glint flashed through Bai Ming-shui's eyes when she thought about the expressions of Dongfang Xian, Dongfang Ji, Nangong Yu, and the others. She was already exuding a murderous aura at such a young age. Su Zimo nodded to himself. "Do you remember the action earlier on?" "Yes." Bai Ming-shui nodded and repeated the move in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo extended his leg once more and kicked 3 times in succession. They landed on Bai Ming-shui like lightning, and she could not react at all. She felt a sharp pain on her body and took a deep breath. However, she clenched her teeth and remained silent. She knew that Su Zimo was helping her to correct her actions. Bai Ming-shui made dozens of mistakes during her first attempt. Su Zimo merely demonstrated once, and Bai Ming-shui only had 3 mistakes left. It was rare for someone to have such a memory and talent. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm, and he did not offer any encouragement. Baiming Shui had to experience unimaginable difficulties and obstacles if she wanted to cultivate the martial Tao. This was only the first step. After Baiming Shui familiarized herself with the first move, Su Zimo demonstrated the second move. Baiming Shui continued practicing. After a night, Su Zimo had already imparted all 9 moves of the first transformation to Baiming Shui. The 9 transformations of the martial Tao had already spread through the world. However, the results produced were different depending on whether or not one had guidance. Furthermore, the person who explained and imparted the Tao was the person who created the martial Tao. Given Su Zimo's cultivation and insight, it was more than enough for him to teach even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, let alone Baiming Shui. If Su Zimo were to establish a sect, it would definitely not be weaker than the 108 upper sects of Tianhuang mainland. After imparting the first transformation of the martial Tao to Baiming Shui, Su Zimo no longer appeared and spent his time in seclusion, thinking of ways to dispel the life-severing curse. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. This day, Baiming Shui knocked and asked softly, "Mr. Su?" Su Zimo pushed the door open and looked at Baiming Shui. Nodding slightly, he said, "Not bad. You've already cultivated the first transformation to the perfected stage." Baiming Shui smiled as well. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Su." She knew very well that if not for Su Zimo, she might not have been able to cultivate the first transformation of the martial Tao to the perfected stage in a year, let alone a month. "I'll demonstrate the second transformation of the martial Tao to you. Take a good look." Arriving in the courtyard, Su Zimo demonstrated the 9 actions of the second transformation of the martial Tao, 5 Qi essence. Baiming Shui watched intently, not willing to miss a single detail. The foundation of the martial Tao is to constantly unlock one's potential. A person's body is a huge treasure with unlimited potential. The 5 organs of the human body can be called the 5 great divine treasures. By refining the 5 organs, one can obtain the divine qi of the 5 treasures and clear the 7 orifices. They can possess the power of universal sight and hearing. Their strength will increase exponentially and their stamina will be lasting. Their physiques will be so shocking that even 5 horses won't be able to tear them apart. Su Zimo imparted the essence and profoundness of the second transformation of the martial Tao to Baiming Shui without holding back. Anything she did not understand, Su Zimo would enlighten her by offering perfect pointers in simple terms. Baiming Shui could clearly sense that her body was undergoing significant changes daily. It was a complete transformation. 2 months later, she was at perfected 5 Qi essence. Her vision, hearing, smell, and senses had even surpassed when she was at the Golden Core realm previously. The situation was way too terrifying. This was the second transformation of the martial Tao. Another 3 months passed. Third transformation of the martial Tao, perfected bronze skin, steel bones. At this point of her cultivation, Baiming Shui's body was even stronger than when she was at Golden Core realm. She was invulnerable against weapons, water, and fire. After 4 months, the 4th transformation of the martial Tao was perfected. After the 3rd and 4th transformations, Baiming Shui's body was now fused with toughness and gentleness. She was agile and her strength was comparable to pure-blooded ferocious beasts of the same level. The 9 transformations of the martial Tao had almost pushed Baiming Shui's body potential to its limits. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had spent a year in Baiming Town. For the past year, he spent most of his time resting in his room, attempting to connect to heaven and earth and remove the life-severing curse. However, there was no progress. Baiming Shui's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a year, she had already cultivated to the 5th transformation of the martial Tao, marrow cleansing. She was only a step away from the 6th transformation, the blood qi golden core. "Mr. Su, I've already cultivated to the 5th transformation of the martial Tao and I'm at the lead mercury amalgam blood realm. Can I attempt to condense a blood qi golden core now?" Baiming Shui was delighted. She had changed way too much in the past year. Others might not be able to sense it, but she knew that she had undergone a complete transformation in just a year. Although she had yet to condense her blood-chi golden core, Bai Ming-Xue believed that she would be able to secure victory against some golden cores, given her current combat strength. Lead Mercury Amalgam Blood? You are not there yet. Su Zimo shook his head. For anyone else, it's fine for them to cultivate to the lead Mercury Amalgam Blood level. However, not for you. You have to cultivate further. The lead Mercury Amalgam Blood level is only the greater mastery of marrow cleansing. The symbol of perfection is Tsunami Blood. Since Su Zimo intended to take Bai Ming-Xue in as a disciple, he naturally wanted to help her establish a perfect foundation. There must be no sloppiness. Tsunami Blood. Bai Ming-Xue was shocked. She was a golden core in the past and knew what Tsunami Blood was. But was that possible? Even in the entire cultivation world, not many people could cultivate to the Tsunami Blood realm, let alone the 3 aristocratic families. Tsunami Blood is the limit of bloodline power. Can I do it? Bai Ming-Xue had doubts as well. No. Su Zimo shook his head. Tsunami Blood isn't the limit of a bloodline. Tsunami Blood isn't the limit yet? Bai Ming-Xue was shocked. Suddenly, a shout sounded from outside. Sister, sister. I'm back. A slightly excited voice sounded. Immediately after, a muscular young man barged into the courtyard with immense spirit energy surging around him. When he caught sight of Bai Ming-Xue, he ran over excitedly. Sister, I've already formed a core and I'm a golden core now. Bai Ming-Ao was only 13 years old. To be able to cultivate to the golden core realm at his age, his talent was indeed shocking. However, to Su Zimo, it might not be a good thing for Bai Ming-Ao to advance to the golden core realm too early. Core formation was not to be underestimated, and it did not mean that one would be better the sooner they entered it. That was because there was a high chance that a golden core phenomenon could be created upon forming a core. The more one accumulated before forming a core, the greater the possibility of creating a golden core phenomenon and the stronger the power of the phenomenon. That's great. Bai Ming-Xue patted Bai Ming-Ao on the shoulder gently. You're already at the golden core realm so quickly. You're even stronger than me back then. Hee. That's not all. Bai Ming-Ao said mysteriously. Sister, move aside. I'll let you take a look. Bai Ming-Xue retreated a few steps in confusion. Bai Ming-Ao straightened his face and channeled his spirit energy. Instantly, a boundless ocean appeared behind him with an extremely cold aura. The temperature in the courtyard dipped. Golden core phenomenon, Bai Ming-Xue exclaimed. Bai Ming-Ao nodded and said proudly, Sister, I've cultivated this legacy phenomenon of our Bai Ming family, Bai Ming Ocean. I'll definitely shock everyone in this aristocratic family competition and take revenge for you. Sister, little brother, you must not be careless. Bai Ming-Xue said hurriedly, Dongfang Xian and Dongfang Ji have both cultivated golden core phenomenons. Furthermore, they are 2 or 3 minor realms above you. You must not underestimate them. Sister, don't worry. My cultivation will definitely rise further in the next 2 years. Humph, wait and see. Bai Ming-Ao harumphed coldly. Thereafter, he seemed to have noticed something and sized up Bai Ming-Xue before saying in confusion. Sister, you seem to have changed quite a bit as well. Cultivating the martial Tao, one had no spirit energy and their cultivation realm could not be seen. In Bai Ming-Ao's eyes, Bai Ming-Xue was still a mortal without spirit chi. However, the aura that she exuded inadvertently gave him a sense of pressure even as a golden core. I've also benefited immensely from cultivating the martial Tao in the past year. The siblings were focused on their cultivation and it had been a year since they last met. Bai Ming-Xue did not hide anything and shared her joy with her brother. Sister, are you still cultivating the martial Tao? Bai Ming-Ao frowned slightly. In my opinion, that martial Tao is a complete scam. Sister, there's no need for you to waste time on it. Nonsense. Bai Ming-Xue was a little displeased. In the past year, I've already cultivated to the 5th transformation of the martial Tao marrow cleansing. Bai Ming-Ao pouted his lips in disdain. Sister, I don't think there's any way out of cultivating the martial Tao. Think about it. Even if you can condense a blood-chi golden core, you won't be able to create a golden core phenomenon. Your accomplishments will be limited. As for the 7th transformation, astral infusion, the 8th transformation, indestructible diamond, and even the dragon elephant force of the 9th transformation, I reckon that it must be a product of that fiend Desolate Marshal's imagination. There's no way he could have cultivated it successfully. There were some things that Biming Ao said that were not wrong. Indeed, golden core phenomenons would not be born from cultivating the martial Tao. That was because golden core phenomenons were the epitome of spirit arts. The moment one formed a core and their spirit energy intersected with heaven and earth, golden core phenomenons would be formed. Cultivating the martial Tao required no spirit chi, and there was naturally no golden core phenomenon. Biming Shui went silent and did not argue with Biming Ao. Why are you still here? Biming Ao swept his gaze and could not help but frown when he caught sight of Su Zimo, who was not far away. With a stern expression, he walked slowly before Su Zimo and exuded the might of a golden core to exert pressure gradually. Just who are you? What are your motives for coming to Biming Town? Su Zimo merely lowered his head slightly and looked at the young man with interest. Although he could not use his spirit consciousness, his green lotus true body was still present, and the might of the golden core released by the young man was a complete joke to him. Little brother, don't be rude. Biming Shui walked over quickly and stood in front of Biming Ao. Go back to the main hall of the clan and cultivate. Don't bother about anything here. Although Biming Ao was young and impetuous, he was extremely obedient towards Biming Shui and never dared to go against her wishes. Consider yourself lucky, Biming Ao said. If I find out that you harbor evil intentions towards the Biming aristocratic family, I'll punish you severely even if my sister protects you. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left proudly. Mr. Su, my little brother is still young and is a child. Biming Shui bowed to Su Zimo. Let me apologize to you on his behalf. Su Zimo smiled and would naturally not stoop to Biming Ao's level. He was meticulous. When he saw Biming Shui frowning slightly, as though she had something on her mind, he asked, Why? Are you feeling disappointed that you can't cultivate a golden core phenomenon with the martial Tao? Biming Shui was silent for a moment before nodding. In her opinion, it did not matter even if she could condense a blood-chi golden core. She would still lose against cultivators with golden core phenomenons such as Dongfangji. Golden core phenomenons are merely the epitome of spirit arts and are not invincible. Su Zimo replied indifferently. As long as you are strong enough, you can dispel it with ease. As the saying goes, one-sided strength is everything. If you can cultivate to the point of astral infusion and indestructible diamond, you will be able to suppress most golden core phenomenons with your body alone. If you're able to cultivate to dragon elephant force, you will be the #1 perfected being. Su Zimo was the only one who dared to say something like that. He was also the only one who was qualified. Biming Shui's eyes gradually lit up. Su Zimo continued, Furthermore, it's true that there's no golden core phenomenon in the martial Tao. However, there's a bloodline phenomenon in the martial Tao. The peak of the bloodline is the bloodline phenomenon. Bloodline phenomenon. Biming Shui murmured softly. Before long, she took a deep breath and said excitedly, I got it, Mr. Su. Thank you for your guidance. Su Zimo nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed, as though he sensed something. Mr. Su. Sensing Su Zimo's abnormality, Biming Shui probed. It's nothing much. Go and cultivate. Su Zimo waved it off and sent Biming Shui away with a look of joy in his eyes. Earlier on, he had actually sensed the existence of his dragon true body once more. The dragon true body woke up slowly and felt a wooden bed beneath him. He opened his eyes and looked at the roof. This was not a wild current of the void. There would definitely not be any wooden roofs or beds in the void currents. The dragon true body did not speak, nor was he in a hurry to get up. First, he sensed the condition of his body. The bloodline of the dragon true body was indeed powerful, and its regeneration capabilities were shocking. Although he was severely injured in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, he was still fine and his body recovered without any injuries. The green lotus true body was even troubled by the life-severing curse. However, there was no such issue for the dragon true body. Back in Heaven and Earth Valley, the spirit turtle in his consciousness had already suppressed the power of the life-severing curse completely. The dragon true body's ears twitched before he sniffed again. He could vaguely hear the sound of a tsunami crashing on the reef. Furthermore, he could smell the stench of seawater beneath his nose. Where am I? Could I have been teleported to the seaside? The dragon true body sat up slowly from the bed. Just as he was about to leave and check out where he was, his gaze shifted and he could not help but feel shocked. There was someone sitting in the room. However, he did not realize it at all. It was a young woman with watery eyes and black hair that fell like a waterfall. She wore a red robe and sat in the room motionlessly, looking at the dragon true body. Su Zimo was dazed and almost mistook her for Dai Yu. But soon, he realized that although this woman was beautiful, her aura was way too different from Dai Yu's. Dai Yu exuded a powerful, confident and arrogant aura. It was as if she looked down on the world and was insufferably arrogant. No one could compare with her. However, Su Zimo was still shocked when his spirit consciousness swept past the young woman. Conjoint body realm. This young woman was actually a conjoint body mighty figure. If a conjoint body mighty figure were to harm him while he was unconscious, he would be a corpse right now. However, Su Zimo was certain that he had never seen this woman before. He could not sense any hostility in her eyes. On the contrary, the young woman looked at him strangely. She seemed to be scrutinizing him in a curious and unusual manner. "You're awake," the young woman said slowly. "Who are you? Where am I?" Su Zimo asked in a deep voice without letting his guard down. A year had passed since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. Everyone knew that he had offended the major sects and factions of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects and was enemies with the primordial six races. No matter where he was, it was not safe. After all, no sect or faction in Tianhuang mainland would dare to take him in at the risk of becoming enemies with super sects or even the primordial races. "You don't have to worry about any danger. Nobody can hurt you here," the young woman said indifferently. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Pausing for a moment, she said slowly, "This is Divine Phoenix Island." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Divine Phoenix Island. Earlier on, he thought of many possibilities. However, he had not expected that he would have left Tianhuang mainland and arrived at Divine Phoenix Island, which was millions of miles away above the South Sea. Divine Phoenix Island, one of the super factions and two islands. The other island was Penglai Island, located on the East Sea. Even with the major transference talisman, it was difficult for Su Zimo to cross such a long distance from Tianhuang mainland to reach Divine Phoenix Island. The ancient teleportation formation was the only possibility. Of course, the reason why Su Zimo was so shocked was not only because he was teleported to Divine Phoenix Island. More than that, it was because he had a deep relationship with Divine Phoenix Island the moment he started cultivating. His right hand was the Divine Phoenix bone. In the cultivation world, it was said that an undying Divine Phoenix fell onto Divine Phoenix Island, giving rise to the Divine Phoenix bone. Therefore, in the elementary ancient battlefield, many cultivators once thought that he was the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. Additionally, Divine Phoenix Island was established by the Saber Emperor. Legend has it that in the ancient era, the Saber Emperor escaped from Tianhuang mainland and headed to the South Sea. That was the reason why the Sword Dao reigned supreme across Tianhuang mainland right now. Before the Saber Emperor left, he left behind his inheritance in Tianhuang mainland, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea in the ancient battlefield. At the same time, Su Zimo obtained the Sea Calming Manual. Later on, Yan Beichen imparted the title manual to him as well. This meant that he had obtained the complete inheritance of the Saber Emperor. To think that he would step foot onto this land one day. "How do I address you, fellow Taoist?" the young woman asked. Su Zimo's heart stirred. The fact that the young lady did not know him meant that the news of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley had not spread to Divine Phoenix Island yet. After all, Divine Phoenix Island was far away in the South Sea and was millions of miles away from Tianhuang mainland. It was only logical that they were ignorant about everything in the world. At the same time, Su Zimo felt something odd when the young woman addressed him as such. She was a conjoint body mighty figure, but he was only a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Under normal circumstances, the term fellow Taoist should be referring to someone of the same cultivation realm or seniority. The attitude of the woman towards him was a little strange. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. "I'm Long Mo." Right after, he asked, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" "I'm Mo Ing, the saber attendant of Divine Phoenix Island." The woman replied, "The saber attendant?" Su Zimo was stunned. Mo Ing explained, "In every generation, Divine Phoenix Island will have a saber attendant that will cultivate and guard by the side of the Dragon Soul Saber. The saber attendant will serve the wielder of the Dragon Soul Saber as their master." Dragon Soul Saber? Su Zimo was even more puzzled. Mo Ing explained patiently, "The Dragon Soul Saber was created by the Saber Emperor personally killing an ancestral dragon in the ancient era and retrieving his dragon bones. The metal was cooled using the coldness of the deep sea and fused with the soul of the ancestral dragon. This Dragon Soul Saber is a connate dermic treasure, and is the utmost treasure left behind for Divine Phoenix Island by the Saber Emperor. An ancestral dragon was killed with his bones and soul extracted to forge into a saber." Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Such methods were truly terrifying. As expected of the Saber Emperor. He thought for a moment and asked again, "In that case, it must be difficult to wield the Dragon Soul Saber." Mo Ing nodded. "Only those with the Divine Phoenix Bone can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber." Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. Mo Ing said, "It's no secret that you have the Divine Phoenix Bone with you. If not for the existence of the Divine Phoenix Bone, the experts of the island would not have been able to sense your existence, let alone save you forcefully from the void currents." Su Zimo was enlightened. It was not an accident that he was teleported to Divine Phoenix Island. It was because of the existence of the Divine Phoenix Bone that the experts of Divine Phoenix Island noticed something unusual and rescued him from the wild currents in the void. "You mean to say that I might be able to wield the Dragon Soul Saber?" Su Zimo asked again. "That's a possibility," Mo Ing said. "However, your cultivation realm is too low and you're only at the Dharma characteristic realm. It'll probably be difficult for you to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber. This connate dermic weapon has the soul of an ancestral dragon and is extremely violent. Ordinary cultivators won't even be able to approach it." After a brief pause, she changed the topic and continued, "However, you're the successor of that senior. If you advance to the conjoint body realm, you still have a chance of wielding the Dragon Soul Saber." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he could tell that she was implying something deeper. "That senior?" He glared at Mo Ing and asked slowly, "Who are you referring to?" "I don't know." Mo Ing shook her head with a hint of respect in her eyes as she recalled, "All I know is that she's a woman in a blood-colored robe." Upon hearing that, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. You had been to Divine Phoenix Island. Back when he was severely injured, you left for a period of time. Now, her traces during that period of time had gradually become clearer. She had been to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to suppress the blood face and snatch the Soraka flower. She came to the Divine Phoenix Island as well and might have suppressed others to snatch the Divine Phoenix Bone. Those two utmost treasures were the two gifts given to Su Zimo by Yu. They played an important role in his cultivation path. I've never seen a woman as strong and arrogant as her. Unparalleled. Even though all the experts of Divine Phoenix Island were alerted, nobody could stop her. Mo Ying's voice became increasingly agitated. In fact, Su Zimo caught sight of an inexplicable fervor and fanatic admiration in her eyes. With just a few words from Mo Ying, the image of a bloodied ruler overlooking the world and sweeping through Divine Phoenix Island with overwhelming dominance flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo was silent. Although Yu had only appeared briefly at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the red-headed ghost was still wary and fearful at the mention of her. Mo Ying lowered her head slightly with a slightly blushed face. She tugged at her red robes and said, "Ever since that day, I've also grown to like wearing red robes. However, I'm far inferior compared to that senior. Su Zimo was stunned. Moing did not even know who Dai was, or even her name, and yet she was completely charmed. From the looks of it, she would not hesitate even if Dai wanted her to die. However, Su Zimo was still puzzled. Logically speaking, when Dai arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and snatched away the Divine Phoenix bone, she even fought with the island's experts. The people of Divine Phoenix Island should hate him to the core. Although Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost similarly had an utmost treasure snatched away by Dai Yu, it was understandable why they didn't hold a grudge against Su Zimo. That was because Dai Yu arrived at the Dragon Burial Valley and discovered the existence of the Bloodface. It was equivalent to helping Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost to get rid of a huge calamity. However, what about Divine Phoenix Island? Could there be a Bloodface at Divine Phoenix Island as well? Su Zimo tried asking. After that blood-robed woman descended, did she discover any hidden troubles on this island and help to resolve them? No. Moing shook her head, somewhat confused as to why Su Zimo asked that. She said, when that senior arrived, she wanted to take away the Divine Phoenix bone right away. However, the experts on the island naturally would not permit it and both parties fought. In the end, the island's experts suffered a crushing defeat. Su Zimo was not surprised by this outcome. Moing continued. That senior said that the Divine Phoenix bone did not belong to Divine Phoenix Island, and that it was a belonging of her friend. Her friend. Su Zimo was a little confused. Moing said, actually, Divine Phoenix Island originally had a bone left behind by a Divine Phoenix. However, about 200 years ago, another undying Divine Phoenix fell from the island. 200 years ago? Su Zimo went deep into thought. He also found Dai Yu outside Pingyang town around that time. He related if the two matters were related. When the Divine Phoenix fell onto the island, it was already severely injured and on the brink of death. Therefore, it burned itself and underwent nirvana. Legend has it that the both genders of the Divine Phoenix race possessed the ability to undergo nirvana. Once they succeeded, they could revive and their combat strength would become even stronger. Of course, if the rebirth through nirvana failed, they would die and leave only one thing behind. The male Divine Phoenix would leave behind a drop of essence blood. The female Divine Phoenix would leave behind a bone, the Divine Phoenix bone. Moing continued, unfortunately, the Divine Phoenix's rebirth failed, and there was only a Divine Phoenix bone left in its ashes. That bone was the Divine Phoenix bone that the senior took away. Su Zimo exhaled deeply. At that point, many things were clear. If Dai Yu was right, the friend she was referring to should be the undying Divine Phoenix that died. If that was the case, the Divine Phoenix bone in Su Zimo's right hand should be the bone left behind by the Divine Phoenix's nirvana death. The reason why Divine Phoenix Island was not hostile towards him was partly because Dai Yu was powerful. At the same time, it was also because the Divine Phoenix bone did not belong to Divine Phoenix Island to begin with. Moing said, actually, Divine Phoenix Island has been waiting for you. The experts on the island know that the successor of that senior with the Divine Phoenix bone will definitely come here. Su Zimo thought for a moment. According to what you said, Divine Phoenix Island had another Divine Phoenix bone previously? Yes. Moing nodded. However, that Divine Phoenix bone already has an owner. Our island's mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Another conjoint body mighty figure. Furthermore, it was a conjoint body mighty figure with the Divine Phoenix bone. Moing said, however, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix has not been able to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber all these years. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The Dragon Soul Saber was indeed rather amazing if even a conjoint body mighty figure could not subdue it. Take a rest first, Moing said. When you're feeling better, I'll take you to meet the Island Master. He was the one who pulled you out from the void currents personally. Su Zimo nodded. I'm fine now. I can pay a personal visit to the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island to express my thanks personally. Right then, Su Zimo frowned and shifted his gaze towards the entrance of the room. For some reason, he could not hear any sounds. However, his spirit perception stirred. It was as though someone was approaching and right at the entrance. At that moment, Mo-ing was sitting opposite Su Zimo. She was even closer to the door, but she did not realize anything. What's wrong? When Mo-ing saw the change in Su Zimo's expression, she looked towards the entrance instinctively as well. Dong! 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 Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Mo-ing stood up and asked. It's me. A man's voice sounded gentle and magnetic. Mo-ing stood up and opened the door, bowing slightly to the intruder. Greetings, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. The other person from Divine Phoenix Island with the Divine Phoenix bone. Su Zimo's gaze landed on mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. The man looked to be in his 30s and wore a white shirt. He was scholarly and had a warm expression as he looked towards Su Zimo as well. Their gazes met in midair. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded slightly and smiled at Su Zimo in a friendly manner. Su Zimo stood up as well and cupped his fists towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. I'm Long Mo. Greetings, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Thank you for receiving me on your island. My island? No. Since you possess the Divine Phoenix bone, you're someone of Divine Phoenix Island as well. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled. There's no need to stand on courtesy upon reaching the island. You can just treat Divine Phoenix Island as your home. Su Zimo smiled as well. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, I have a presumptuous request. Brother Long Mo, can you take out your Divine Phoenix bone and let me take a look? Frowning slightly, Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before extending his right hand. The bone palm of my right hand is the Divine Phoenix bone. There was no need to hide that. The eyes of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix lit up as he marveled. That's incredible, he praised. To think that there's such a method in the world that can attach the Divine Phoenix bone to the tendons, bones, and bloodline of a human. This can truly be considered as a work of God. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix flipped his palm and held out a fiery red bone fragment. Brother Long Mo, please take a look. This is my Divine Phoenix bone. Although the Divine Phoenix bone was an item of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, it was not connected to his bloodline and could only be considered as an utmost treasure in his possession. He seemed excited and asked, I wonder where that senior is right now. Can I have the honor of paying her a visit? In the eyes of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo saw a look of reverence and anticipation. However, for some reason, a strange feeling rose in his heart. He shook his head. She left a long time ago. Left? She hasn't returned all these years. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked again. At the side, Mo-ing looked hopeful as well. Su Zimo shook his head. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was disappointed and said regrettably, I went out to explore and was not on the island that day, so I did not manage to meet that senior. I was in awe when I heard the descriptions from the cultivators on the island. To think that I would never get the chance to witness the grandeur of that senior again. What a pity. He swept his gaze across Su Zimo and changed the topic with a smile. If I'm not wrong, Brother Long Mo, you can't be considered as a human anymore, right? Normally, the bloodline of the dragon true body would be hidden and dormant, flowing slowly without revealing any demonic chi. However, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was indeed sharp and noticed something unusual. Su Zimo nodded and did not lie. Divine Phoenix Island was one of the 2 islands and was a superfaction of the cultivation world. It was ranked alongside the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries, and there were many experts on the island. This matter could not be hidden for sure. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled. Brother Long Mo, don't worry. Divine Phoenix Island isn't like the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects that can't tolerate fiend demons. Divine Phoenix Island accepts all the different races, and not all the cultivators on this island are humans either. There are also millions of demons, beasts, fishes, turtles, and sea monsters. All living beings are equal and we treat everyone equally. Oh! Su Zimo was shocked. Among the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects, there was only a single identity for demons to exist. They were reared by humans as mounts or spirit beasts. No sect would accept a demon as their successor. Killing demons was the mission and self-proclaimed purpose of many orthodox cultivators. That was also the reason why many sects and factions attacked Su Zimo brazenly in the name of slaying evil. In fact, many sects even disregarded their dignity and sent cultivators one or two major cultivation realms above Su Zimo to kill him at any cost. Su Zimo had not expected that there would be such a faction in the cultivation world that would accommodate the 10,000 races. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix slanted his body slightly and whispered to Su Zimo in a mysterious manner. To be honest, Brother Long Mo, although I was originally a human, half of the blood that flows through my body right now isn't from the human race either. Ha! Su Zimo exchanged glances and smiled. Their relationship seemed to have gotten closer. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was smooth and experienced. Although he was a conjoint body mighty figure, he did not put on any airs at all and had an ability to make people lower their guard and trust him. However, for some reason, the impression that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix gave Su Zimo was inferior to Mo Ing, who was silent at the side. It was as though Mo Ing was more down to earth. Of course, it was only logical for Su Zimo to be wary of anyone since he had just arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and was unfamiliar with the place. Brother Long Mo, how's your body recovering? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked again. Su Zimo smiled. I'm fine now. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix burst into laughter. That's perfect. Let me call the shots to take you around Divine Phoenix Island and show you the sights of the place as well as introduce you to the culture here. How about that, Brother Long Mo? Initially, Su Zimo wanted to pay a visit to the island master of Divine Phoenix Island. However, he could not reject the enthusiasm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and nodded in agreement. It was good to explore Divine Phoenix Island as well and to have a rough understanding of it. It wouldn't be too late to visit the island master of Divine Phoenix Island thereafter. Brother Long Mo, please. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix opened the door and made an inviting gesture. I wouldn't dare. Senior Heavenly Phoenix, please. Su Zimo gave way. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix no longer pushed back and left the room first. Without much effort, he floated and arrived in midair. Su Zimo and Mo Ing followed closely behind. After leaving the room, a damp and salty smell wafted over. It was the smell of seawater, and the roaring sounds in his ears were even clearer. Arriving in midair, Su Zimo looked over and could not help but reveal a look of shock. They hovered above a gigantic island that spanned 1,000 kilometers and was extremely huge. However, such a vast island seemed extremely tiny against the boundless and magnificent ocean surface. Su Zimo had seen the Spirit Sea before and comprehended the Tao within. He had also seen the 1,000-year Blood Sea and encountered fatal danger within. However, up till this point of his cultivation, this was the first time he had seen a truly massive ocean. It was much more majestic than any Spirit Sea or the 1,000-year Blood Sea. The waves rumbled loudly. The deep blue surface of the ocean rose with massive waves surging over. Beneath the surface of the ocean, countless sea monsters, fiend demons, and terrifying threats lurked. Everything aside, the might of the ocean was enough to shock one's heart. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he gazed at the ocean. He had a new understanding of the Tidal Manual and Sea Calming Manual. Mo Ing noticed this and nodded to herself. This was a state of enlightenment. If it lasted for a long time, it would provide unimaginable benefits to one's cultivation. Many cultivators underwent breakthroughs of minor or even major cultivation realms in their state of enlightenment. Brother Long Mo, look over there. Right then, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nudged Su Zimo gently and pointed into the distance with a smile. Those are the guards of Divine Phoenix Island. There are not only humans but also demons as well. With that nudge from mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo snapped out of his state of enlightenment. Mo Ing frowned in pity. She did not think that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did it intentionally. However, a state of enlightenment was rare. Now that Su Zimo was awake, she did not know when he would be able to enter the same state again. Su Zimo was expressionless. Actually, his enlightenment state earlier on was very shallow, and the things he comprehended were limited as well. Even without the disruption of the mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, it was impossible for him to break through from the Dharma characteristic realm and enter the conjoint body realm. Following the gaze of the mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo saw a group of cultivators riding on gigantic seabirds patrolling around Divine Phoenix Island. Every cultivator was at the nascent soul realm. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix led Su Zimo forward, as though he was completely oblivious to everything that happened earlier on, and continued to introduce the culture of Divine Phoenix Island. When the three of them passed by the Divine Phoenix Island guards, the latter all descended from the seabirds and bowed respectfully at the sight of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. One could sense that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had an extremely high status in Divine Phoenix Island. Right then, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a seemingly casual manner, "Mo-ing, there's nothing much. You can go on with your work first. It's enough for me to accompany Brother Long Mo." Mo-ing hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "It's fine. I'm the saber attendant of Divine Phoenix Island and I have nothing much to do. I'll just accompany the two of you." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, "Speaking of the saber attendant, have you heard of the Dragon Soul Saber, Brother Long Mo?" "I just heard about it as well," Su Zimo replied. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed to a circular building that towered into the clouds not far away. "That's the Dragon Soul Hall. The Dragon Soul Saber is suppressed inside. Brother Long Mo, you have the Divine Phoenix Bone and might be able to wield the Dragon Soul Saber. Since you're already here, why don't you give it a try?" Only 2 people on Divine Phoenix Island possessed the Divine Phoenix Bone. The Dragon Soul Saber could only be subdued with the Divine Phoenix Bone. In other words, from a certain perspective, Su Zimo was an opponent of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. But now, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not express any hostility. Instead, he took the initiative to invite in a magnanimous manner. "Should we pay a visit to the island master first?" Mo-ing frowned slightly. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled gently and said, "There's no conflict between the two. I can send someone to inform the island master that we'll meet in Dragon Soul Hall. Who knows, Brother Long Mo might truly be able to wield the Dragon Soul Saber at that time, and the island master can witness it personally. Lu Ji, inform the island master that I'm heading to the Dragon Soul Hall with Brother Long Mo. Please ask him to head over." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix waved his hand and directed a guard of Divine Phoenix Island not far away. "Understood." The Divine Phoenix Island guard left without hesitation. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Long Mo is only at the Dharma characteristic realm, and it'll be difficult for him to wield the Dragon Soul Saber, even if he possesses the Divine Phoenix Bone. Mo-ing said, "I suggest that it won't be too late to try after he enters the conjoint body realm. It doesn't matter to give it a try. What if he succeeds?" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix rejected Mo-ing's suggestion indifferently. But Mo-ing wanted to argue again. After all, the Dragon Soul Saber was extremely terrifying and berserk. If he could not withstand it, he would face immense danger and might even be severely injured. "Let's go along with Senior Heavenly Phoenix's wishes. I'm keen on taking a look as well," Su Zimo agreed with a fake smile. Mo-ing sighed internally with a hint of worry. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix burst into laughter. "Brother Long Mo is truly straightforward. Let's go." He led the way and transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards Dragon Soul Hall. Su Zimo and Mo-ing followed closely behind. Su Zimo gazed at the back of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix in deep thought. 2 guards stood guard at the entrance of Dragon Soul Hall. One of them was tall and the other was short. Both of them were at the Dharma characteristic realm. "Greetings, Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix." The 2 guards bowed respectfully. "Jingshang, Jingming, get up. There's no need for formalities." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded slightly. "Are you 2 brothers on duty today?" "Yes." The tall one on the left was Jingshang. "Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix, are you going to attempt to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber again? This is an important matter on the island." At that moment, many cultivators on the island gradually gathered when they saw mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and 2 other people arrive before the Dragon Soul Hall. "It's not me, it's Brother Long Mo," mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed at Su Zimo. Brother Long Mo has a divine phoenix bone as well. He's the one making an attempt this time round. Dao Lords Jing Ming and Jing Shang looked at Su Zimo with hostility and rejection. Fufu, you want to wield the Dragon Soul Saber at the Dharma characteristic realm? I don't know if you're ignorant or arrogant. Do you think that you can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber just because you have the divine phoenix bone? I can only say that you're way too naive. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, Jing Ming and Jing Shang, did not conceal their thoughts and mocked without restraint. Su Zimo smiled without replying. The two Dharma characteristic Dao Lords were not scheming and said whatever they thought. However, they were candid and did not pose much of a threat to Su Zimo. Both of you, shut up. Emoing frowned and hollered softly. Although they faced a conjoint body mighty figure, the two Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, Jing Ming and Jing Shang, did not show any fear. Jing Shang was a little indignant. He's an outsider and yet, he's trying to wield the Dragon Soul Saber the moment he steps foot onto Divine Phoenix Island? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to outshine senior brother Heavenly Phoenix? Don't be rude. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix berated the two of them as well. I was the one who invited Brother Long Mo here. There's no need for the two of you to say anything. He's not an outsider. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. By the time everyone looked over, the intruder had already arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Soul Hall. He wore blue robes sewn with raging tide currents and looked to be in his middle years, exuding the might of someone who had been in power for a long time. Greetings, Island Master. Mo-ing. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and the others bowed and responded in unison. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Su Zimo's expression turned serious as he bowed hurriedly as well. Greetings, Island Master. I am Long Mo. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded and swept his gaze past Jing Ming and Jing Shang before turning to the other cultivators who were approaching. Since Long Mo has a Divine Phoenix bone, he shall be deemed as someone of Divine Phoenix Island, and nobody is to see him as an outsider. The words of the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island acknowledged Su Zimo. Right from the beginning, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not say anything. He merely smiled and nodded, as though he agreed with the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Let's go. Since we're already at the Dragon Soul Hall, let's enter and take a look. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island glanced at Su Zimo and instructed, if you can't withstand it, don't force yourself. At the very least, if you retreat in time, nothing will go wrong. Su Zimo nodded. The doors of the Dragon Soul Hall opened and a shockingly malevolent aura surged forth, causing the expressions of many Divine Phoenix Island cultivators to change. This was the ancestral dragon malevolent chi of the Dragon Soul Saber and was extremely powerful. If they were too close, the malevolent chi would be enough to kill Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm. It was a familiar aura that made him feel close. The bloodline of the dragon race in his body was restless. Su Zimo smiled. Initially, he was unsure about this Dragon Soul Saber, but now he truly wanted to give it a shot. Notwithstanding the strength of the Dragon Soul Saber, the fact that he would be able to gain the undying fealty of a conjoint body mighty figure just by wielding it was worth the try. Pausing for a moment, the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island led the way before many cultivators entered. They walked along a long corridor and before long, their vision cleared up. Up ahead was a gigantic secret chamber. There were at least 100 thick chains mounted on the four walls of the secret chamber. On the end of the chains was a long saber. The saber was snow-white all over and one could clearly see that there was a section of the dragon race's spine in the middle that was tough, powerful, and unshakable. Dragon chi coiled around the saber and was almost corporeal. Dragon Soul Saber. The fact that the Dragon Soul Saber was suppressed here by 100 chains was proof of how terrifying that saber was. Clang! Clang! Sensing that someone was approaching, the blade of the Dragon Soul Saber buzzed and trembled. Suddenly, a violent and sharp saber chi burst forth and spread in all directions, Many cultivators stopped in their tracks the moment they entered the hall. If they took another step forward, they would have to endure the sharp saber chi of the Dragon Soul Saber. The Dragon Soul Saber was extremely domineering. Although it was locked here, any living being that entered its domain would be attacked wildly by it. Cultivation did not matter. Even conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestors were no exceptions. Long Mo, go on. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded slightly, indicating for Su Zimo to head up. Su Zimo nodded and began advancing towards the Dragon Soul Saber. Jingming surveyed his surroundings and asked, "Everyone, guess how far can Long Mo go? I reckon that he won't be able to endure it by the time he's 50 feet away from the Dragon Soul Saber." Yes, 50 feet is the limit. Any more than that and Dharma characteristic Tao Lords will die. However, Long Mo has the Divine Phoenix Bone, so I reckon he can make it to 30 feet. It'll be impossible for him to get closer than that. That's right. Back when Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could only reach within 30 feet as well. The cultivators discussed softly. Su Zimo had already entered the attack range of the Dragon Soul Saber. However, even when the saber chi struck the dragon true body, it could not stop him in his tracks. Su Zimo's back was facing the crowd and the smile in his eyes intensified. If it was any other Khanate utmost treasure that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix who possessed the Divine Phoenix Bone could not subdue, there was a high chance that Su Zimo would not be able to either. However, it was different for the Dragon Soul Saber. The blade of the Dragon Soul Saber used the bones and soul of an ancestral dragon as the foundation. In the Dragon Bone Valley, when Su Zimo underwent the baptism and awakened his innate divine powers, the ancestral dragon had already submitted when it sensed the taboo bloodline in him. In fact, even the innate divine power, the ancestral dragon divine pillar, was imparted to Su Zimo. Could the ancestral dragon in this Dragon Soul Saber defend against the aura of a taboo? 50 feet. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was within 50 feet. However, he showed no signs of stopping. To be precise, his footsteps had been exactly the same the entire time. It was as if they had been accurately measured. Even his speed was the same, as if he was taking a leisure stroll. The sharp and violent saber chi in the eyes of outsiders did not have any lethality when they struck the dragon true body. They turned into streams of ancestral dragon chi and surged into Su Zimo's body. 40 feet. 30 feet. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was only 30 feet away from the Dragon Soul Saber. Jing Ming and Jing Shang's expressions changed slightly. The discussions in the crowd gradually died down as well as they fixed their gazes on the figure walking towards the Dragon Soul Saber. Only mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had a relaxed smile. He knew that it was impossible for Dharma characteristic Tao Lords to wield the Dragon Soul Saber. 20 feet. 10 feet. 5 feet. Su Zimo was within reach of the Dragon Soul Saber. This? Mo Ying's eyes shone brightly with anticipation. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island narrowed his eyes as well, as though he was waiting for something. A smile was still on the face of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. However, his smile seemed to have turned a little stiff. Su Zimo looked at the Dragon Soul Saber not far away and extended his right hand slowly, grabbing the handle of the saber. The moment Su Zimo gripped the handle of the Dragon Soul Saber, a loud and authoritative dragon roar sounded from the saber. Immediately after, a powerful chi of the ancestral dragon surged into Su Zimo's flesh through the handle. Pang! 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 The chains on the four walls snapped and countless gravel rolled down, engulfing Su Zimo's figure in a terrifying manner. A powerful and terrifying saber chi condensed into a saber that surged into the skies like an ancestral dragon. Boom! The entire secret chamber was sliced into two by that saber instantly. The crowd was shocked. Everyone, retreat. Long Mo was slashed by the Dragon Soul Saber and is already dead. Jing Ming exclaimed. The cultivators retreated. The only ones remaining on the spot were the island master of Divine Phoenix Island, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mo Ying. Their cultivation realms were high and the island master of Divine Phoenix Island was even a half-martial ancestor expert. They could see everything clearly. All three of their gazes were fixed on the secret chamber before them. The cultivators seemed to have realized something as well and stopped in their tracks, looking over with widened eyes. The dust dispersed. A figure gradually appeared before everyone. Long Mo isn't dead. Jingming was confused. The situation seemed as though the entire world was about to be destroyed. Yet, Long Mo was still alive even though he was at the eye of the storm? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix narrowed his eyes. His gaze landed on Su Zimo's right hand. There was a long saber in his hands. The snow-white blade and dragon bone of the saber could be seen clearly. Dragon Soul Saber. Long Mo had succeeded. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island let out a long sigh, as though a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Mo Ing was relieved as well and looked delighted. Impossible! Jingming shrieked and pointed at the Dragon Soul Saber in Su Zimo's hands, saying incoherently, This Dragon Soul Saber. It's impossible. You're at the Dharma characteristic realm. It's impossible. The cultivators widened their eyes in shock as well. It had been tens of thousands of years since the previous wielder of the Dragon Soul Saber. To think that someone would finally regain control of the Dragon Soul Saber in this generation. However, this person was not mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix who was in the hearts of everyone, but an outsider. A momentary gloominess flashed through the eyes of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. This scene had truly exceeded his expectations. In fact, he felt as though he had lifted a stone and smashed it on his own feet. Su Zimo turned around and smiled with the Dragon Soul Saber in his hands. It's all thanks to Senior Heavenly Phoenix's kind invitation today that I'm lucky enough to wield this Dragon Soul Saber. The corners of Heavenly Phoenix's mouth twitched as he forced a smile as well. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island raised his head slightly and declared, Since the Dragon Soul Saber now has a master, I can announce something. Long Mo shall become Divine Phoenix Island's Island Master. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island was interrupted before he could finish. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice, Actually, I'm here because I want to try and see if I can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber as well. I hope that you'll give me a chance, Island Master. That's right. Jingming shouted immediately. Senior brother Heavenly Phoenix hasn't tried it yet. If he can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber as well, it should belong to him. Yes. Many cultivators nodded in agreement. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had resided in Divine Phoenix Island and had a stable foundation and high prestige. He was naturally not someone an outsider like Su Zimo could compare to. That's against the rules, Moing said resolutely. Whoever wields the Dragon Soul Saber will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. No one else will be qualified. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. To think that there was such a meaning to wielding the Dragon Soul Saber. The wielder of the Dragon Soul Saber would be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. It was no wonder why the cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island had such a huge reaction. Most people would be indignant if an outsider like him were to become the young master of Divine Phoenix Island right after arriving. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. Su Zimo smiled and walked towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. He handed the Dragon Soul Saber over in reverse. It's all right. Of course, you can try, Senior Heavenly Phoenix. That's good as well. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded. That will be more fair. If both of you are able to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber, we'll find another way to determine the winner. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took a deep breath and received the Dragon Soul Saber. Although he had tried to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber many times over the years, he did not dare to be careless now. The Dragon Soul Saber was initially silent when it was in Su Zimo's hands. However, after mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took over, streams of violent saber chi burst forth. Ancestral dragon chi filled the air, and the saber trembled wildly. The expression of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix changed slightly as he hollered softly, Silence! He flipped his palm and revealed his Divine Phoenix bone. Channeling dermic powers, the Divine Phoenix bone turned red and transparent instantly, as though it was burned through. Go! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix gripped the divine phoenix bone and shone it towards the dragon soul saber in his right hand. Instantly, a flare burst forth from the divine phoenix bone with a scorching heat that seemed like it could incinerate all living beings and landed on the dragon soul saber. Su Zimo was very familiar with the aura of the flare. It was exactly the same as the divine phoenix bone in his right hand. Roar! Against the divine phoenix's flames, the dragon soul saber trembled. As though it was agitated, it let out a loud, furious dragon roar. The saber chi became even stronger and the ancestral dragon chi was berserk with a rampant dragon might. Apart from the island master of Divine Phoenix Island, Moing and Su Zimo, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. Is he going to fail again? Jing Ming's eyes dimmed. Jing Shang sighed internally with a look of pity. They were not the only ones. In the hearts of most of the cultivators from Divine Phoenix Island, although mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not wield the Dragon Soul Saber, he was already their young master. All these years, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stayed on Divine Phoenix Island and conquered places for it. He had done countless meritorious deeds and possessed immense prestige. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never tasted defeat among his peers, and it was even easier for him to challenge those above his level. Although the island master of Divine Phoenix Island was a half-martial ancestor, the outcome of a battle between the two of them would be indeterminate. It was definitely not a fluke that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had such prestige in Divine Phoenix Island. Therefore, many Divine Phoenix Island cultivators were indignant when they saw that he was about to lose to an outsider. Su Zimo had a calm expression. If he wanted to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber with the Divine Phoenix Bone, it would be extremely difficult. That was because the bloodline of the dragon race was not weaker than the Divine Phoenix race to begin with. The reason why Su Zimo could make the Dragon Soul Saber submit was not because of the Divine Phoenix Bone. It was because the Dragon Soul Saber had sensed the aura of the Dragon Phoenix in Su Zimo's body. Although it was not obvious, it was one of the 3 primordial taboos. Although this was his first time coming into contact with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo could vaguely sense an extremely terrifying power coming from the latter. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was far from simple. Dragon Soul Hall. The trembling of the Dragon Soul Saber intensified, as though it could break free from the hands of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix at any moment. Humph! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix harumphed coldly with a resolute gaze. He bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The moment the blood fell out, it was filled with a scorching aura. The aura was not weaker than the temperature of the Divine Phoenix Bone. Shing! The stream of blood splashed onto the Divine Phoenix Bone and evaporated instantly. A shuddering aura emanated from the fog, as though an extremely terrifying existence was awakening. The surrounding cultivators were shocked and their eyes were filled with fear. Against that aura, they actually had the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Humans were not the only ones. The other races present, be it ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts, were filled with fear. It was a fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes as well and his heart skipped a beat. The moment the blood of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix fused with the Divine Phoenix Bone, his bloodline became restless. His dragon blood boiled and the Divine Phoenix Bone burned as well. This had never happened before. What was even stranger was that the Dragon Soul Saber was initially struggling. However, it froze up and stopped trembling when it sensed the aura. Even the Dragon Soul Saber seemed to be shocked by that aura. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was delighted. But soon, the Dragon Soul Saber trembled once more. Clang! Clang! Immediately after, Dragon Chi emanated from the Dragon Soul Saber, and the phantom of an ancestral dragon was conjured. It soared into the skies and let out a dragon roar that penetrated metal and cracked rocks, shocking the entire place. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix shuddered and his expression changed starkly. The 2 berserk auras collided and the Divine Phoenix Bone that was in mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's hands was sent flying. Without the suppression of the Divine Phoenix Bone, the Dragon Soul Saber released its might completely. Saber chi filled the air and it was extremely sharp, as though it could slice through the void. The palm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix that was holding the dragon soul saber tore instantly and blood gushed out. Intense pain stimulated his nerves. However, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix grit his teeth and refused to let go. His features were contorted in pain and were squeezed together. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island frowned and said darkly, "Heavenly Phoenix, let go." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix remained silent and gripped the dragon soul saber still, unwilling to give up. Buzz, buzz. In a wild manner, the saber chi surged upwards along the wrist of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Right in front of everyone, wounds appeared on the arm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix before long and fresh blood flowed. If this continued, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's entire arm would be minced into dust. Bang! The island master of Divine Phoenix Island waved his sleeves and released a domineering power that struck the palm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix released his grip and the dragon soul saber broke free, turning into a white cold beam of light that returned to Su Zimo instantly. Chi! The dragon soul saber stabbed vertically into the ground in front of Su Zimo, and its blade trembled. Nobody knew what happened or why the dragon soul saber that had initially gone silent suddenly broke free from the control of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Even Su Zimo could not understand. But now it was clear who won. This time round, even the surrounding cultivators went silent. On the other side, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stood motionlessly with a terrible expression. His arm was slumped and was dripping with blood in a wretched manner. Of course, such injuries were nothing to conjoint body mighty figures. Even if his arm was snapped, it could regrow. However, the blow he received today was way too great. Even with his shrewdness, he could not conceal the indignance and disappointment in his heart at that moment. None of the cultivators present knew better than him why he was defeated. Just a step more. Just a little more. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix lowered his head slightly to conceal the gloominess in his eyes. Su Zimo smiled at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and cupped his fists. "Thank you for giving in, Senior Heavenly Phoenix." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix raised his head and smiled as well. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island raised his voice. "Since things have come to this, there's no point arguing. Long mo. Island master." Right then, Jingming could not hold it in any longer and stood out, saying in a deep voice, "The status of a young master is no small matter. Long Mo's background is unknown. Please reconsider, Island Master." "Island Master, please listen to me." Jing Shang bowed as well. "The young master of Divine Phoenix Island is the face of Divine Phoenix Island, and his combat strength must not be weak. Otherwise, Divine Phoenix Island will be mocked by outsiders." The island master of Divine Phoenix Island raised his brow and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Jing Shang said in a deep voice, "I suggest that senior brother Heavenly Phoenix should fight with Long Mo, and the victor will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island." "That's right," Jingming added. "Senior brother Heavenly Phoenix has been in Divine Phoenix Island for so long. That's only fair for him." "Fufu," Moing sneered. "What a joke! Long Mo is only at the Dharma characteristic realm and Heavenly Phoenix is a conjoint body mighty figure. There's no fairness to speak of in a fight between the two of them. Furthermore, the young master of Divine Phoenix Island isn't someone who can be crowned just because he's strong in combat." When Jingming saw that Moing was enraged, he was a little afraid as well. However, he still braced himself and argued, "However, it doesn't mean that his combat strength can be weak. Wouldn't Divine Phoenix Island be a joke if any casual person could just suppress our island master with ease?" Jing Shang rolled his eyes and a plot came to mind. Elder Mo Ying's words are not unreasonable. Since their cultivation realms are different, this battle is indeed unfair. Since that's the case, I'll spar with fellow Taoist Long Mo. If you can't even defeat me, then... Fufu. Jing Sheng laughed. Although he did not continue, his meaning was clear. At this point, Su Zimo grinned at Jing Sheng. For some reason, when he saw Su Zimo smile, Jing Shang's heart palpitated inexplicably, and his hairs stood on end. It felt as though he was targeted by an extremely terrifying ferocious beast and was about to face a calamity at any moment. Jing Shang gulped, feeling a little worried. He added, "Of course, even if I lose, it doesn't mean anything. My combat strength is ordinary to begin with. At that time, we can wait until fellow Taoist Long Mo reaches the conjoint body realm before sparring with senior brother Heavenly Phoenix." This suggestion was killing two birds with one stone. As an outsider, Su Zimo did not have much foundation and prestige in Divine Phoenix Island to begin with. If he were to lose to Jing Shang, no one would be willing to acknowledge him. It did not matter even if Su Zimo won. A fair fight would only come after Su Zimo advanced to the conjoint body realm. In other words, the matter of the young master could only be put aside for the time being. Su Zimo's gaze landed on mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. It had to be said that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could truly hold his ground. Right from the beginning, he had not expressed his viewpoint, as though he was not directly involved. The attitude of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was interesting. He did not agree nor did he reject. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island had a dark expression and remained silent. Su Zimo smiled without saying anything as well. To him, Jing Ming and Jing Shang were like two clowns that were of no threat at all. Su Zimo was fearless even if he followed their suggestion. In the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, how many conjoint body mighty figures died in his hands? No matter how strong mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was in combat and how much of a monster incarnate he was only comparable to the mighty figures of the primordial races at most. Even mighty figures of the primordial races could be killed with the trump cards of the dragon true body. The gaze of the island master of Divine Phoenix Island shifted as he looked at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix at the side and asked, "Heavenly Phoenix, what do you think?" "I'll leave it up to you entirely, Island Master." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix replied with a smile. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded and looked at Jing Shang and Jing Ming before saying expressionlessly, "The suggestion made by the two of you is truly not bad." "Is that so?" Jing Ming chuckled. "I think it's not bad either." The smile on the face of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stiffened. He could hear the repressed rage in the tone of the island master of Divine Phoenix Island. The Saber Emperor has orders that whoever wields the Dragon Soul Saber will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island's expression turned cold as he said slowly, "The two of you are truly promising. Are you going to go against the rules left behind by the Saber Emperor?" Jing Ming and Jing Shang realized that something was amiss as well, and their hearts skipped a beat. Jing Ming replied hurriedly, "Please calm down, Island Master. I didn't mean that. How dare the two of you?" Suddenly, the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island shouted. Thump! Jing Ming and Jing Shang were so frightened that they knelt on the ground with pale faces. The might of the Island Master and the wrath of a half-martial ancestor was something that the two of them could not withstand at all. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies and they pissed their pants. Su Zimo was silent. This scene had truly exceeded his expectations. Initially, he thought that even if he possessed the Divine Phoenix Bone, he would be an outsider and it would be difficult for him to gain the recognition of Divine Phoenix Island in a short period of time. To think that the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island would stand on his side without any hesitation when he wielded the Dragon Soul Saber. The two of you are only at the Dharma characteristic realm, and yet you want to go against the Saber Emperor's orders and disrespect the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. I don't think there's any need for you guys to retain your cultivations anymore. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island said coldly. Island Master, please calm down. Island Master, please spare us. Jing Ming and Jing Shang were scared out of their wits and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. The other surrounding cultivators could not bear it either and wanted to plead for mercy. However, they did not dare to, afraid that they would be implicated as well. Greetings, young master. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside him. All the cultivators looked over and were shocked. Even Su Zimo's eyes flashed with surprise. Nobody expected that the first person to greet the young master would be mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. What did that mean? Even mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had bowed down? At that moment, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix arrived before Suzimo and bowed slightly with cupped fists. I'm Heavenly Phoenix. Greetings, young master. If you have any orders from now on, I'll lay my life on the line without regrets. Suzimo's reaction was extremely swift and he smiled as well. You're too kind, Senior Heavenly Phoenix. There's no need to stand on courtesy. However, at the same time he was secretly shocked. This Heavenly Phoenix sure was a character. He was scarier than Suzimo had imagined. In fact, when mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked about Dai Yu's whereabouts, Suzimo was already alerted. When he mentioned that Dai Yu had already left, although Heavenly Phoenix expressed disappointment and pity, there was a hint of relief in the latter as well. Of course, that was merely Suzimo's intuition and could be inaccurate. Thereafter, something else made Suzimo even more guarded against mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. His epiphany process was seemingly interrupted by mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix by accident. If it was unintentional, it would have been fine. However, if it was intentional, later on, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix wanted Mo Ying to leave. However, Mo Ying did not agree. That action seemed like it was nothing. However, everything that happened later on was worth pondering about. After that, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix wanted to take Suzimo to the Dragon Soul Hall. Subduing the Dragon Soul Saber was extremely dangerous and a single mistake could lead to severe injuries. It was impossible for mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix not to know that. However, he expressed his gestures as goodwill. Indeed, Mo Ying stopped his suggestion. But Suzimo wanted to see the Dragon Soul Saber as well and agreed to it along with the flow, resulting in the scene earlier. That was the reason why Suzimo felt that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was a little terrifying. It was because right from the beginning, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not show any hostility towards him. On the surface, his actions were completely out of goodwill. After all, everything that happened earlier was Suzimo's guess without any evidence. Now, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took the initiative to bow down and acknowledge him as the young master. If mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was sincere, it would mean that Suzimo was being petty and thought too much previously. However, if this person was scheming something, it would mean that he was way too good at holding back. In truth, there was a moment earlier when Suzimo even triggered a killing intent towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. If mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took the initiative to challenge him, it would mean that his guess was true. He would then attack logically during the fights, and even if he did not kill mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, he would cripple the latter. Unfortunately, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not express anything. He merely stood at the back and allowed Jingming and Jingshang to step in. Right from the beginning, he had not said a single word. Now that the other cultivators were hesitant, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was the first to step forward and take the lead to acknowledge him as the young master. Therefore, even if Suzimo could sense that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had other motives, he had no proof. Everything was just his speculation and feelings. If it was any other cultivator, they would be moved to tears at the sight of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix taking the lead to acknowledge him as the young master and develop boundless trust in him. However, Suzimo had been through too much bloodshed and scheming in the cultivation world. He believed in his intuition. That was why he had been guarded against mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix the entire time. Furthermore, he would not relax even if mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took the initiative to bow down. Instead, he would be even more guarded. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry and greet the young master. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix turned around and reminded the many divine Phoenix Island cultivators not far away. Greetings, young master. Many cultivators reacted and bowed. Mo Ying was delighted and smiled as well, cupping her fists at Suzimo. Greetings, young master. Well done, Heavenly Phoenix. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded slightly in praise of the actions of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Initially, there was a high chance that an intense conflict would break out on Divine Phoenix Island and it might even turn into an internal strife. Now that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had taken the initiative to bow down, it was equivalent to resolving the conflict. Island Master, I have a presumptuous request. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix knelt down and said, "There's no need for that, Heavenly Phoenix. Feel free to speak your mind." The island master of Divine Phoenix Island was delighted that a fight was spared. He waved his sleeves hurriedly and helped Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix up. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice, "Although Jing Ming and Jing Shang made a huge mistake, it was unintentional. You wish to plead for mercy for the two of them?" The island master of Divine Phoenix Island frowned slightly. "No," Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said sincerely. "I know that you were merely saying it out of spite when you mentioned that you wanted to cripple their cultivations earlier on. I'd like to accept the punishment on behalf of the two of them. Island Master, please show mercy and give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. They cultivated for thousands of years to reach the Dharma characteristic realm. It's not easy." Jing Ming and Jing Shang were so touched that their eyes brimmed with tears as they kowtowed repeatedly to Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and the island master of Divine Phoenix Island in silence. Su Zimo was silent. It had to be said that it was truly not a fluke that Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had such prestige on Divine Phoenix Island. He pulled a trick there. He did not plead for mercy and asked the island master of Divine Phoenix Island to let Jing Ming and Jing Shang off. Instead, he proposed to take the punishment on behalf of Jing Ming and Jing Shang. What sort of status did he possess? He was a conjoint body mighty figure in possession of the Divine Phoenix bone. Furthermore, even if he wasn't the young master, his status in Divine Phoenix Island was extremely high and no one else could compare to him. There was no way the island master of Divine Phoenix Island could throw out a severe punishment after mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's suggestion. Indeed, the island master of Divine Phoenix Island looked at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix deeply. "Since that's the case, head to the edge of the South Sea and face the cliffs to reflect on your actions." "Thank you, island master." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled gently. That punishment was almost negligible. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island turned to look at Mo-ing. "I'll leave the young master's accommodations, palace and daily affairs to you." "Yes." Mo-ing nodded. As the saber attendant, Mo-ing served whoever wielded the Dragon Soul Saber. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island turned to leave. "Young master, I have to head to the edge of the South Sea to reflect and won't be able to serve you for the time being. Please don't blame me." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix apologized. "Don't worry." Suzimo gave a fake smile. Right then, the voice of the island master of Divine Phoenix Island sounded outside the Dragon Soul Hall. "Everyone of Divine Phoenix Island, listen up. The Dragon Soul Saber already has a master and now, Long Mo will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. Everyone of Divine Phoenix Island, you must obey the orders of the young master from now on." Although his voice was not loud, it spread to every corner of Divine Phoenix Island. Every single living being of Divine Phoenix Island knew one thing: the young master of Divine Phoenix Island had been established. It was not mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix whom they were familiar with, but a cultivator named Long Mo. Instantly, Divine Phoenix Island was in an uproar. Suddenly, a surreal feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart. After he escaped death through the wild currents of the void, he arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and by some freak coincidence, became the young master of Divine Phoenix Island with a conjoint body mighty figure as a servant. What was even more terrifying was that he could mobilize the entire Divine Phoenix Island as its young master. It could be said that his status was only beneath a single person and above everyone else. Of course, Divine Phoenix Island should not know of his true identity yet. However, this was something that could not be hidden for long and would spread to Divine Phoenix Island sooner or later. He wondered how they would feel if they knew that he was the Tao Lord Desolate Marshal who was hunted by the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects and was enemies with the primordial races. Would they relinquish his position as the young master? It was hard to say. No matter what, he had to adapt to the situation. At the very least, it was not a bad thing to become the young master of Divine Phoenix Island right now. Furthermore, he had a chance to cultivate the title manual and sea calming manual properly on Divine Phoenix Island. If he was enlightened, he might even find the opportunity to advance to the conjoint body realm. At that time, Even if Divine Phoenix Island could not accommodate him, he would be able to protect himself and leave this place. "Young master, let's go," Emoing said. "I'll take you to take a look at your palace. You can head out as well and let the cultivators on the island meet you." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and left together with Emoing. In Dragon Soul Hall, Jing Ming and Jing Shang, the two cultivators who had survived a calamity, gradually calmed down. They came before mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and bowed deeply. "Senior brother Heavenly Phoenix, we will definitely remember this favor. Get up. It's nothing much." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled gently. Thereafter, his eyes landed on Su Zimo's back view from afar. Narrowing his gaze, he seemed to be in deep thoughts. Under Mo Ying's lead, Su Zimo took another spin around Divine Phoenix Island. This time round, most of the cultivators on Divine Phoenix Island already knew him. Many cultivators looked at him with deep curiosity. Some of the sea race ladies shifted their beautiful eyes and stood far away, pointing at Su Zimo with sparkling eyes. They smiled secretly and blushed. "What are those cultivators doing?" Su Zimo pointed to the seaside not far away and asked curiously. On the other side, some reefs appeared on the surface of the ocean with some cultivators sitting on them. Their sabers were placed horizontally across their knees as they gazed at the surface of the ocean. "They're comprehending," Emoing explained. Back then, the Saber Emperor comprehended the Tao at the seaside and created the two secret manuals of the Saber Tao, the Tidal Manual and Sea Calming Manual. These cultivators are trying to follow the tracks of the Saber Emperor in the past and comprehend that same mental state. Comprehending the Tao by the seaside? Su Zimo nodded silently. Upon arriving at Divine Phoenix Island, he witnessed the grandeur of the ocean with his own eyes and experienced the boundless power of the universe. Indeed, it was extremely helpful for him to comprehend the Saber Emperor's inheritance. For the next few days, Su Zimo took a spin around Divine Phoenix Island before heading to the Saber Tao Inheritance Palace of Divine Phoenix Island to comprehend the inheritance left behind by the Saber Emperor. It had to be said that the Saber Emperor was truly magnanimous and treated all cultivators of Tianhuang Mainland and Divine Phoenix Island equally. The Tidal Manual and Sea Calming Manual of Divine Phoenix Island were identical to what Su Zimo had learned. The Saber Emperor did not hide anything in the inheritance he left behind in the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Thereafter, Su Zimo went to the seaside and sat on a reef as well. The place he chose was at the back of his palace, and it was extremely quiet. There were no other cultivators by the seaside, and he would not be disturbed. Su Zimo sat on the reef by the seaside every day, watching the clouds rise and fall, the ebb and flow of the tides and the surging of the waves. He comprehended the mysterious changes within and practiced repeatedly with his saber. Initially, he swung his saber extremely frequently. He had to slash thousands or even tens of thousands of times daily. However, as time passed by, the number of times Su Zimo swung his saber decreased. At the end, there would always be a long pause between each slash. However, the saber intent released by his slashes turned increasingly terrifying and sharp. His saber intent was almost at perfected for the first 4 stances of the Sea Calming Manual. However, Su Zimo had no clue about the final stance, Sea Calming. That was the true essence of the Sea Calming Manual. This day, heavy rain poured and thunder rumbled. On the surface of the ocean, waves surged and rumbled endlessly, as though the apocalypse was about to descend and destroy everything. Su Zimo was waving his saber at the seaside when he caught sight of a small boat floating amidst the fog above the surface of the ocean. The small boat was like a tiny speck of dust that could be devoured at any moment in the face of the raging ocean and storm. On the small boat was a fisherman. He wore a green straw hat and a green woven rush raincoat. He swayed in the waves as though he could fall into the ocean at any moment. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness and could not help but frown. The fisherman was a mere mortal. There were many other mortals like this on Divine Phoenix Island as well. Su Zimo did not know how long this fisherman struggled in the waves before he caught sight of the latter. He was prepared to get up to save the fisherman. Right then, on the small boat, the fisherman suddenly took out a gigantic fishnet and cast it towards the turbulent ocean. Su Zimo's pupils constricted violently. Initially, the raging tides created a series of roars, but all of a sudden, everything went silent. Instantly, the storm subsided. The surface of the ocean was unusually calm, as though it was frozen without any ripples. Even the skies were clear and the clouds that spanned thousands of kilometers were floating. The azure ocean and the blue skies were illuminating one another. That scene was way too terrifying. Even with Su Zimo's strength, he could not do it. This was practically changing the state of the world. This was probably what it meant to connect to heaven and earth and be invincible. This unassuming fisherman managed to calm the entire ocean and forcefully change the weather just by casting a fishnet. Su Zimo's expression changed, seemingly in deep thought. "Si calminga," he muttered softly. Although the fisherman looked like he was casting a fishnet, what he released was actually the intent of sea calming. This was a true expert. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. Even he could not see through the cultivation of this expert. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived at the seaside and bowed deeply to the fisherman on the small boat. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Long Mo. I see that you've been comprehending the Tao by the seaside for the past few days. Your comprehension talent is not bad, lad." The fisherman raised his head and looked at Su Zimo before bursting into joyful laughter. He had an unshaved beard and looked no different from the fisherman mortals of Divine Phoenix Island. Su Zimo had not expected that he was being watched for so long without realizing anything at all. Unfortunately, it's impossible to comprehend sea calming at the seaside. The fisherman shook his head. "Senior, please enlighten me." Su Zimo bowed once more with a respectful expression. The fisherman said, "If you want to calm the sea, you must first enter the sea. You have to experience the boundless power of the ocean personally. What can you comprehend by watching the rise and fall of the tides here at the seaside? If I want to calm the sea, I must first enter the sea." Su Zimo murmured softly, as though he understood something. Although those words were simple, Su Zimo felt that there was a truth to them that could simplify things. The more he pondered, the more he understood the endless mysteries within. By the time Su Zimo returned to his senses, the latter was already riding on a small boat and singing fish songs. He floated into the depths of the sea and almost disappeared. "Senior, may I know your name?" Su Zimo shouted hurriedly. "Hermit." A moment later, the voice of the fisherman sounded. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the fog in the distance. Everything that happened earlier seemed like a dream. Moments ago, there was a raging storm and lightning flashed. But now, everything was clear and peaceful. "Mo-ing, do you recognize the fisherman from earlier on?" Su Zimo turned around and said to Mo-ing. Ever since he wielded the Dragon Soul Saber, Mo-ing had been by his side and was almost inseparable. He comprehended the Tao by the seaside daily, and Mo-ing followed closely behind. "What fisherman?" Mo-ing froze for a moment with a lost expression. Su Zimo pointed in the direction where the fisherman appeared earlier on and continued, "Didn't you see the fisherman earlier on? He even spoke to me." "No? It's just been me and you here the entire time, young master." Mo-ing shook her head. "Furthermore, this sea region behind your palace is considered a forbidden ground. Cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island are not allowed to enter casually." This time round, Su Zimo was the one who was stunned. He was certain that he was not wrong. However, there was no way Mo-ing was wrong either, given that she was a conjoint body mighty figure. In other words, the means of Hermit was unfathomable and had even surpassed Su Zimo's understanding. "Amazing!" Su Zimo thought to himself and turned to Mo-ing. "I'm prepared to enter the ocean to comprehend the Tao. There's no need for you to follow me." With that, he leaped into the depths with the Dragon Soul Saber and headed towards the bottom of the ocean. If it was any other cultivator, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, their strength would definitely be suppressed and they would not be used to it deep in the ocean. However, that was not the case for Su Zimo. The dragon race loved water to begin with and could create waves and overturn rivers and oceans with ease. After the dragon true body entered the waters, he did not feel any discomfort and continued swimming towards the bottom of the ocean without slowing down. Initially, Moing chased Su Zimo deeper. Her movement technique was impacted significantly in the waters. At first, she could still see Su Zimo's figure. The deeper she dived, the more pressure she had to endure against the seawater. Before long, she lost track of Su Zimo entirely. Southern region, Baiming town. In the ancient era, the Baiming aristocratic family was originally ranked alongside the three great aristocratic families. However, times changed and the territory of the Baiming aristocratic family was now mostly occupied by the three aristocratic families. Right now, they were left with this town that was surrounded by the three aristocratic families. It was impossible for anyone from the Baiming clan to leave the territory of the three aristocratic families. While the name of the Baiming aristocratic family remains, they are almost completely wiped out. If not for the fact that the three aristocratic families were interested in the legend of the Baiming aristocratic family and the secret they were guarding, the Baiming aristocratic family would have been destroyed a long time ago. Although they were millions of kilometers apart, the Green Lotus True Body could sense the situation of the Dragon True Body and was relieved. Right now, the only thing Su Zimo was worried about was Night Spirit. They were dispersed by the wild currents of the void, and the Green Lotus True Body and Dragon True Body were teleported to foreign lands with a distance of millions of kilometers apart. He did not know how Night Spirit was right now or whether he was still floating in the wild currents of the void. Right then, Su Zimo's heart stirred. His gaze penetrated the window and landed on the girl in the courtyard. A year and a half had passed since Su Zimo imparted the Tao. During this period of time, Baiming Shui had undergone a complete transformation and her cultivation advanced tremendously. She had already reached the tsunami blood realm a month ago. Under normal circumstances, one could attempt to condense a blood chi golden core the moment their bloodline was at the lead mercury amalgam blood realm. However, Su Zimo had extremely high expectations for Baiming Shui. He taught her according to the highest expectations. Therefore, Su Zimo did not rush Baiming Shui to condense her blood chi golden core. Instead, he had her focus on cultivating her bloodline. With a firm foundation, Baiming Shui's future would be even broader, and her accomplishments would be limitless. It would also be much easier for her to condense a blood chi golden core after she was at the tsunami blood realm. Everything would fall into place naturally at that time. In just a month, Baiming Shui touched the barrier of the blood chi golden core. Earlier on, Su Zimo could clearly sense that Baiming Shui's aura had changed. Initially, her blood chi was surging after she cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. Even if she did not move, no one could ignore her. Her blood chi was torrential and exuberant. Baiming Shui stood there like a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Thankfully, nobody came during this period of time and Baiming Ao did not return. Otherwise, his jaws would have dropped when he saw Baiming Shui like this. But now, Baiming Shui's blood chi retracted rapidly. As though it had condensed into a single spot in an instant, her aura converged once more. Now, that seemingly quiet girl seemed to have returned. However, those with sharper eyes could tell that the current girl was much stronger than Baiming Shui, who had a torrential blood chi a month ago. The sixth transformation of the martial Tao, the blood chi golden core, succeeded. In the courtyard, Baiming Shui was delighted when she sensed the condition of her body. She turned around, wanting to share her joy with Su Zimo right away. The moment she turned around, she caught sight of him standing not far away, smiling at her. "Mr. Su, I've condensed a blood chi golden core," Baiming Shui said joyfully. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded slightly. "Very good. Continue cultivating and don't slack off." "Thank you, sir." Baiming Shui bowed deeply to Su Zimo. "If not for you, sir, I might still be lingering in the first transformation of the martial Tao." "Everything is preordained," Su Zimo said. "The opportunity I'm granting you is also due to the cycle of karma." Baiming Shui was bewildered. Her beautiful eyes looked at the green-robed man unblinkingly with a lost gaze and confusion. Baiming Shui would not believe it if anyone told her that the green-robed man was not a cultivator. However, if he was, he did not possess the aura of one at all. His face was withered and yellowed, looking extremely sickly. Anyone who saw him would merely take him as a frail scholar. Baiming Shui had asked Su Zimo before, The latter did not elaborate and merely mentioned casually that he was injured. For the past year, Bai Mingshue's condition had been improving. However, Su Zimo's situation had not changed for the better, and Bai Mingxue was worried as well. Although she had only known Su Zimo for more than a year, Bai Mingxue had already developed an inexplicable trust and dependence on him. She was afraid that Su Zimo would leave her one day. "Mr. Su, your injuries?" Bai Mingxue asked carefully with a concerned expression. "It's fine." Su Zimo shook his head. Right then, he frowned and his gaze crossed the courtyard, as though it passed through the voids and landed outside Baiming town. "Here comes trouble for you," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Ah?" Bai Mingxue was still oblivious. Even with his essence spirit locked, Su Zimo's hearing and vision were still present, and he saw the situation outside Baiming town right away. Before long, Bai Mingshue's expression changed when she heard the commotion as well. With a dark expression, she turned around and looked at the entrance. A menacing demon beast was the first to appear at the entrance. It was a golden core realm emerald blood leopard, an ancient remnant beast. It was jade green due to a variation in its bloodline. Extremely fast and agile, it hunted and killed living beings with extreme ferocity. Riding on the emerald blood leopard was an extraordinarily handsome cultivator at the golden core realm. Nan Gongyu. Compared to Dongfang Xian, Nan Gongyu was more scheming. A few years ago, in order to find out more about the secrets of the Baiming aristocratic family, he approached Bai Mingxue continuously. Although Nan Gongyu was only from a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family, his status was much higher than Bai Mingshue's. Therefore, the fact that he was willing to lower his status and court Bai Mingxue was something that brought about the admiration of many Baiming clansmen. Even Baiming Ao was in awe of him. If Bai Mingxue could become Dao companions with Nan Gongyu, at the very least, she would be able to get out of the situation of being bullied by the other aristocratic families. Unfortunately, Nan Gongyu finally revealed his true colors after the conflict between Bai Mingxue and Dongfang Ji. He no longer dared to get too close to Bai Mingxue, for fear of offending Dongfang Ji. Dongfang Ji was a direct descendant of the Dongfang aristocratic family bloodline, and her status was far above his. Furthermore, Bai Mingshue's golden core was shattered, and she was reduced to a cripple. No matter how beautiful she was, she would not live for more than 100 years. Beauty would soon fade. While Nan Gongyu would still be charming and handsome after dozens of years, Bai Mingxue would already be withered and old. That was the reason why Nan Gongyu laid his cards on the table with Bai Mingxue a year ago. Although the Baiming aristocratic family had declined, Bai Mingxue was still extremely proud in the depths of her heart and did not give him a good attitude. "Xue, I'm here to see you." Riding on the back of the emerald blood leopard, Nan Gongyu looked down at Bai Mingxue with a faint smile. One did not possess any spirit qi to begin with when they cultivated the martial Dao. Therefore, Nan Gongyu could not tell Bai Mingshue's cultivation realm either. Furthermore, Bai Mingxue had cultivated to the 6th transformation of the martial Dao. Her blood qi was converged and formed a golden core that lay dormant within her body. Without activation, her terrifying blood qi would not be revealed. "Don't call me that. It sounds disgusting." Bai Mingxue glanced at Nan Gongyu and said coldly, "Bitch, don't be ungrateful." Behind Nan Gongyu were 3 foundation establishment cultivators. They were all Nan Gongyu's servants, and one of them cursed Bai Mingxue fiercely. Bai Mingshue's gaze shifted to the servant silently. Nan Gongyu smiled gently and was not vexed. "Xue, the reason why I'm addressing you as such is because I want to give you a chance on account of our past relationship. You're a smart person. You should understand that I don't have much patience left." Although Nan Gongyu was smiling, his tone was cold. "There's no past relationship between us." Bai Mingxue waved her hand. "If there's nothing else, you guys can leave." "Leave." Nan Gongyu's expression turned cold. "Bai Mingxue, if you don't tell me the secret of the Baiming aristocratic family, I have many methods to deal with you. You're already a cripple. Although I don't fancy you, the servants that follow me fancy you." That was an extremely vile thought. Even Su Zimo narrowed his eyes with a flash of killing intent when he heard that. However, he had no intention of attacking. It was the same way Dai Yu treated him in the past. Unless Baiming Shui was against an unstoppable force, he would not interfere and would just let her settle it on her own. Hee. A family servant's gaze roamed Baiming Shui's body brazenly, and he smiled evilly. Little girl, how about coming back with me? I guarantee that I'll dote on you a lot. Another servant said with a smile. Old Hu, don't take everything for yourself. We're also waiting to feast on her, brother. Baiming Shui remained silent and swept her gaze across the three servants. Nan Gongyu said indifferently, Baiming Shui, if I take you away and reward you to my servants, no one in the Baiming aristocratic family will dare to stop me. Nobody can save you. Tell me the secret. This is your last chance. In the entire Baiming town, the strongest were only at the nascent soul realm. Although that was a higher cultivation realm than Nangongyu, and he was only from a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family. None of the Baiming clansmen would dare to stop him. Baiming Shui was expressionless as she said slowly, Nangongyu, I'll give you one last chance as well. If you turn and leave now, I can spare your life. What are you talking about? As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Nangongyu laughed out of anger. You want to spare my life as a cripple? Oh, he came to a realization. I remember now. You seem to have cultivated some bullshit martial Dao. Why? Did you manage to attain greater mastery of it after more than a year? Is that why you dare to threaten me now? Bitch, you must have a death wish. How dare you provoke my young master? Young master, let us take down that slut. The three servants stood out one after another and glared at Baiming Shui with evil intentions. They sneered and were waiting for Nangongyu's command. Nangongyu is the only one I'm giving the chance to. Baiming Shui's gaze was cold as she looked at the three servants not far away and said slowly, As for the three of you, none of you will leave today. Baiming Shui possessed the bloodline of the Baiming aristocratic family. Even though the Baiming clan had fallen, she still had her pride. Otherwise, she would not have clashed with Dongfangji over a treasure. Furthermore, Baiming Shui had cultivated the martial Dao for more than a year, and her resolve had turned firmer and more unwavering. The martial Dao allowed one to take revenge and repay gratitude as they wished. The three servants spoke without restraint and made filthy remarks to her. Baiming Shui was already filled with killing intent and had no intention of letting them leave. You dare to threaten us still? A servant revealed a ferocious expression and slapped his storage bag. The moment he summoned his flying sword, his vision blurred and a figure charged over. It was too fast. He could not react at all. Bang! Baiming Shui strode and arrived before the house servant. She reached out and punched the latter on the chest. It wasn't any brilliant technique, just a direct punch. However, the servant could not defend against it and was sent flying like an arrow, slamming into the wall of the courtyard. The servant's eyes were widened with disbelief. His chest caved in and he slid down the wall slowly, no longer breathing. That casual punch from Baiming Shui crushed the bones in this man's chest. A spiderweb-like crack appeared on the wall behind the person. The power of that punch was extremely terrifying. Pest! The other two servants gasped when they saw that. Although they were Foundation establishment cultivators, they were still shocked when they saw that terrifying burst. In that momentary daze, Baiming Shui had already arrived before another servant. She extended her fair, tender palm and slapped the top of the servant's head. Snap! The servant's neck snapped instantly. His head was shoved into his chest by Baiming Shui's palm and he died on the spot. Bitch, why you? The last servant was already scared out of his wits and could not speak properly. Baiming Shui came before that person and said indifferently, You should join them so that all of you can accompany one another in hell. Piak! Baiming Shui reached out and slapped him. The person's head spun around his neck for more than 10 times before coming to a stop. He was already dead. With a thud, his corpse fell to the ground. The entire process merely took 3 breaths. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators died on the spot. Su Zimo nodded silently. When she was silent, Baiming Shui seemed like a gentle and weak girl. However, if it came to a fight, she was decisive to kill. Her moves were clean without hesitation. Roar! It was only now that Nangongyu realized. The emerald blood leopard beneath him growled and roared threateningly at Bai Ming-shui, but it did not dare to advance recklessly. As demons, they were the sharpest towards danger. Although Bai Ming-shui did not release her blood chi fully earlier on, she still revealed some of it. The emerald blood leopard sensed a dangerous aura coming from Bai Ming-shui. It was a feeling that was even more terrifying than facing a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Therefore, although the emerald blood leopard was at the golden core realm, it did not dare to act rashly. By the time Nangongyu realized what happened, the three servants were already dead. It was too late even if he wanted to save them. Bai Ming-shui, how dare you? Nangongyu's expression was dark as he released his aura as a golden core and said coldly, "How dare you kill my servants? Are you really tired of living? Killing your servants was just the start." Bai Ming-shui's gaze landed on the emerald blood leopard as she said indifferently, "I don't like it when that beast yells at me." Before her sentence was finished, she struck. Roar! Sensing danger, the emerald blood leopard exerted strength in its limbs and burst forth with blood chi before Nangongyu gave the order to dodge to the side. As an ancient remnant beast, the emerald blood leopard relied on speed the most. However, although it was fast, Bai Ming-shui was even faster. Swoosh! Bai Ming-shui's blood chi spread as well. In fact, she did not even circulate her blood chi to its limits. With a slight circulation, she released a shocking power and caught up to the emerald blood leopard in the blink of an eye. Bai Ming-shui stood in front of the emerald blood leopard. She looked extremely skinny and was not even as tall as its limbs. However, the emerald blood leopard felt a ferocious aura surge towards it, as though it was not facing a human girl, but a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The emerald blood leopard opened its mouth and bared its menacing fangs. They shone with a cold glint and chomped down viciously at Bai Ming-shui. Bai Ming-shui's expression was unchanged as she reached out and grabbed the neck of the emerald blood leopard before it could close its mouth. Remnant ferocious beasts like this had the strongest bite strength. However, even with its full strength, the emerald blood leopard could not bite down. On the contrary, its mouth was opening wider and wider with Bai Ming-shui's tug. Ooh, ooh! The emerald blood leopard had a pained expression. Its initial ferocity had long vanished as it let out a pleading sound from the depths of its throat. "Bitch, how dare you!" Nangongyu was enraged and slapped his storage bag, summoning a flying sword and injecting spirit energy into it. The sword shone with 4 spirit lights and shone brightly. It was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. As a collateral lineage descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, it was already rare for him to possess a supreme-grade spirit weapon. The moment Nangongyu summoned his flying sword, Bai Ming-shui exerted strength in both arms. Shing! Blood splattered through the void. The golden core ancient remnant beast, the emerald blood leopard, was torn into 2 by Bai Ming-shui barehanded. Boom! The corpse of the emerald blood leopard fell to the ground, creating billowing dust. It was already dead, leaving only its massive body twitching unconsciously. Nangongyu had not expected this and almost flipped over and fell. He had not imagined that Bai Ming-shui, a person whose golden core was crippled, would be so strong that she could rip an ancient remnant beast into 2. Even some paragons and monster incarnates of supersex in the cultivation world that specialized in body tempering were probably merely at this level. "Go!" Nangongyu hollered and tapped his finger gently. Swash! A sword beam flashed and the supreme-grade flying sword arrived before Bai Ming-shui instantly. It was sharp and frighteningly fast. Bai Ming-shui did not move or even dodge. Nangongyu's eyes lit up. As long as the supreme-grade flying sword struck Bai Ming-shui, he believed that she would die even if she had 10 lives. All of a sudden, just as the flying sword was less than 3 inches away from Bai Ming-shui's cheek, she suddenly attacked. Without any unnecessary movements, she merely extended her fair and tender palm and grabbed the supreme-grade flying sword. When he saw that, Nangongyu could not help but burst into laughter. "Haha, you're truly asking for trouble. A supreme-grade flying sword is not something that a body of flesh and blood can defend against. Furthermore, you're only a cripple. Suddenly, he could not continue. To his horror, he realized that he had completely lost control of that supreme-grade flying sword. The spirit energy on the sword was dispersed by Baiming Shui. What was even more terrifying was that Baiming Shui gripped the sharp blade of the sword barehanded. However, no blood flowed out from her palm. What was that? She received a supreme-grade spirit weapon barehanded but was completely unharmed? What the hell? Blood drained from Nan Gongyu's face as he looked at Baiming Shui with a bewildered expression. Suddenly, he realized that he could no longer read her. He no longer knew what sort of an existence he was facing. In fact, a thought flashed through his mind. Was Baiming Shui assimilated by some powerful cultivator? Right then, he swept his gaze and inadvertently caught sight of the green-robed man standing at the entrance of the house not far away. His heart skipped a beat. Could Baiming Shui's change have something to do with this man? If he was not wrong, that person was here a year and a half ago and had not left yet. However, Nan Gongyu could not tell the depths of the green-robed man. To him, this green-robed man was sickly and skinny. The latter looked like a down-and-out scholar that was of no threat at all. Snap! Just as Nan Gongyu's imagination was running wild, he heard a crisp sound and his heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he looked over and was scared out of his wits. His supreme-grade flying sword was snapped in the middle by Baiming Shui's hands. What sort of power was that? Baiming Shui looked at Nan Gongyu expressionlessly. She threw the broken sword on the ground and strode over. Nan Gongyu retreated instinctively with a horrified expression. What are you doing? Nan Gongyu's voice was trembling and he was flustered. I gave you a chance, Baiming Shui replied indifferently. At that moment, Nan Gongyu recalled what Baiming Shui said to him earlier on. However, he scoffed at it and did not take it to heart at that time. Shui, he wanted to speak. Baiming Shui frowned in displeasure. Nan Gongyu's heart skipped a beat and he changed his words hurriedly. Fellow Taoist Baiming, I know my mistake now. As long as you let me live, I won't disturb you any more in the future. Baiming Shui remained silent and glared at Nan Gongyu coldly. Nan Gongyu took a deep breath and gradually composed himself. Fellow Taoist Baiming, killing me won't benefit you at all. Although I'm only a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family, don't forget, my father is a nascent soul. He is extremely close with many direct descendants of the Nangong aristocratic family. If I die, you won't survive either. As for your younger brother, he will definitely be implicated as well. Baiming Shui lowered her gaze. Nan Gongyu's words struck her weakness. If she was alone, she could just kill Nan Gongyu and take revenge as she wished. However, she still had Baiming Ao. Nan Gongyu, leave. A long time later, Baiming Shui said slowly, I hope you can fulfill your promise and not come look for me again. I can tell you that the Baiming clan has no secrets and you don't have to waste your time on me. Nan Gongyu heaved a sigh of relief and unknowingly broke out in cold sweat. Earlier on, his life was truly hanging by a thread. Farewell. He did not dare to linger any longer and turned to leave hurriedly, afraid that Baiming Shui might change her mind. Su Zimo stood at the side. He did not say anything the entire time, nor did he have any intentions of stepping in. He could not help but recall that night when he had no choice but to let Zhou Dingyun off. Similar to him, Baiming Shui had her difficulties. Bang! The door to the Nangong residence was kicked open and shattered into two. Who's there? A group of guards were alarmed and rushed over one after another, shouting. However, when they saw who it was, the guards were stunned and said instinctively, Young master you? The person who barged in was none other than Nan Gongyu. At that moment, Nan Gongyu's expression was grim, and his handsome face was filled with killing intent as he cursed repeatedly. The guards exchanged glances and naturally did not dare to stop him. Nan Gongyu passed through the corridor and headed straight for the backyard. Before long, he came to a room and took a deep breath before knocking. Come in. A deep voice sounded from within the room. Nan Gongyu pushed the door open and entered. The room was extremely spacious and a cultivator sat in the middle. His long beard fell to his chest and he had a dignified gaze. This cultivator was the owner of this Nangong residence, Nangong Sheng. In the south region, even a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family possessed an extremely noble status. As such, it's naturally easy for them to possess a mansion residence as such. Furthermore, Nangong Sheng was a nascent soul. What happened for you to lose your cool? Nangong Sheng asked indifferently. Father, didn't you ask me to get close to Baiming Shui previously, so that I can find an opportunity to find out the secret of the Baiming aristocratic family? Nangong Yu asked. Yes. Nangong Sheng nodded. However, that girl, Baiming Shui, offended Dongfang Ji and has already lost her golden core, turning into a cripple. You can't get too close to her anymore. That's right. Earlier on, I brought 3 servants with me to Baiming Town because I wanted to teach Baiming Shui a lesson. However, Nangong Yu paused for a moment and grit his teeth with a hateful expression. She actually attacked and killed my 3 Foundation establishment servants. Furthermore, she ripped my spirit beast mount, the emerald blood leopard, into 2. Nangong Sheng frowned. Nangong Yu continued. That's not all, father. That bitch even snapped the supreme grade flying sword you gave me into 2 barehanded. This time round, even Nangong Sheng's expression changed slightly. She could break supreme grade spirit weapons barehanded? What sort of power was that? Although he was a nascent soul, he might not be able to do it with his body either. To think that she can release such strength despite her shattered golden core. Could it be? A glint flashed through Nangong Sheng's eyes as though he was in deep thought. Nangong Yu asked, Father, what do you mean? It might be because of the secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family that caused Baiming Shui to rise again. Nangong Sheng deduced. Nangong Yu could not believe it. I heard that Baiming Shui has been cultivating the martial Tao for the past year or so. Could it be because of it? Impossible. Nangong Sheng shook his head. There are countless people who cultivate the martial Tao. Which of them ever produced such power? Furthermore, it's only been slightly more than a year. Unless Tao Lord Desolate Martial is resurrected, who else can cultivate the martial Tao to such an extent? Fufu. Nangong Sheng sneered. Right then, a green-robed figure appeared in Nangong Yu's mind. Father, a strange person appeared at Baiming Shui's side a year ago. He doesn't look like he's from Baiming Town, nor is he a cultivator. He looks sickly. Yet, he's still around when I went to Baiming Town this time round. I have a feeling that there's something strange about him. That's good as well. I'll make a trip to Baiming Town personally, Nangong Sheng said coldly. Whoever it is, strange or not, I'll kill them all. Father, be careful then. Nangong Yu reminded worriedly. Nangong Sheng smiled gently. Don't worry, as a nascent soul. I don't believe that I can't take down a little girl. Wait at home for my news. I'll bring that girl back and let you punish her as you wish. Thank you, father. Nangong Yu was delighted. Baiming Town. Baiming Shui looked at the corpses in the courtyard for a long time in silence. There was a hint of worry on her face. A moment later, she turned around and looked at Su Zimo, saying softly, Mr. Su, why don't you head out and hide first? I'm worried that Nangong Yu will make a comeback and you might be implicated. Since you're worried, why did you still let him go? Su Zimo asked. Baiming Shui smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had no choice. If Nangong Yu was killed, Nangong Yu's father would definitely descend in Baiming Town. At that time, it would be a disaster for her and Baiming AO. There would at least be a chance if she let Nangong Yu off. She was betting that Nangong Yu would keep his promise and not look for her again. It's fine, you don't have to worry about me. Su Zimo smiled gently and returned to his room. He assumed a lotus position and closed his eyes to rest. The night was dark and the wind was strong. The entire courtyard was silent. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes, as though a bolt of lightning flashed through the darkness. Some people are truly ignorant, he muttered softly. He could not use his essence spirit, but his vision, hearing, and other 5 senses were still present. They were extremely sharp and could make out any activity thousands of kilometers away. In the room at the side, Bai Mingshui was still resting with her eyes closed. She did not notice anything. However, Su Zimo had already noticed that in the forest hundreds of kilometers away from Baiming Town, 3 nascent souls were speeding over on their flying swords. He glanced at Bai Mingshui. Bai Mingshui had just formed her blood qi golden core and was most likely going to die against a nascent soul. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Su Zimo leaped down from the bed silently like a feather. Although he could not use his dermic powers or spirit consciousness, the power of this green lotus true body was not to be underestimated as well. He passed through the courtyard and with a single leap, strode out of Baiming Town without alarming anyone. Old Master, Baiming Town is about 250 kilometers away. Among the 3 nascent souls, apart from Nangong Shang, the remaining 2 were servants of the Nangong aristocratic family and had already grown to the nascent soul realm. An old servant said, "Old Master, there's actually no need for you to follow us. It's just dealing with a little girl. There's no need for us to mobilize such a large force. We'll just take action and bring her back." "No worries," Nangong Shang said. "I was in deep thought and decided to come out for a walk. Furthermore, I heard from Yuer that Bai Mingshui has some strange green-robed man with her. I'm going to take a look." Nangong Shang and the other 2 rode on their flying swords and chatted. "Eh?" Right then, an old servant frowned and pointed into the distance. "Why is a green-robed man standing there in the middle of the night? I wonder what he's doing out there." The moment the old servant said that, he realized something. Green-robed man? Nangong Shang seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Far away, a green-robed man stood with a yellowish face. He looked sickly without any aura of spirit energy, like a mortal who had yet to recover from a serious illness. This green-robed man was exactly as Nangong Yu had described. The distance between Nangong Shang and the other 2 and the green-robed man decreased. The 3 of them fixed their gazes on the green-robed man and exuded a powerful might, as though they wanted to see through him. As for the green-robed man, his expression did not change much despite being glared at by the 3 nascent souls. He was not embarrassed in the slightest bit and was extremely calm. "Be careful, that person is indeed a little strange." Nangong Shang sent a voice transmission secretly. Both old servants had lived for hundreds of years and were extremely cautious. "I am Nangong Shang. May I ask how I address you, fellow Taoist?" Nangong Shang reported the name of the Nangong aristocratic family right away. In the South region, the titles of the 3 aristocratic families were more useful than any Dao title. Unable to figure out the background of the green-robed man, Nangong Shang did not act rashly and merely tested the waters. "It doesn't matter who I am." The green-robed man shook his head. "What are you doing here?" an old servant asked in a deep voice. The green-robed man smiled gently. "I'm waiting for you guys." "Waiting for us?" The old servant frowned. The green-robed man was Su Zimo, who had just arrived from Baiming Town. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. He retracted his smile and said indifferently, "It's getting late. I'll send you guys on your way." After saying that, Nangong Shang and the other 2 felt a cold intent envelop them. Swash! The 3 of them felt their vision blur and their figures swayed as a tragic aura surged towards them. It was too fast. The green lotus true body did not use his full strength. However, the burst of his physique alone was something that Nangong Shang's group of 3 could not handle. Among them, the 2 servants reacted slower. Nangong Shang retreated immediately, but the 2 old servants were a step slower. Arriving before one of the old servants, Su Zimo slapped his palm on the latter's head and shattered the latter's skull, destroying his essence spirit. Before the old servant could say anything, his corpse fell from midair. "You!" Another old servant was enraged and slapped his storage bag. The moment he summoned his flying sword, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Su Zimo turned to the next person right after killing one of them. The entire process was fluid as water without any pauses at all. Nobody expected that the frail scholar who seemed like he was fraught with illnesses earlier on would kill with a thunderous might in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo did not do anything else and extended his finger, tapping the old servant gently on the glabella. Although the old servant could see Su Zimo's finger extending, he could not dodge at all. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Since he was going to have to die either way, he might as well make his death a trade. Ignoring Su Zimo's incoming finger, the old servant channeled his spirit consciousness and summoned his flying sword, piercing towards Su Zimo's glabella as well. Poof! Su Zimo's finger reached the old servant's glabella first. Instantly, a bloodied hole appeared on the old servant's forehead as blood gushed out. His essence spirit was destroyed on the spot and he died. The old servant's flying sword had already arrived at Su Zimo's glabella. However, Su Zimo did not even blink and allowed the old servant's flying sword to stab at him. Clang! A crisp sound rang when the flying sword struck Su Zimo's face. As though metal was colliding, the flying sword fell. Nangong Shang's eyelids twitched. That flying sword was a middle-grade perfected Lord Dermic weapon and was extremely sharp. But now, there were no marks on the skin of the green-robed cultivator, let alone injure him. What sort of a body is that? Impossible! Nangong Shang's mind was in chaos and countless questions surfaced. His cultivation realm, stamina, combat strength, blood chi and other aspects were much stronger than the two old servants. Even so, he did not dare to fight this green-robed cultivator right now. Nangong Shang turned and fled without turning back. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud bang sounded behind him. The entire ground quaked. He turned back instinctively and his expression changed. Stomping on the ground with one foot, the green-robed cultivator created a huge pit and soared into the air at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the green-robed cultivator arrived right behind him. Go! Nangong Shang did not have time to think. His glabella shone and a black shadow burst forth, charging towards Su Zimo. He bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood that splashed onto the black shadow. The moment he spat out the essence blood, his expression withered. He could not care less anymore. After obtaining Nangong Shang's essence blood, the black shadow expanded against the wind and grew instantly, turning into a gigantic tripod that was more than half the height of a human. There were 4 dermic patterns etched on the tripod. It was a supreme-grade perfected Lord Dermic weapon. Among the 3 aristocratic families, the Nangong aristocratic family placed more emphasis on weapon and elixir refinement. The weapons of their clansmen were mostly tripods and furnaces. When the gigantic tripod slammed over, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he extended his palm and pushed towards it. Bang! The tripod collided against Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo's figure was motionless. Although the tripod was a supreme-grade perfected Lord Dermic weapon, the power it released was almost negligible for Su Zimo. Su Zimo exerted his other palm and he exerted strength in both arms, hugging the gigantic tripod before him. The gigantic tripod was squashed by Su Zimo's hands at a visible speed. Thereafter, he rubbed his palms up and down. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic tripod that was around half the height of a human was squeezed into an iron ball by Su Zimo. That gigantic tripod was a supreme-grade perfected Lord Dermic weapon. However, the Green Lotus True Body was a Grade 6 creation Green Lotus that was augmented with many divine weapons. It was comparable to a Khanate Dao Lord Dermic weapon. There was a difference of 2 major cultivation realms between the 2 of them. Nangong Shang's face turned pale and his scalp prickled. His legs went limp and he wanted to escape, but he could not move at all. Grinning at him, Su Zimo threw the gigantic iron ball in reverse. Whoosh! The wind howled. A black shadow descended. Bang! Nangong Shang could not react in time and was struck heavily on the chest by the gigantic iron ball. Instantly, his tendons and bones were shattered and his organs were smashed. His body was already dead. Shoo! A beam of light escaped from the top of Nangong Shang's head. His essence spirit left his body. Under normal circumstances, the essence spirits of nascent souls were extremely fragile. Once they leave their bodies, it would be difficult for them to survive even without any danger. However, at that moment, Nangong Shang no longer had a way out. The moment his essence spirit left, he discovered a shadow shrouding over. His essence spirit had already fallen into Su Zimo's palm. The green-robed man with the yellowed cheeks looked at him calmly and smirked with a fake smile that was filled with mockery. Who exactly are you? Nan Gongshang's essence spirit roared with a trembling voice. My name is Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled gently. Nan Gongshang was stunned. That was an extremely foreign name that he had never heard before. Thereafter, the green-robed man continued. My Dao title is Desolate Marshal. Nan Gongshang's eyes gradually widened with endless shock that filled every single inch of his essence spirit. Immediately after, cracks appeared on Nan Gongshang's essence spirit and his light dimmed. His life force drained and was destroyed instantly. The essence spirits of nascent souls were extremely weak to begin with. Nan Gongshang died from the shock of hearing the words, Desolate Marshal. Su Zimo was stunned as well when he looked at Nan Gongshang, who was frightened to death. My Dao title alone is so terrifying? Su Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. After the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, the words Dao Lord Desolate Marshal had almost become a taboo. Cultivators of Tianhuang mainland would all be shocked at the mention of it. That battle was way too tragic. Although Dao Lord Desolate Marshal was eventually exiled by the half-marshal ancestor, too many conjoint body mighty figures died in Heaven and Earth Valley. Over the years, apart from the catastrophe of the North region 10,000 years ago, there had been no other battle that could compare to that battle. If not for the experts of the primordial races present and the descent of a half-marshal ancestor, all the experts of the supersex would have been suppressed by Desolate Marshal. Although the three aristocratic families were not embroiled in it, the cultivation world of the South region was still shocked when news spread. Nan Gongshang was quite a character in the vicinity of Baiming town. However, he was only a nascent soul at the end of the day. He was shocked by Su Zimo's methods to begin with and was on the verge of breaking down. When he heard the words Desolate Marshal, he was scared out of his wits and died. Su Zimo removed their storage bags and stuffed them into his robes. His essence spirit was locked and he could not use his dermic powers, nor was it convenient for him to destroy their bodies to wipe out evidence. As such, he carried the corpses of the three of them and tossed them into the nearest forest. At that moment, the night was dark. In the forest, birds and beasts roamed and roars could be heard everywhere. A massacre was happening in every corner of the forest. The corpses of the three nascent souls would be shared and devoured by demon beasts before long. After doing that, Su Zimo clapped his hands and turned to leave, returning to Baiming town. Baiming Shui was still in her room practicing her breathing and expiration. Right from the beginning, she did not notice anything. What she did not know was that someone had helped her resolve a calamity of life and death earlier on. Su Zimo smiled calmly and returned to his room to rest. He had no intention of telling Baiming Shui about this. To Su Zimo, the three nascent souls were as insignificant as ants and this matter was nothing much. The next morning, Baiming Shui prepared breakfast and sent it to Su Zimo's room. He took out the 3 storage bags from the previous night and handed them to Baiming Shui. Take them. I don't need them. This is... Baiming Shui received the 3 storage bags and her heart skipped a beat when she swept her gaze across them. These are storage bags of nascent souls? She probed. Is that so? Su Zimo replied. Baiming Shui asked again. Where did you obtain it, Mr. Su? I picked them up when I went out last night. Su Zimo replied casually. Baiming Shui pursed her lips and did not continue asking. In truth, there was a unique emblem on the 3 storage bags that was difficult to notice unless one observed carefully. However, Baiming Shui was from the Baiming clan after all and was naturally extremely familiar with such emblems. If she was not wrong, the emblems on the 3 storage bags came from the Nangong aristocratic family. Those were the storage bags of 3 nascent souls of the Nangong aristocratic family. Although Su Zimo said it calmly, Baiming Shui could sense a hint of blood in his calm tone. Baiming Shui was smart and did not ask further. She placed the 3 storage bags into her storage bag. There was a spirit consciousness seal on the storage bag of nascent souls and her cultivation realm was not high enough to erase it. She had to cultivate her essence spirit first. The aristocratic family competition will start in slightly more than a year, right? Su Zimo asked casually. Yes. Baiming Shui nodded. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at Baiming Shui. Do you want revenge? Baiming Shui lowered her head slightly. After a long silence, she said slowly, yes. Su Zimo could tell that the girl looked slightly troubled. The Baiming aristocratic family had long fallen. Compared to the Dongfang aristocratic family, it was like an ant facing a divine elephant. The difference in status between Baiming Shui and Dongfang Ji was great as well. Dongfang Ji was high and mighty like a princess. As for her, she was like a lowly mortal struggling in the secular world. Although she had already cultivated a blood-chi golden core and her combat strength was far superior compared to before, she could not escape her current fate. Her life and death was still decided by a single thought of the Dongfang aristocratic family. Go and cultivate. You've only just cultivated to the blood-chi golden core realm. Don't slack off. Su Zimo smiled. The later 3 transformations of the 9 transformations of the martial Tao are the essence of the martial sutra. If you can cultivate to the final transformation, you will be able to suppress all the younger generation paragons of the 3 aristocratic families in the aristocratic family competition a year later. Baiming Shui nodded heavily. Actually, she still felt a little bitter. Although her combat strength was heaven-defying, she could not afford to offend the paragons of the 3 aristocratic families. It was fine for her. At the most, she would just die. However, she was worried about implicating her younger brother and the Baiming clan. She still had many burdens and restraints in her heart. The reason why she let Nan Gongyu off yesterday was also because she was wary. In the pugilistic world, one might find themselves stuck in circumstances. It was not so easy for her to exact revenge as she wished. Su Zimo could naturally tell of Baiming Shui's worries. However, he did not say much. All these years, he had been hiding here in seclusion and almost never attacked or revealed his identity. He wanted to give Baiming Shui enough time and space to grow. Once his identity was exposed, there would be endless trouble. At that time, he would be too busy to take care of himself and would most likely not have the time or energy to impart the Tao to Baiming Shui. However, the fact that Su Zimo was dormant did not mean that he would not move. Currently, he was like a resting true dragon. While silent and motionless, everything was calm. However, the moment a true dragon opens its eyes, it would be earth-shattering. The aristocratic family competition. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and murmured. 10 days later, at the Nangong residence. In the meeting hall, Nan Gongyu sat in the middle with a bewildered expression. There were a few bloodied clothes beside his feet and a hint of fear could be seen from the depths of his eyes. A few old men sat below with grim expressions. In that case, the 3 of them are already dead? An old man asked with a frown. Nan Gongyu nodded and pointed to the bloodied clothes beside his feet. There's no mistake. Father was wearing this Taoist robe before he left. An old man had a confused expression. I checked out the forest. The strongest spirit demons there were only at the Golden Core realm. How could the old master and the others have died there? Could there be some powerful fiend demon hiding within that struck and killed the old master? Another old man asked. Impossible. Nan Gongyu shook his head and grit his teeth. How can it be so coincidental? My father wanted to head to Baiming Town and right away. Something happened to him. You mean to say that there are some experts in Baiming Town? An old man frowned. Right now, the strongest in the Baiming clan is their clan leader, a nascent soul. He doesn't have much lifespan left and his combat strength can't even match mine. How could he have been a match for the old master? It's not him. Nan Gongyu shook his head and a sickly green figure flashed through his mind. His heart skipped a beat as he murmured, Could it be him? Who is it? Immediately, an old man asked. Nan Gongyu shook his head slowly. I don't know either. I only know that he wears a set of green robes and his face is yellow, as though he hasn't recovered from a serious illness. He doesn't have any spirit or dermic powers and is no different from Immortal. He's not a Baiming clansman. He only appeared in Baiming Town around a year ago. An old man asked puzzledly, No spirit energy. Could he have cultivated the martial Tao? Impossible, Nangongyu said. One's body is tempered with the martial Tao. There's no way they will be as weak as him. Furthermore, even if he cultivated the martial Tao, he will have to condense an essence spirit after forming a core. It's impossible for him not to have dermic powers. Who cares about him? An old man with a fiery temper soared into the air and shouted. We'll bring people over and capture all the people from Baiming Town. Wouldn't it be over once we interrogate them one by one? If no one stands out, we'll just kill everyone in Baiming Town at the most. Nangongyu's expression changed slightly as he hollered, Third uncle, don't be reckless. What's wrong? The old man raised his brow and shouted. Although our lineage is a collateral branch of the Nangong family, we're not people that the Baiming Town group can provoke. Your father is dead and his Tao has dissipated. How can you not take revenge for such a deep blood feud? Nangongyu shook his head. Third uncle, calm down and think about it carefully. My father is the strongest in combat in our residence. If he's already dead, we'll only lose our lives if we act rashly. The old man's expression changed. In their lineage, the highest cultivation realms were nascent souls. If the person who killed Nangongshang was still in Baiming Town, they would only be courting death if they charged over. At that thought, the old man felt relieved and lingering fear. What should we do then? Are we just going to ignore this matter? Another old man was indignant. Things will be much easier if we can get experts of the direct descendants to help, the other old man said deeply. The Nangong aristocratic family had many collateral bloodlines. There were at least 1,000 collateral lineages like Nangongyu, but only one direct lineage. Therefore, although their surnames were both Nangong, the difference in status between the collateral and direct descendants was immense. For example, among the collateral descendants of the Nangong aristocratic family, the strongest were only at the nascent soul or void reversion realm. If any clansman of the collateral lineage could cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm, they would have a chance to be inducted as the direct descendants. As for the direct descendants of the three aristocratic families, they had many experts. Dharma characteristic Tao lords, conjoint body mighty figures, and even Mahayana patriarchs. It was definitely not a fluke that the three aristocratic families could be ranked alongside the supersects of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. Therefore, Nangongyu's group was completely insignificant and unassuming among the 1,000 collateral bloodlines. Even if they went to the direct descendants of the family clan and recounted the matter, they might not be able to get experts of the direct descendants to come forth. Nangongyu pondered for a long time. Should we put this matter aside for a period of time? I heard that Uncle Ling will be back from the Middle Continent in more than a year. He will bring our clansmen to the Shiman Villa to take part in the aristocratic family competition. Uncle Ling? What Uncle Ling? An old man asked with a frown. Nangongyu said in a deep voice, He's a direct descendant of our Nangong aristocratic family. He was sent to the Middle Continent to cultivate when he was young. I heard that he joined one of the 4 unorthodox groups and was even ranked on the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. He's a true paragon of the Nangong family. You're related to this person? The eyes of the few old men lit up. Anyone who could take part in the aristocratic family competition had to be at the void reversion realm at least. All these years, there had never been a void reversion in their group. Nangongyu shook his head. There's no relationship. Father and I only met him once. When he returns, we'll pay him a personal visit and try our luck. That's good as well. The few old men nodded. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, the aristocratic family competition of the South region was approaching. Few clansmen of the 3 aristocratic families of the South region would take part in the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. However, among the 3 aristocratic families, there was also a grand event that was comparable to the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking, the aristocratic family competition that occurred once every 100 years. The 3 aristocratic families would send disciples of the younger generation for 2 major fights. The first part was between the Foundation establishment cultivators. The second part was between Golden Cores. Naturally, the main event was the fight between Golden Cores. At that time, The paragons and monster incarnates of the three aristocratic families would appear to fight for a high ranking in the aristocratic family competition and gain fame in the South region, as well as earn amazing rewards. Although the competition was not as massive as the Golden Core phenomenon ranking, there would also be many intense clashes between powerful phenomenons, and it was extremely exciting. Every generation, there would be one or two top monster incarnates and peerless geniuses. This day, three figures rode on auspicious clouds in midair above the territory of the Nangong aristocratic family. A man and two women were walking over slowly, chatting and laughing. The man wore blue robes and looked dignified. He pointed to the mountains and rivers in the distance as he spoke with fervor and vigor. One of the women wore white robes that fluttered in the wind. She was agile and had an extremely beautiful appearance. Every single move she made possessed the bearing of a major sect, and she pursed her lips from time to time. The other girl was slender and elegant as well, chattering excitedly as she gestured. Han Yen, look over there. The blue-robed man pointed to a courtyard far away. That's my residence. There's still a few days before the aristocratic family competition. Let's rest there first. Wow, that's huge. The lively girl was secretly speechless when she caught sight of the spacious courtyard in the distance. The courtyard was like a paradise with mountains, rivers, and many servants, spirit gardens, and beast circles. Everything was present. A look of shock flashed through the eyes of the white-robed woman called Han Yen as she exclaimed, "The power of the three aristocratic families in the South region is truly massive and unshakable. This courtyard alone is proof of that." Actually, in the ancient era, there were 4 aristocratic families in the South region. However, an ancient aristocratic family declined and never rose again. The blue-robed man said casually. Pausing for a moment, he turned and smiled. Xianxia, you must be tired. Rest early today." The lively girl glanced askance at the blue-robed man, pursing her lips as though she could read his mind. "Why? You don't want me to disturb your alone time, huh?" The blue-robed man coughed gently to hide his awkwardness after being exposed. The white-robed woman spat softly and blushed as well. The blue-robed man said, "Junior sister, what are you talking about? The reason why I invited you guys to the South region is so that you can relax. Perhaps you might sense an opportunity to break through to the void reversion realm and catch up to my cultivation realm. Furthermore, I'll be taking part in the aristocratic family competition of the South region with the clansmen of the Nangong aristocratic family. At that time, it'll be quite interesting." "Good, good." The lively girl clapped excitedly. The white-robed girl was much quieter and merely smiled gently. Before long, the 3 of them arrived above the residence. "Eh?" The lively girl looked down and said, "What are those few people doing? They seem to be from your Nangong family." A few cultivators stood at the entrance of the residence, looking up at the 3 blue-robed people respectfully with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. The few of them were Nangong Yu and the others who had arrived from afar. Apart from Nangong Yu, the other 3 old men were nascent souls and were his uncles. "Greetings, Uncle Ling. I'm Nangong Yu." Before the blue-robed man descended, Nangong Yu bowed deeply and shouted, "Uncle Ling." On the auspicious cloud, the lively girl giggled. "Senior brother Nangong, you're quite senior." The blue-robed man looked at Nangong Yu below and frowned. He could tell that Nangong Yu was from a collateral lineage of the Nangong aristocratic family. However, he could not recall any interactions with this person. "Do we know one another?" The blue-robed man walked down from the auspicious cloud with the 2 women and looked at Nangong Yu, who was hunched in front of him, asking indifferently. He indeed had the right to be proud. He was a void reversion, and Nangong Yu before him was only a golden core. As a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, normally, he would not even bother with a golden core with a collateral lineage bloodline. But now that a beauty was by his side, he could not appear too cold and heartless, so he asked symbolically, Nangong Yu smiled dryly with an embarrassed expression. "Many years ago I met you once. You must have forgotten about it." "Indeed, I don't remember." The blue-robed man nodded. The lively girl beside him burst into laughter. The white-robed woman glared at her. Thereafter, as though she realized that it was rude, the lively girl held back her smile and continued listening. Nan Gongyu burst into laughter. The few nascent soul-old men were cautious as well and smiled awkwardly at the side. "Is there anything?" the blue-robed man asked. "Why, yes," Nan Gongyu said hurriedly. "My father might have been harmed by someone from Baiming Town. I was wondering if you could exact justice for me and take revenge for this." "Uncle Ling might have," the blue-robed man frowned. "Definitely." Nan Gongyu changed his words hurriedly. "It must definitely be someone from Baiming Town." The blue-robed man was disinterested. "There's no longer any clansmen left in the Baiming clan. Why would they try to kill your father at the risk of having their clan annihilated?" "This?" Nan Gongyu hesitated for a moment and was stunned. The blue-robed man continued. "In addition, the 3 aristocratic families have been suppressing the Baiming clan all these years. I remember that the Baiming clan no longer has many experts. How can they kill your father like this? The person who killed my father should be an outsider." Nan Gongyu said hurriedly. "He's extremely mysterious and I can't tell his cultivation realm. He wears a set of green robes the entire time and seems like he's severely ill, like a down-and-out scholar." When she heard the words green robes, the white-robed woman was slightly stunned. She lowered her head slightly with a dim expression as though she recalled something. "Han Yen, what's wrong?" The blue-robed man noticed the white-robed woman's abnormality and asked with a voice transmission. "It's nothing much." The white-robed woman shook her head gently. "When he mentioned green robes, I thought of Granduncle Master. He loves to wear green robes as well. Unfortunately," she sighed. "Don't be sad." The blue-robed man sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and said gently, "The heavens will bless Granduncle Master. He might not be dead after being exiled into the void." Towards the end, even he could not believe it himself as his tone weakened. Nan Gongyu continued, "Uncle Ling, please help me take revenge. I'll definitely remember this favor and repay it with my life." Actually, requesting help from this Uncle Ling to take revenge was only one of Nan Gongyu's motives. More importantly, he wanted to make use of this opportunity to get closer to this person and increase his chances of integrating into the direct lineage in the future. The lively girl at the side could not help but say, "If I were you, I would definitely take revenge personally if someone killed my father. If my cultivation right now isn't enough, I'll work harder. Sooner or later, I'll take revenge for my father personally." Nan Gongyu smiled embarrassedly with a flushed face and felt frustrated. However, he did not know the girl's identity and did not dare to refute rashly. The blue-robed man shrugged his shoulders as well and waved his hand. Just as she said, "If you want revenge, do it yourself. Don't come looking for me. I'm not interested." With that, he led the 2 women beside him towards the residence. He was truly not interested. If he were to entertain every single collateral lineage clansman that sought him for help, he would probably be tired to death and would not be able to rest every day. Furthermore, he had the company of a beauty. How would he be in the mood to bother about such things? Additionally, the aristocratic family competition would be held in a few days. He had to bring his clansmen from the Nangong aristocratic family to participate and did not want to waste his time on such insignificant matters. Nangongyu was anxious. Just as the blue-robed man was about to enter the residence and his opportunity was about to pass by in a flash, he had a stroke of inspiration and said, "Uncle Ling, the reason why my father died is very likely because he discovered the secret of the Baiming aristocratic family." The blue-robed man paused and frowned. This news was rather interesting. Secret? What secret? The lively girl's eyes lit up with the flames of gossip as she asked hurriedly. The blue-robed man sent a voice transmission secretly. Legend has it that the ancient Baiming clan guards a huge secret. However, no one has discovered it all these years. If nobody discovered it after so many years, it's probably fake. The lively girl was slightly disappointed and pouted her lips. "I'm not sure." However, throughout history, most cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families have been willing to believe in that legend. The blue-robed man said. When Nangongyu saw the blue-robed man stop in silence, he realized that he had hit the nail on the head. He braced himself and continued. My father must have discovered this secret. They must have killed him to silence him. Of course, that was Nangongyu's nonsense. However, the logic made sense. Furthermore, it involved the secret of the Baiming clan. As such, the blue-robed man was intrigued. Should we go take a look? The lively girl instigated secretly. She did not care about revenge. She was merely curious about that secret and could not contain her curiosity. Han Yen, what do you think? The blue-robed man turned and looked at the white-robed woman beside him, asking gently. I'm okay with anything. The white-robed woman smiled gently. You're the host here. It's up to you. I'll just sit by and watch the show. Let's go take a look then, the blue-robed man decided. In any case, there's still a few days before the aristocratic family competition. Let's head to Baiming Town first to see what secrets there are. Nangongyu was delighted. The old men behind him beamed as well. No matter what, they were already closer to Uncle Ling. Bitch, let's see how you remain arrogant now. Nangongyu looked in the direction of Baiming Town and grit his teeth slightly, sneering. Baiming Shui. Just you wait. I'm back. Baiming Town. Sister, don't worry. I'm still at early stage golden core, but I've awakened my golden core phenomenon. I'll definitely shock everyone at this aristocratic family competition. Baiming Ao said confidently. Cultivation was not easy. 2 years ago, Baiming Ao was already at the early stage golden core and had even condensed a golden core phenomenon. However, he still could not break through within 2 years. Baiming Shui smiled gently and helped Baiming Ao tidy his collar before reminding, Little brother, don't underestimate any enemies during the aristocratic family competition. You must be extremely careful and prioritize your safety. In 3 years, Baiming Ao had already grown into a 15-year-old youth and was almost as tall as Baiming Shui. Baiming Shui was already 18 years old and had grown increasingly elegant. Sister, don't worry. Baiming Ao raised his fist and said in a deep voice, Given my combat strength, I can escape unscathed even if I can't defeat the other party. Pausing for a moment, a ruthless glint flashed through his eyes as he continued, Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely look for Dongfang Ji and take revenge for you. There's no need. Baiming Shui shook her head. I'll deal with this matter myself. Baiming Ao was stunned. He did not understand how his sister, who was already a cripple with a shattered golden core, could handle this matter on her own. In the past 3 years, he spent almost all his time in the main hall of the clan, cultivating with many of his peers in the town and had not returned. Naturally, there were many changes to his body after 3 years. The strangest thing was that Baiming Ao could vaguely sense that his sister seemed to have changed as well in an indescribable manner. Sister, the aristocratic family competition is in 3 days. I have to make a trip to the ancestral hall because the old clan leader has something to remind us about. Baiming Ao stood up and bid farewell. Go on. Baiming Shui nodded slightly and smiled. Baiming Ao turned to leave. After leaving, he even glanced at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and harumphed coldly. For the past 3 years, Su Zimo had not left. Baiming Ao's attitude towards him changed slightly as well. At the very least, he was not as hostile as he was initially. Mr. Su, aren't your injuries better yet? Baiming Shui came before Su Zimo and asked in concern. Over the years, her cultivation grew and she became more energetic with exuberant blood qi. However, Su Zimo looked the same the entire time. His face was withered and yellow without any improvement. Baiming Shui was worried as well. Su Zimo smiled helplessly. The power of the life-severing curse was extremely difficult to deal with and he could not remove it for the past 3 years. There was indeed a reason why the witch race was ranked among the primordial 9 races. There are many spirit items in the world. Are there any treasures that can cure you? Baiming Shui asked again. I probably need the primordial divine spring, Su Zimo replied casually. Primordial divine spring? Baiming Shui had a dazed expression. She had never heard of the term before. Su Zimo smiled. He had only mentioned it casually and naturally did not hope to obtain any news from Baiming Shui. A moment later, She lowered her head slightly and whispered, "Mr. Su, sorry to disappoint you. I still haven't cultivated to the final transformation." Su Zimo smiled and his gaze softened. "You've already done well in your cultivation." Su Zimo nodded. Bai Mingxue was stunned and surprised. For the past 3 years, Su Zimo had been extremely strict to her and had never praised her as such. Su Zimo said, "I was indeed not wrong about you being able to cultivate to the 8th transformation of the martial Tao in 3 years. It's extremely difficult to cultivate to the final transformation of the martial Tao. You might need some opportunities or pressure. It's not your fault." Right now, Bai Mingxue had already cultivated to the 8th transformation of the martial Tao, Indestructible Diamond. Su Zimo said, "Even without cultivating the final transformation of the martial Tao, your current combat strength is enough." Bai Mingxue clenched her fists and looked at her hands. Up till this point of her cultivation, she had yet to fight against true paragons of the Golden Core realm. Therefore, she did not know what level her combat strength could reach. There was no Golden Core phenomenon when one cultivated the martial Tao. Could she really fight against many ancient phenomenons with her physical body alone? A moment later, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. After 3 years of interaction, no matter how foolish she could guess that Su Zimo had an extraordinary background. He was definitely a cultivator. Otherwise, how could an ordinary mortal have such a deep understanding of the martial Tao? Furthermore, Bai Mingxue was very smart. She vaguely guessed that Mr. Su's identity might be special, and it was inconvenient to expose him. That was the reason why she did not press him for the past 3 years. However, she decided to do something today. "Mr. Su, I was reborn 3 years ago because of your guidance." Bai Mingxue's gaze was resolute as she knelt down slowly and raised her head. "I'm not an ungrateful person. If you don't mind, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master and never abandon or betray you for life. If I violate this oath, the heavens and all mankind shall." Su Zimo shook his head gently and extended his palm, pressing it against Bai Mingxue's forehead to break her vow. "Actually, I did intend to take you in as a disciple when I imparted you the martial Tao," Su Zimo replied. "However, my identity is special. As my disciple, you will have to endure unimaginable dangers and calamities. That's the reason why I haven't mentioned this matter for the past 3 years." Bai Mingxue was fearless. "I'm not afraid. I'm even worried that my status as a Baiming clansman might even implicate you." "Implicate me?" Su Zimo could not help but laugh. As a Baiming aristocratic family clansman, the worst possible outcome would be to face the 3 aristocratic families. However, what sort of enemies were he facing? Su Zimo said, "How about this? I'll tell you my identity. Whether or not you want to acknowledge me as your master is up to you." "Master, no matter who you are, I won't regret it." Bai Mingxue did not say anything more and kowtowed to Su Zimo. "All right." When Su Zimo saw Bai Mingxue's decisiveness, he did not reject her further. He helped her up and said in a deep voice, "Since you've accepted me as your master, you're now my first disciple. I'll naturally do my best to ensure your safety." If Bai Mingxue did not become Su Zimo's disciple, he would have left today. He accompanied her here for 3 years and imparted the Tao to her. Although there was no master-disciple relationship, it could be considered as settling a karma. But now that he had taken in Bai Mingxue as his disciple, he could not leave casually. At the very least, he had to accompany her to the aristocratic family competition. Right then, Su Zimo's expression changed. As though he sensed something, he frowned and looked into the distant horizon. Somebody was here. Furthermore, they were hostile. Su Zimo guessed that there was a high chance it was someone from the Nangong aristocratic family. After all, the 3 nascent souls of the Nangong aristocratic family had died for so long. There was no way to hide it, and the Nangong aristocratic family would come knocking sooner or later. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he said indifferently, "Baiming, stand behind me. I'll show you what I'm capable of." With that said, Su Zimo carried a chair and sat in the courtyard boldly with a calm expression, waiting for the Nangong aristocratic family to come knocking. Bai Ming-shui stood behind Su Zimo. For some reason, she felt a little excited. The skies above Baiming town. Nan Gongyu and 3 nascent soul old men flew over on a gigantic spirit vessel with a murderous intent. Dermic powers rumbled around the 3 nascent souls with a rampant might. The moment they arrived in Baiming town, a series of exclamations sounded. Over the years, the Baiming clan had been declining. Most of the people from the 3 aristocratic families that came to the town to show off were juniors, foundation establishment cultivators, and golden cores. Nascent souls rarely appeared. But now that 3 nascent souls had arrived, the pressure on the cultivators of Baiming town increased immensely. 3 nascent souls at the same time. They're definitely hostile. Those 3 nascent souls look murderous. I wonder why they're here. Blood will probably be spilled today. I wonder which family is the unlucky one. They seem to be heading for Baiming Shui's courtyard. Some Baiming clansmen discussed softly. Right then, many cultivators who were cultivating in the main hall of the clan sensed the commotion outside and came forth. Baiming Ao stood in the crowd and looked into the distance. His expression changed starkly. "Sister!" Baiming Ao exclaimed. He could clearly see that the gigantic spirit vessel in midair stopped above their house and 4 people walked down. Nan Gongyu was one of them. The other 3 were nascent souls. Baiming Ao pushed through the crowd and charged over. However, he had barely run a few steps when his arm was grabbed by a withered palm. "Don't go over!" A skinny old man behind Baiming Ao shouted. "Clan leader, don't hold me back. Nan Gongyu and the others are hostile. I have to go take a look." Baiming Ao was anxious and shouted. "There's no point in you heading over." The Baiming clan leader shook his head. "Your combat strength might be able to match Nan Gongyu, but he has 3 nascent souls with him. Nascent souls can manipulate dermic powers and kill you with a single thought." "But that's my sister." Baiming Ao continued struggling. However, the Baiming clan leader was a nascent soul after all. He used his dermic powers as a thread to hold Baiming Ao back tightly and not let him pass. "Child, this matter is not simple." The Baiming clan leader looked into the distance and whispered, "Look over there. There are 3 other experts walking over. If I'm not wrong, the man from the Nangong aristocratic family in the middle should be at the void reversion realm." Pest! The surrounding young cultivators gasped and their expressions changed. The void reversion realm was truly out of reach for them. It could be said that a void reversion could annihilate Baiming town with a single thought, leaving no one alive. How long has it been since a void reversion has been in the town? What happened to alarm the void reversions of the Nangong aristocratic family? Baiming Shui is most likely doomed. I hope we won't be implicated. Some of the Baiming clansmen whispered with wary expressions. Baiming Ao's body trembled slightly and his eyes were bloodshot. The Baiming clansmen sighed internally. "Child, let's wait and see. If this void reversion wants to harm Baiming Shui, it's useless even if you rush over. You might even die there. If this void reversion expert has no intention of harming Baiming Shui, it's the same even if you don't go." Although that was the case, it was immense torture and pain for Baiming Ao to have to see his sister face Nan Gongyu, nascent souls, and even a void reversion alone. Baiming Ao's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing turned heavy. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If anything happens to my sister, I'll definitely make them pay with their lives." At that moment, Nan Gongyu and the 3 nascent souls had already descended and landed in Baiming Shui's courtyard. Because of the high wall, Baiming Ao and the others naturally could not see what was going on inside. However, the more that was the case, the more tormented Baiming Ao felt. Sigh. I hope that Baiming Shui will be blessed by the heavens. The Baiming clan leader sighed. In truth, he knew that it was definitely not a small matter if even a void reversion was alarmed. Baiming Shui was most likely doomed. Outside Baiming town, the blue-robed man and the other 2 were in no hurry to enter Baiming town. Instead, they stood on a cloud and looked down at the small town. "This is Baiming town?" the white-robed woman lamented. "To think that even an aristocratic family that was comparable to you guys in the ancient era would end up in such a state." "That's right. In such a small town, the strongest are nascent souls. What secrets can there be? The lively girl shook her head. Initially, she was looking forward to it. But now, this small town looked ordinary. The cultivators in the town were bullied by the 3 aristocratic families all year round. There was no vigor and it was lifeless. Hanyan Xianxia. Let's head over as well and see what's the background of that outsider. The blue-robed man pointed in the direction of Nan Gongyu and the others not far away. Yes. The white-robed woman nodded. The 3 of them rode on auspicious clouds and floated towards Baiming Shui's courtyard in a flash. Before they arrived, the 3 of them looked down. The courtyard was not big and did not have many decorations. A green-robed man sat in the middle with an indifferent expression while a slender girl stood behind him. That girl is so beautiful. The lively girl could not help but exclaim. The moment she said that, the lively girl felt her legs give way and she nearly fell from the auspicious cloud. Senior brother Nangong, what are you doing? You can't even control the auspicious clouds at the sight of a beauty? Senior sister Han Yen, you've got to control him properly. The lively girl grumbled. However, no one replied. The air seemed to have frozen and the atmosphere turned strange. She turned around and saw the blue-robed man and white-bloused woman looking down in shock and disbelief. The blue-robed man's lips trembled as he stuttered, You, what? The lively girl followed their gazes and looked into the courtyard. When she caught sight of the green-robed man, she jumped up from her auspicious cloud in fright. In the courtyard, arriving before Su Zimo, Nangongyu swept his gaze across Su Zimo and Baiming Shui and sneered, No wonder you're so brazen, slut. So, you found a helper. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Nangongyu asked eccentrically. Su Zimo replied calmly, My name is Su Zimo. Oh, I've never heard of you before. Nangongyu shrugged with a disdainful expression. The 3 nascent soul old men reared their heads in laughter as well. A year ago, my father and 2 old servants died outside Baiming town. Do you know about this? Nangongyu glared at Su Zimo and asked slowly. I killed them, Su Zimo said indifferently. Baiming Shui's heart skipped a beat. The 3 storage bags given to her by her master a year ago were indeed from the Nangong aristocratic family. You have a death wish. Initially, Nangongyu wanted to test the waters. However, he had not expected Su Zimo to admit to it without hiding anything. Make way! Right then, a soft shout sounded from behind Nangongyu. The blue-robed man and the other 2 had already descended and were walking over quickly. Nangongyu looked at Su Zimo as though he was looking at a dead man and said menacingly, Su Zimo, Uncle Ling is a void reversion that I invited. I'll let you die in peace today. Void reversion. Initially, Baiming Shui had immense confidence in Su Zimo. However, her heart skipped a beat when she heard that the intruder was a void reversion. Instantly, she turned nervous and glared at the blue-robed man fixedly. Void reversions were practically out of reach for her and were existences she had to look up to. This Uncle Ling had an extraordinary bearing. He was clearly a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family. In Baiming Shui's opinion, no matter how strong Su Zimo was, he was probably not a match for a void reversion. In fact, she was prepared to take on everything. As she thought, the blue-robed man and the 2 women had already arrived before her with excited expressions. Suddenly, the blue-robed man paused and turned to look at Nangongyu beside him, asking slowly, Who did you say you wanted to kill? Him. Nangongyu pointed at Su Zimo with an arrogant expression. You must have a death wish. The blue-robed man swung in reverse and hollered, slapping Nangongyu heavily on the cheek. Piak. The power of that slap was so great that Nangongyu was sent flying from the spot. He rolled dozens of feet away and half of his cheek was swollen with his bones shattered. The change was extremely sudden. Even the tense Baiming Shui was shocked, let alone Nangongyu, who was caught off guard. Her first reaction was that the other party had hit the wrong person. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The blue-robed man bowed deeply to Su Zimo and greeted respectfully, Greetings, Granduncle Master. The three nascent soul old men were dumbfounded and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Grand Uncle Master? Bai Ming-Shui blinked and her mind was in chaos. She had a calm personality and could maintain her composure even if her life was hanging by a thread. However, she had lost her composure at this moment. Could it be that this Uncle Ling had not only hit the wrong person, but recognized a wrong person as well? "Oh, Nangong Ling, it's you." Su Zimo glanced at the blue-robed man and said indifferently. The blue-robed man was the disciple of Dao Lord Scarlet Star who was under extreme fire. Back when Su Zimo brought extreme fire back to 100 Refinement Sect, he came across Nangong Ling's group of 3 who was encircled by Hellfire Hall. Back then, Su Zimo had already sensed a pride in Nangong Ling's bones, as though he came from an extraordinary background. To think that he came from 3 aristocratic families. Behind Nangong Ling were Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian from the past. Given the seniority of Extreme Fire's lineage, Nangong Ling and the other 2 indeed had to address Su Zimo as Granduncle Master. "Greetings, Granduncle Master." Lu Hanyan's white robes fluttered as she walked forward as well. She suppressed the excitement in her eyes and bowed deeply. Ru Xian cared even less. She leaned forward and said in surprise, "Granduncle Master, it's great that you're still alive. We thought that something had happened to you and were sad for a long time." She was honest and straightforward, saying whatever she thought. Nangong Yu had just struggled to get up from the ground and was stunned when he saw that. Uncle Ling addressed this man as Granduncle Master? What was the seniority of this man? Could Su Zimo be someone from the Nangong aristocratic family as well? Nangong Yu's head hurt to begin with after being slapped. Now that he was confused, his entire head felt like it was about to explode. The 3 nascent soul old men that followed him had ugly expressions. They did not think so much. All they knew was that if Su Zimo was Nangong Ling's Granduncle Master, they would have struck a steel board. Bai Ming-Shui was confused. She could tell that Nangong Ling and the other 2 did not greet Su Zimo ceremonially as they would towards elders. Instead, they had heartfelt respect and concern. Master's methods are truly amazing. They're totally unexpected and unpredictable. Bai Ming-Shui lamented internally. "Granduncle Master, why are you here in the South region?" Nangong Ling asked respectfully. "You should have told me beforehand that you were coming to the South region. I would have picked you up personally." He had truly submitted completely to Su Zimo. Back in the Middle Continent, Su Zimo saved their lives. Lu Hanyan looked at Su Zimo's expression and asked softly with a worried expression, "Granduncle Master, are you injured? You don't look well." "I can't activate my essence spirit because of the injuries sustained in Heaven and Earth Valley. Right now, I can't use dermic powers either," Su Zimo replied casually without hiding anything. Bai Ming-Shui's heart skipped a beat as a thought flashed through her mind. Su Zimo's words earlier on seemed to have revealed an extremely important piece of information. However, that thought disappeared in a flash and she could not figure it out. "Granduncle Master, how do we resolve your injuries? What elixirs do you need? Tell me. I'll ask my family and definitely think of a way to get my hands on it," Nangong Ling said. Su Zimo shook his head. "There's nothing much I can do. The 3 aristocratic families definitely did not have the primordial divine spring. Otherwise, news of it would have long spread in the cultivation world." "Granduncle Master, what are you doing in Baiming Town?" "This is." Nangong Ling's gaze landed on Bai Ming-Shui as he asked carefully. "This is my eldest disciple, Bai Ming-Shui," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Ah!" Nangong Ling was slightly stunned. However, he reacted quickly and bowed to Bai Ming-Shui hurriedly. "Greetings, Antmaster." The change earlier on was truly too fast and Bai Ming-Shui had yet to digest it completely. Now that a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, who was also a void reversion, bowed and greeted her, she was shocked. She turned slightly and waved her hand. "Senior, there's no need for that." "Greetings, Antmaster." Right then, Lu Hanyan bowed to Bai Ming-Shui as well. Ru Xian shouted with a grin as well. Be it Lu Hanyan, Ru Xian or Nangong Ling, their statuses and cultivation realms were far above Bai Ming-Shui. Now that the 3 of them were bowing to her at the same time, she truly felt uneasy. It's fine. Su Zimo glanced sideways and nodded to Bai Ming Shui. You're my eldest disciple, so you're naturally senior to them. There's no need to feel burdened. Just accept it. Bai Ming Shui only adapted gradually after hearing Su Zimo's consolation. There's no need to stand on courtesy, everyone. Rise. Thank you, Ant Master. Nan Gongling and the others bowed before standing up. In 100 Refinement Sect, etiquette and seniority were extremely important. Right then, Nan Gongling took out a shimmering silver inner armor from his storage bag and handed it to Bai Ming Shui. Ant Master, this is a defensive inner armor that I refined personally. It's a perfect grade spirit weapon. Please accept it. This gift is way too precious. Bai Ming Shui blushed and declined hurriedly. Perfect spirit weapons were extremely rare in the cultivation world. Even cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families did not have many people who could possess perfect-grade spirit weapons, let alone her. At the side, Nan Gongyu felt a sense of envy when he saw that. He had been in the Golden Core realm for so long but only possessed a supreme-grade spirit weapon. However, it was broken by Bai Ming Shui. He did not even have a chance to obtain a perfect spirit weapon. Bai Ming Shui looked at Su Zimo pleadingly. Accept it. Su Zimo nodded calmly. It was nothing much for his eldest disciple to accept a perfect-grade spirit weapon. His essence spirit could not be used and he could not open his storage bag. Otherwise, he would have been able to take out at least 10 connate spirit weapons from his storage bag. When she heard Su Zimo's words, Bai Ming Shui took the silver inner armor. Even with her steady personality, her eyes revealed a hint of joy. The Bai Ming aristocratic family had a deep foundation as well. However, after being oppressed by the 3 aristocratic families all these years, their foundation had long been exhausted. The connate, perfect, and supreme-grade spirit weapons passed down by the Bai Ming aristocratic family had long been snatched away by the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families. Right now, it was already rare for cultivators of Bai Ming Town to possess a superior-grade spirit weapon. Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian took out 2 perfect-grade spirit weapons from their storage bags and handed them over. Bai Ming Shui hesitated for a moment before taking them. Bai Ming Shui looked at the 3 perfect spirit weapons in her hands and felt as though she was in a dream. It was surreal. Earlier on, she was still that inferior existence of the Bai Ming clan. But now, because she had taken Su Zimo as her master, even a void reversion of the Nangong aristocratic family had to address her respectfully as Ant Master. Just who in the world is my master? A doubt flashed through Bai Ming Shui's mind. We were on the same side the entire time. Senior, I'm also someone of the Nangong aristocratic family. Nangong Yu walked over warily. His cheeks were swollen and he could not speak clearly. However, he forced a smile. Greetings, Senior. I'm Nangong Yu. His reaction was extremely fast. When he saw that the situation was not right, he lowered his head hurriedly and bowed to Su Zimo. My surname isn't Nangong and I'm not from the Nangong aristocratic family. Su Zimo did not stand up and merely looked at Nangong Yu coldly. Nangong Yu's expression froze. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo must definitely be someone of the Nangong aristocratic family, as well since the latter was Nangong Ling's granduncle master. However, he made a huge mistake. Su Zimo's surname was Su and not Nangong. Even if you're not from the Nangong aristocratic family, you must be famous. I must have been blind to want to cause trouble for you. Please forgive me, Senior. Nangong Yu smiled embarrassedly and lowered his head obediently. He could no longer care about his dignity and bowed down completely. That's right, that's right. The 3 nascent soul old men chimed in hurriedly. Perhaps you've heard of my Dao title as well, Su Zimo said indifferently. I'm Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal. Those 2 words seemed to possess a demonic power. The expressions of Nangong Yu and the 3 nascent souls froze on their faces as endless fear and shock filled their eyes. Their bodies trembled slightly. There were truly not many people in the cultivation world who could scare cultivators with just a Dao title. Su Zimo was definitely one of them. Even the titular disciples of the super sects would shudder at the mention of Desolate Marshal. let alone Nangongyu, who was only at Golden Core Realm and the 3 nascent souls. Up till this point of his cultivation, Desolate Marshal had been treading on the corpses of various paragons and monster incarnates. Bai Ming Shui opened her mouth slightly with deep shock in her beautiful eyes. Desolate Marshal. Her master was the renowned Tao Lord Desolate Marshal of the cultivation world. It was no wonder why her master's understanding of the martial Tao was so thorough. It was no wonder why her master refused to reveal his identity and kept it a secret. It was no wonder why her master was worried that she would be implicated if he accepted her as a disciple. There was only a single reason. Her master was Desolate Marshal. The moment Bai Ming Shui heard that, apart from shock, there was no worries or fear in her heart. Instead, she was filled with joy and pride. Desolate Marshal wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. To begin with, she had immense respect for Desolate Marshal. No matter the rumors outside, Bai Ming Shui believed that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal had a magnanimity that no one else could match. His magnanimity surpassed that of any orthodox cultivator. Bai Ming Shui would be extremely satisfied even if she could meet Desolate Marshal once, let alone take him as her master. After saying that, Su Zimo did not say anything more. Suddenly, the entire courtyard fell into a dead silence. Nangong Ling lowered his head slightly with a cold glint in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Nangong Yu's group of 4 before saying slowly, "The 4 of you won't have to leave this courtyard today." Su Zimo did not say much. However, the moment he revealed his Tao title, Nangong Yu and the other 3 had to die. Right now, Su Zimo had already offended some supersects of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sections. If they knew that Su Zimo was not dead, those supersects would definitely make a move. Furthermore, Su Zimo's combat strength was greatly reduced with his essence spirit injured. If Nangong Yu's group of 4 were to leave, it would be equivalent to planting Su Zimo in a dangerous place. Thud! Thud! Nangong Yu and the other 3 knelt down one after another with pale faces. "We're from the Nangong family after all and have the same blood flowing through our veins. Uncle Ling, please spare us. Uncle Ling, please show mercy. We won't say anything more after we leave." Nangong Yu bawled and was scared out of his wits. Nangong Ling's expression was calm and unmoved. The Nangong aristocratic family had 1,000 collateral lineages. As a direct descendant, he had no feelings towards these collateral descendants. In his heart, Su Zimo was much more important. Swoosh! A tricolored flame suddenly appeared in Nangong Ling's palm. The Samadhi Dao Fire. Nangong Ling had already obtained the legacy of Extreme Fire's lineage. Although his Samadhi Dao Fire was much weaker than Su Zimo's, it was more than enough to deal with Nangong Yu and the 3 nascent souls. The flames engulfed Nangong Yu's group of 4 instantly. Ah! Nangong Yu's group of 4 shrieked. Flames surged into the skies. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Yu turned into ashes. He was only a golden core and could not withstand the burning of the Samadhi Dao fire. As for the 3 nascent souls, they only managed to hold on for a moment longer before they died completely. Their flesh and bones were burned to ashes by the Samadhi Dao fire. As a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Ling had joined 100 Refinement sect and experienced many storms. He had even followed Su Zimo and witnessed shocking battles such as the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. He was not a benevolent person to be able to cultivate to this point. Bai Ming Shui stood behind Su Zimo and looked at the dust that was falling slowly in midair with a complicated expression as she lamented internally. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had not stood up nor attacked. With just a few words, Nangong Yu's group of 4 were buried here. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds and rain. Those were her master's methods. Bai Ming Town in front of the clan's grand hall. Bai Ming Ao looked at the blazing flames in the courtyard far away and called out with a quivering voice, "Sister!" He could no longer hold back his tears and they flowed instantly. When he saw that, Bai Ming Ao's first reaction was that his sister had already died in the sea of flames. The faint shrieks that came from the courtyard must be from that green-robed man with the surname Su. The Bai Ming clan leader shook his head as well and sighed deeply. The remaining Baiming clansmen looked fearful as well. Although they were far away, the energy fluctuation released by the Tao fire still made everyone's hearts palpitate. That was the power of a void reversion. Child, my condolences. The Baiming clan leader looked at Baiming Ao and reminded, since things have come to this, you must not be reckless. Otherwise, you will definitely die as well. He said earnestly, there's only hope if you're alive. Baiming Ao gradually stopped crying. It was as though he had grown a lot in an instant. That's right. There's only hope if I'm alive. He clenched his fists with a cold expression. In the courtyard, Nangong Yu's group of 4 turned into ashes and only left 4 storage bags. Nangong Ling picked up the 4 storage bags and wiped away the spirit consciousness on them before handing them to Su Zimo without even taking a single look. You can have them. Su Zimo glanced sideways and gestured for Baiming Shui to step forward. Baiming Shui had already gradually adapted to her identity. When she heard Su Zimo's words, she received the 4 storage bags and placed them into her own storage bag before thanking him. Will you get into trouble for killing the 4 of them? Su Zimo looked at Nangong Ling and asked. Granduncle Master, don't worry. Nangong Yu is from a collateral lineage and merely has the surname of Nangong. No one will care about them. Nangong Ling said. Furthermore, as a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, I have some status among the younger generation of the family. Yes, that's good. Su Zimo nodded. Nangong Ling continued. Don't worry, Granduncle Master. I'll definitely settle this matter properly, and no one from the Nangong family will cause trouble for you. Su Zimo asked, why are you back this time round? Nangong Ling replied, my family summoned me back to take part in the aristocratic family competition with my clansmen. I invited Han Yen and Xianxia over to take a breather and explore. What sort of people are those taking part in the family competition? Su Zimo asked deeply. Will the family masters of your 3 aristocratic families appear? No. Nangong Ling shook his head. The aristocratic family competition is only a fight between the younger generation of Foundation establishment cultivators and golden cores. As for the family masters of the 3 aristocratic families, they are all conjoint body mighty figures. Naturally, they won't show themselves. Typically, the 3 aristocratic families send out their outstanding paragons to take part with their clansmen. This time round, I'm the commander of the Nangong aristocratic family. Su Zimo nodded slightly and asked again. The commanders of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families are also void reversions? More or less, Nangong Ling said. This is a fight between the younger generation after all. Even seniors with high cultivation realms won't show themselves. The presence of a void reversion is enough to control the situation. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the aristocratic family competition this time round is at the Shimin Villa. Since it's an important place for the Shimin aristocratic family, there will definitely be some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. However, I'm not sure whether there will be any conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo nodded. If it was just Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, they posed no threat to him. Even if his essence spirit was locked and he could not use Dharmic powers or Dharmic arts, it would be difficult for other Dharma characteristic Tao Lords to injure him. It would be much more troublesome if there were conjoint body mighty figures. He could not injure a conjoint body mighty figure with his green lotus true body alone. Of course, Su Zimo had no intention of offending the 3 aristocratic families unless he had no other choice. Nangong Ling could vaguely tell what he was implying and probed. Granduncle Master, are you intending to attack the 3 aristocratic families? If Su Zimo had such plans, he would be in an awkward situation. On the one hand, he was a direct descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family. On the other hand, he was also a disciple of Extreme Fire's lineage. Su Zimo could tell Nangong Ling's worries and shook his head. You don't have to worry. I don't want to bother with the feud between the 3 aristocratic families and the Baiming clan. However, he changed the topic and said slowly, Baiming Shui is my disciple. Anyone who dares to bully her will be going against Desolate Marshal. Nangong Ling's heart skipped a beat as he nodded. Granduncle Master, I understand. Yes, there's nothing much. You guys can head back first. Su Zimo waved his hand. Granduncle Master, we've just arrived and have yet to speak much to you, but you're already chasing us away. Ruxian pouted her lips and grumbled. Let's go. The aristocratic family competition is in a few days. Granduncle Master will definitely be there as well. Lu Hanyen pulled Ruxian and smiled gently. Nangong Ling and the other two bowed to Su Zimo before turning to leave. In front of the clan's grand hall, Baiming Ao could no longer hold it in when he saw Nangong Ling and the other two speeding away on their auspicious clouds. He dashed home with a sorrowful expression. The Baiming clan leader followed closely behind, worried that something might happen to Baiming Ao. The remaining Baiming clansmen closed in as well. Bang! Baiming Ao pushed the door open and barged in. The moment he entered the courtyard, he was stunned and dumbfounded. Initially, he thought that his sister was already dead and Su was burned to ashes. However, he had not expected the two of them to appear alive before him. Su leaned on his chair with half-opened eyes and a relaxed expression. Baiming Shui stood behind him with a hint of joy on her face. This? Baiming Ao was a little stunned and could not snap out of his stupor. Some Baiming clansmen came over and looked inside as well, shocked. Baiming Shui was not dead? What the hell? If that was the case, who was the one screaming from the burn earlier on? The Baiming clan leader stood at the entrance with a stunned expression. Earlier on, Nangong Yu and the others came with a murderous aura and a void reversion was even invited. Yet Baiming Shui was fine? This didn't make sense? The Baiming clan leader frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. Nangong Yu's group seemed to have vanished into thin air. The Baiming clan leader's gaze landed on some ashes in the courtyard, and his pupils constricted as he thought of a possibility. However, that possibility was way too ridiculous. Would the Nangong aristocratic family kill one another? Sister, are you all right? Baiming Ao rushed to Baiming Shui and sized her up with a delighted expression. In fact, he could not help but reach out and pinch himself. Ouch! He grinned and laughed. It's not a dream, it's not a dream. Ha ha ha. My sister is fine. Baiming Shui looked at some Baiming clansmen at the entrance and said loudly, Sorry for worrying you clansmen. I'm fine. Thereafter, she whispered, Little brother, let them disperse and go close the doors. I have something to tell you. All right. Baiming Ao was delighted when he saw that Baiming Shui was fine. Without thinking much, he rushed to the door and waved his hand. Everyone disperse. My sister is fine. Sister, what happened? Baiming Ao closed the door and could not help but ask, Where's Nangong Yu and the others? They're gone. Baiming Shui replied ambiguously. If she were to tell the truth, it would be difficult to hide Su Zimo's identity. She was smart and was extremely cautious. She knew that Su Zimo's identity was sensitive and could not reveal it casually, even if this was her younger brother. Gone. Baiming Ao was puzzled. Baiming Shui changed the topic and asked, Little brother, the aristocratic family competition is about to begin. What's your weapon? Baiming Ao was delighted when he heard that and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. It was etched with 3 spirit patterns. It was a superior grade spirit weapon. Sister, look, he said smugly. This was given to me by the old clan leader. There aren't many superior grade spirit weapons in the entire Baiming town. The foundation of the Baiming clan had long been snatched away by the 3 aristocratic families. Even the many cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the Baiming clan were snatched away by the 3 aristocratic families, and their legacy was lost, let alone spirit weapons and dermic weapons. A superior grade spirit weapon. That's not bad. Baiming Shui nodded. However, you will still be disadvantaged if you face golden cores of the 3 aristocratic families in the aristocratic family competition. Golden cores of the 3 aristocratic families would at least possess a supreme grade spirit weapon if they could take part in the aristocratic family competition. It was normal for some peerless geniuses or monster incarnates that were groomed by their families to possess perfect or connate spirit weapons. For example, Dongfang Ji, who destroyed Baiming Shui's golden core, possessed 2 connate spirit weapons. One of the connate spirit weapons even belonged to the Baiming aristocratic family. It's fine. Bai Ming Ao gripped his fists gently. I have a golden core phenomenon. Even if I lose in terms of weapons, I'll definitely be able to obtain a good ranking. This time round, the old clan leader told me that if I can get into the top 100, he will raise a request to the 3 aristocratic families to permit me to leave Baiming Town and explore outside. Once I leave the territory of the 3 aristocratic families, the skies will be the limit. Who knows? I might encounter some opportunity and soar immensely. Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely take you with me when that time comes. Bai Ming Shui felt her heart warm up and nodded. Thank you for your concern, little brother. She looked at Su Zimo and hesitated slightly. However, she still took out a flying sword and a silver inner armor from her storage bag and handed them over. Bai Ming Shui said, Little brother, take these 2 spirit weapons. They will increase your chances at the aristocratic family competition. Bai Ming Ao did not think too much about it and took them over, asking casually, Sister, where did you get your hands on these spirit weapons? After sweeping his gaze, Bai Ming Ao's expression changed slightly. He could clearly see that there were 5 spirit patterns etched on the flying sword. Could it be? He could not believe it and channeled spirit energy into it. Whoosh! The sword buzzed and trembled, shining brightly in a bedazzling manner. A perfect grade spirit weapon, Bai Ming Ao exclaimed. His spirit energy entered the silver inner armor as well. Whoosh! A silver barrier burst forth from the inner armor and shone with 5 spirit lights. It was also a perfect grade spirit weapon. This shocked Bai Ming Ao. Sister, this? He could not even speak coherently anymore. After all, he had not even touched a supreme-grade spirit weapon up till this point of his cultivation. He was overjoyed when the Bai Ming clan leader gave him a superior-grade spirit weapon. One could imagine the impact of seeing 2 perfect-grade spirit weapons right now. Bai Ming Shui was worried that Su Zimo would not agree to it. Therefore, she was a little hesitant. However, she still loved her younger brother in her heart. Worried that Bai Ming Ao might encounter danger at the aristocratic family competition, she took out 2 of the 3 perfect dermic weapons given to her by Nangong Ling and the other 2. However, right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not express anything and sat quietly at the side with closed eyes, seemingly unconcerned. Little brother, don't ask me about these 2 spirit weapons. I can't tell you. Bai Ming Shui could see Bai Ming Ao's confusion and shook her head. Although Bai Ming Ao was curious, he controlled himself. The only thing he knew was that his sister would not harm him. Putting away the 2 perfect spirit weapons, Bai Ming Ao looked at Su Zimo instinctively and could not help but extend his leg to kick the seat beneath Su Zimo. Hey, why are you still here? How many years has it been? He snapped. Bai Ming Shui's expression changed as she berated sternly, Little brother, don't be rude. Sister, I didn't say anything much. Bai Ming Ao murmured softly but was interrupted by Bai Ming Shui before he could finish. Little brother apologized to Mr. Su. She had a stern expression as she said slowly with a firm tone that was unquestionable. Bai Ming Ao had never seen his sister so stern. Although he was indignant, he was a little afraid as well and cupped his fists at Su Zimo reluctantly. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not open his eyes the entire time, seemingly asleep. What was his identity? He would not hold it against Bai Ming Ao for such things. Bai Ming Ao pouted his lips and looked at Su Zimo with even more disdain. However, due to Bai Ming Shui, he retracted some sarcastic remarks he was about to make. Bai Ming Shui waved her hand. All right, continue cultivating in the ancestral hall. Don't expose your perfect-grade spirit weapons for now. Don't worry, sister. Bai Ming Ao nodded and turned to leave without lingering. Master, will you blame me for giving away the 2 spirit weapons to my little brother? Bai Ming Shui pondered for a long time and whispered uneasily. Su Zimo opened his eyes and smiled, shaking his head. It's nothing much. It's just 2 perfect-grade spirit weapons. They're not incredible treasures either. His essence spirit was locked and he could not open his storage bag. Otherwise, Any treasure he took out would far surpass a perfect-grade spirit weapon. Earlier on, Su Zimo was also considering what gift he should give Bai Mingshui. Right now, he was not at the same level as Dai Yu where he could give out universal treasures as gifts or alter one's fate. However, Bai Mingshui was his eldest disciple after all, and he could not give her something too cheap. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo removed a string of Buddha beads on his left wrist and handed them to Bai Mingshui, saying indifferently, "I've worn these Buddha beads for many years. Today, I'll give them to you." "Thank you, master." Bai Mingshui received the Buddha beads and examined them carefully but could not make out anything. There were no spirit patterns on the Buddha beads and there were no spirit chi fluctuations. They looked extremely old. Bai Mingshui did not think too much about it and wore the Buddha beads on her wrist casually. At that moment, she did not realize at all that the string of Buddha beads was the foundational treasure of a super sect in the cultivation world. The Mingwang prayer beads. Even conjoint body mighty figures would be tempted to fight to the death for those Buddha beads, let alone a golden core like her. As an important place of the Ximen aristocratic family, the Ximen villa was usually heavily guarded and outsiders were forbidden from entering. In the past 2 days, the Ximen villa suddenly became lively. That was because the competition between the 3 aristocratic families was about to begin. A day earlier, the paragons of the 3 aristocratic families arrived at the Ximen villa under the lead of their respective commanders to prepare for the competition. Naturally, the Ximen villa arranged accommodations for the cultivators of the Dongfang and Nangong aristocratic families, as well as many spirit fruits and wine for them to consume. In a corner of the Ximen villa, everyone from the Baiming clan was gathered. There were dozens of them. Su Zimo, Bai Mingshui, and Bai Mingao were among them. "Sai, our Baiming clan has already fallen to such a state where we don't even have a place to settle down. Seems like we have to deal with this open-air place for the night. The 3 aristocratic families don't even care about us. Why would they arrange a place for us?" Some Baiming clansmen grumbled softly and sighed. The Baiming clan leader frowned slightly and hollered softly, "That's enough. We're here to take part in the aristocratic family competition. If you guys can obtain a good ranking, it'll be considered as giving the Baiming clan face." Right then, a group of cultivators in brocade robes walked over from not far away, looking proud and arrogant. "It's Dongfang Xian." Bai Mingao could not help but grit his teeth when he saw the leader. The person beside Dongfang Xian is the monster incarnate of the Ximen aristocratic family, Ximen Jingrui. I heard that he's already engaged to Dongfang Ji and will become her Dao companion soon. It was common to see marriage between the 3 aristocratic families. Fufu. Before Dongfang Xian arrived, laughter sounded. "Aren't those the legendary clansmen of the ancient Baiming aristocratic family? How impolite of us." Dongfang Xian smiled gently with a mocking tone. The Baiming clansmen lowered their heads and their faces reddened, but they did not dare to say anything. Dongfang Xian said pretentiously, "Brother Jingrui, your Ximen aristocratic family is truly in the wrong this time round. Why are you guys so slow to even give them a place despite the fact that the Baiming clan is an ancient aristocratic family?" "Baiming aristocratic family?" Jingrui was puzzled. "Why haven't I heard of them before? There's only so few people in an ancient aristocratic family. Why aren't they as prosperous as even a collateral lineage of my Ximen aristocratic family?" "Sigh. Perhaps they've already declined." Dongfang Xian sighed. However, even so, they were still an ancient aristocratic family. If they can be considered as an ancient aristocratic family just like that, wouldn't aristocratic families be everywhere? Ximen Jingrui shook his head. "That won't do. Ha 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 ha." The aristocratic family cultivators behind the 2 of them roared in laughter brazenly. Joking one after another, the 2 of them did not take the Baiming clansmen seriously at all. Dongfang Xian, Ximen Jingrui, "Don't be smug." Baiming Ao's expression was cold as he suddenly said, "If you encounter me, Baiming Ao, at the aristocratic family competition, you'll definitely be disgraced." "Hee hee." Ximen Jingrui sneered and could not be bothered with Baiming Ao. As a monster incarnate of the Golden Core realm, He could be considered as the #1 perfected being of the Ximen aristocratic family, and could even match the paragons of the supersex. How could he take an early-stage golden core like Baiming Ao seriously? However, Dongfang Xian's expression darkened as killing intent flashed through his eyes. Little beast, watch your words. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Private duels are forbidden within the villa before the competition even begins. Baiming Ao said coldly. Fu, Dongfang Xian sneered. That's between our 3 aristocratic families. However, cultivators of the Baiming clan are ants in our eyes. We can crush them easily. His words were not a threat. If he killed cultivators of the Baiming clan in the villa, nobody would punish him. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the cultivation world. The prerequisite of fairness was that both parties had the same strength and status. Baiming Ao, stop it. The Baiming clan leader shouted hurriedly and bowed to Dongfang Xian and Ximen Jingrui, smiling apologetically. Both of you are esteemed figures while Baiming Ao is still young and insensible. Please don't stoop to his level. Who told you to come out? Dongfang Xian raised his brow and scolded coldly. Old thing scram. Get that lowlife Baiming Ao to apologize to me personally. As a nascent soul, the Baiming clan leader's cultivation realm was above Dongfang Xian. However, he could only endure being scolded by Dongfang Xian and retreat with a sigh. It was as though he had aged considerably in an instant. Right from the beginning, Baiming Shui did not say anything. She had a cold expression and clenched her fists, still enduring. There was no way Su Zimo would attack. He would ignore something as such completely and allow Baiming Shui to handle it on her own. The only exception was if someone crossed his bottom line. Baiming Ao stood in the crowd motionlessly with fire flaring out of his eyes. Why? You're unwilling. Dongfang Xian swept his gaze and grinned. If you don't apologize to me, all of your Baiming clansmen will suffer. Jigo, apologize. It's nothing much. That's right. After all, you were the one who provoked him. It has nothing to do with us. Some of the Baiming clansmen could not withstand the pressure and whispered. Baiming Ao grit his teeth so hard that they cracked and his face turned green. Right then, a group of cultivators walked over from afar. They wore the robes of the Nangong aristocratic family and were rather striking. Their leader was the golden core paragon of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Shi. Among the golden cores of this generation, the Nangong aristocratic family's Nangong Shi, the Dongfang aristocratic family's Dongfang Ji, and the Ximen aristocratic family's Ximen Jingrui were lauded as the 3 great paragons. Among them, Nangong Shi was the most famous. What are you guys doing here? Nangong Shi walked forward and smiled at everyone, asking, You're just in time, brother Nangong, Dongfang Xian said. These little beasts of the Baiming clan are foolish and have offended me. I'm about to teach them a lesson. Nangong Shi smiled gently. Unfortunately, I have something on as well. I'd like to invite 3 cultivators of the Baiming clan over to sit with me. With that said, he cupped his fists towards Baiming Shui and Baiming Ao. Fellow Taoists, follow me. Thereafter, Nangong Shi's gaze landed on Su Zimo. Also, this mister, please follow me as well. Nangong Shi, what's the meaning of this? Dongfang Xian's expression turned cold as he asked with a frown. Nangong Shi replied indifferently, Nothing much. I'm merely inviting 3 cultivators of the Baiming clan. Are you going to stop me? Brother Nangong, that's where you're wrong, Ximen Jingrui said. It's fine if you want to invite the 3 of them, but Baiming Ao has to apologize to Dongfang Xian first before leaving. Oh, Nangong Shi replied expressionlessly. Now, I truly don't agree with that. With that said, he nodded to Baiming Shui and her brother before turning to leave with them. Su Zimo smiled calmly and followed behind. Dongfang Xian and Ximen Jingrui had grim expressions, but they were wary and did not stop him. The Baiming clansmen revealed looks of envy. Naturally, Baiming Ao was puzzled. Only Su Zimo and Baiming Shui knew the reason why. Thank you, fellow Taoist Nangong. Baiming Ao cupped his fists towards Nangong Shi and expressed his thanks. However, his eyes were still wary. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. His first reaction was that the Nangong aristocratic family wanted to rope them in and obtain that non-existent secret. Nangong, she smiled and was not bothered. Instead, his gaze lingered on Baiming Shui and Su Zimo. All he received was an order to bring the three of them over. Furthermore, the commander of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Ling, had given a clear order to not delay the three of them. However, Nangong, she did not see anything special about the three of them. Baiming Ao was not old and was a little rash. Baiming Shui was outstanding and possessed an extraordinary aura. However, her golden core was shattered by Dongfang Ji and she was now a cripple. 100 years of lifespan was fleeting. As for the green-robed man, he couldn't read this person at all. Nangong, she shook his head. There were no traces of cultivation on the person, making him look like a mortal scholar. However, he did not seem uneasy in the territory of cultivators at the Shimen Villa. Instead, he was even more composed than the cultivators of the three aristocratic families, as though he was right at home. Nangong, she brought the three of them to a residence and smiled. The three of you can rest here tonight. The competition will officially begin tomorrow. If there's anything, you just have to summon the servants of the Nangong family. With that said, he turned to leave. That's all. Baiming Ao was puzzled. He was still pondering over the motive of Nangong Shi for saving them and how he should deal with it. In the end, the latter merely turned and left. Come in and rest. You have to rest well for tomorrow's competition. Baiming Shui beckoned to Baiming Ao. This was a side courtyard of the Shimen Villa. It was exquisite with fake mountains and flowing water, a spirit plantation with lush greenery, and some servants of the Nangong family within. Even direct descendants of the Nangong aristocratic family lived in a similar environment. What's up with the Nangong family? Baiming Ao was still puzzled. However, when he thought about the competition tomorrow, he suppressed his curiosity temporarily and began to rest, preparing for the upcoming battle. The next morning, the villa that had been silent for the entire night gradually became livelier. The Baiming clansmen spent the night in the open ground of the villa with a chilling wind. Although it was nothing much for cultivators, they were all dispirited. At that moment, Baiming Shui and Baiming Ao walked over. Having rested for the night, Baiming Ao looked energetic and was filled with vigor. Let's go. The Baiming clan leader greeted and headed towards his clansmen, towards the center of the villa. The aristocratic family competition was set up in the center of the villa and was surrounded by a spectator area. The commanders of the three aristocratic families had seats and the rest of the clansmen stood to watch. The spectator area was in a circle and the center was where the fight was. The battlefield split into 10 gigantic raised platforms. At that moment, the spectator area was almost filled with people and voices. Cultivators of the three aristocratic families were already present. At a glance, they were dense and looked extremely spectacular. My! The Baiming aristocratic family sent people too. Fufu, in my opinion. They're here to embarrass themselves. Many cultivators burst into laughter with mocking expressions when they caught sight of the Baiming clansmen. There's no space here. Get lost. A cultivator of the Shimen aristocratic family hollered. Actually, there was an empty spot beside him that could accommodate more than 10 people. The Baiming clan leader sighed internally and did not argue. He led his clansmen to the other side. At his age, he no longer had the fervor to fight. He had expected such humiliation when they came to take part in the aristocratic family competition. Everyone from the Baiming clan, come over. Nangong, she beckoned to everyone from the Baiming clan. Su Zimo swept his gaze. On the side of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Ling, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian sat high and above in the spectator area with many spirit fruits and immortal peaches around them. Nangong Ling stood up hurriedly and wanted to walk towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo shook his head gently. It was only then that Nangong Ling stopped. Isn't that Nangong Ling? A chuckle sounded from afar as a cultivator of the Shimen aristocratic family arrived slowly in a gigantic carriage that hovered in midair. Many young and beautiful girls surrounded the carriage. The cultivator of the Ximen aristocratic family had a relaxed expression as he drank his wine and said coolly, "You've been out adventuring for many years. How have you been?" Ximen Zhe. Nangong Ling raised his brow. Ximen Zhe was the commander of the Ximen aristocratic family this time round and hosted the aristocratic family competition. Nangong Ling, you probably can't even recognize us anymore now that you're in 100 refinement sect of the 4 unorthodox groups. Huh? A void reversion of the Dongfang aristocratic family flew over with an unfriendly expression. Dongfang Yi, the commander of the Dongfang aristocratic family this time round. The 3 of them were considered as cultivators of the same generation and had known one another since they were young. However, Nangong Ling headed to the Middle Continent to train and cultivate, joining 100 refinement sect thereafter. As for Ximen Zhe and Dongfang Yi, the 2 of them remained cultivating in the aristocratic families. As such, their paths varied. However, they were all elites of the same generation after all. Now that they were all at the void reversion realm, they were famous outside. Although what happened the previous night was only a small conflict between the juniors, Dongfang Yi and Ximen Zhe had already received the news. Therefore, their tones were sarcastic the moment they met Nangong Ling today. Nangong Ling smiled faintly and ignored the 2 of them. Standing in the crowd, Su Zimo could not use his spirit consciousness and merely surveyed his surroundings with his vision and hearing. As Nangong Ling had said, there were no cultivators with high cultivation realms in this aristocratic family competition. The commanders of the 3 aristocratic families, Ximen Zhe, Dongfang Yi, and Nangong Ling, were all at the void reversion realm. Apart from them, there were also some void reversions. However, Su Zimo could sense that there were definitely Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords in this villa. As for conjoint body mighty figures, he could not detect them yet. Actually, Su Zimo was not interested in the aristocratic family competition at all. He was here because he was worried about Baiming Shui. Because Baiming Shui was his eldest disciple, he could not just leave her be. At the very least, he would only leave after this matter was over. The sect competition had already begun. The foundation establishment cultivators of the various aristocratic families ascended the stone platform one after another to fight in pairs. A few foundation establishment cultivators from the Baiming aristocratic family came forward as well. But soon, the Baiming aristocratic family clansmen were defeated by cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families. They only cleared 2 rounds at most before being swept away. The Baiming aristocratic family did not have any cultivation technique manuals, spirit weapons, or elixirs. As for the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families, they had countless resources and guidance from their experts. The difference in strength between them was immense. Each time the Baiming aristocratic family was defeated, a series of mocking laughs would echo from the crowd. "Little brother, don't be nervous. Given your strength, you can definitely make it to the top 100. Baiming Shui consoled him softly. "All right." Baiming Ao nodded. The foundation establishment cultivator competition ended before noon. Immediately after was the fight between the Golden Cores. The Baiming clan did not have many Golden Cores taking part in the fight. Including Baiming Ao, there were only 3 of them. A few years ago, Baiming Shui's Golden Core was crippled and she lost her rights. All these years, she cultivated the martial Tao wholeheartedly and did not take the initiative to mention this matter. Baiming Shui's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a cold and arrogant woman from the Dongfang aristocratic family. Dongfang Ji. A few years ago, Dongfang Ji was the one who snatched her treasure and even destroyed her golden core. She had never forgotten about that matter. Although she did not take part in the aristocratic family competition today, she would definitely settle this matter with Dongfang Ji. As though she sensed something, Dongfang Ji glanced sideways and exchanged glances with Baiming Shui. Her lips curled with disdain. In her eyes, Baiming Shui was a cripple and was no longer worthy of her attention. The Golden Core competition began. The other 2 Baiming clansmen were quickly defeated by their opponents. As for Baiming Ao, he swept through and defeated 3 opponents before entering the 4th round. Initially, nobody noticed Baiming Ao. However, after clearing the 7th round in front of Baiming Shui, He finally attracted the attention of the 3 aristocratic families when there were less than 100 remaining opponents. This meant that Biming AO was now in the top 100 of this golden core competition. To think that such a character would appear in the Biming clan. How rare. The commander of the Ximen aristocratic family, Xianxia, narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. It's nothing much, Dongfang Yi replied indifferently. He will definitely go against Dongfang Xian. At that time, Dongfang Xian can suppress him with ease and cripple him. Time quickly passed. The Biming clansmen became increasingly nervous as they watched Biming AO fight on the stone platform fixedly. Right now, he had less than 20 opponents remaining. Biming AO is victorious, an aristocratic family cultivator declared loudly. On the stone platform, Biming AO panted slightly. Although he was drenched in sweat from the consecutive fights, he still looked extremely excited. Earlier on, at the most critical moment, he had to use the perfect grade flying sword Biming Shui gave him to defeat his opponent. Right now, he was ranked 20th. If he were to stop while he was ahead and admit defeat, he could still obtain immense rewards and might even be able to raise a request to the 3 aristocratic families for an expedition outside. However, Biming AO did not want to withdraw just like that. That was because Dongfang Xian would be his next opponent. He wanted to defeat Dongfang Xian openly. Little cub, seems like I've been too lax in looting you guys over the years. To think that you would have a perfect spirit weapon with you. Dongfang Xian leaped onto the stone platform and said darkly, "If you hand over that perfect spirit weapon now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Dongfang Xian, cut the crap. Accept the challenge. Biming AO hollered and waved his sleeves, summoning a perfect grade flying sword. He took the initiative and his flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing towards Dongfang Xian. Humph! Dongfang Xian's expression turned cold as he swiped his storage bag and summoned a perfect grade flying sword as well. Slashing forward, clang. Sparks flew as the 2 perfect grade flying swords collided. Biming AO's expression changed slightly. He had expended a lot of stamina in the consecutive battles. Furthermore, he was only at early stage golden core while Dongfang Xian was at late stage. The difference between them was 2 minor realms. Biming AO clearly felt a little powerless in this head-on clash. Clang, clang, clang. Both of their flying swords fought with speed, and it was clear that Dongfang Xian was stronger. His sword techniques were complex, unrestrained, and beguiling. However, Biming AO did not cultivate any brilliant sword-wielding techniques. Back and forth, he merely utilized some basic sword arts. Before long, Biming AO was completely suppressed by Dongfang Xian. Golden core phenomenon. Finally, Biming AO could not hold on any longer and released his power of phenomenon. A boundless ocean appeared behind him, emitting a cold aura as the surrounding temperature dipped. It's Biming Ocean. After so many years, someone has finally cultivated the legacy phenomenon of the Biming aristocratic family. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Spectator area. Xianxia and Dongfang Yi had indifferent expressions and were nonchalant. As void reversions, they were sharp and could naturally tell that Biming AO was at the end of his rope. Even if he summoned Biming Ocean, he would not be able to hold out for long. Eastern Purple Chi. Dongfang Xian hollered and released his golden core phenomenon as well. A purple chi appeared behind him and shone brightly, charging towards Biming Ocean with a powerful phenomenon. Boom! The purple chi surged into Biming Ocean and created raging tides instantly. The seawater splashed. Biming AO's face was pale as his phenomenon swayed. It was on the brink of collapse. It was not because his golden core phenomenon was not strong enough, but because his spirit energy was thoroughly exhausted and he could not withstand that head-on collision. Admit defeat. The Biming clan leader shouted hurriedly. The Biming clan has admitted defeat. Sparring was still the main focus for the fights of the aristocratic family competition, and there would rarely be fights to the death. As long as one party would admit defeat, the other party wouldn't be ruthless. However, Dongfang Xian was unmoved by the shout of the Biming clan leader. Instead, His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "It's too late to admit defeat now. This lad is arrogant and conceited. I'll cripple him today as a warning to others." Boom! Dongfang Xian channeled his golden core to its limits and purple chi surged, bursting through Biming Ocean and landing on Biming Ao's chest. Whoosh! In a flash, a silver light shone from Biming Ao's chest and blocked most of the power of the golden core phenomenon. Even so, Biming Ao was sent flying far away and spat out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. If not for the silver inner armor Biming Shui gave him, he would have been a dead man by now. Another perfect grade spirit weapon. The Biming clan sure has a strong foundation. To think that two perfect spirit weapons would appear in Biming Ao's possession. He didn't die? Dongfang Xian's expression turned cold as he leaped up. Purple chi shrouded his body as he chased after Biming Ao, who was outside the stone platform. Biming Ao has already admitted defeat and fell from the stone platform. "You can't kill him anymore." The Biming clan leader stood out and shouted. "Old thing, you had better not interfere." A nascent soul of the Dongfang aristocratic family said slowly, "The rules of the aristocratic family competition are only targeted at our 3 aristocratic families. Who do you think the Biming clan is?" Dongfang Xian caught up to Biming Ao before the latter even landed on the ground. "Little cub, let's see who can save you today." The power of phenomenon behind Dongfang Xian surged and smashed towards Biming Ao. All of a sudden, a figure appeared before Biming Ao like a phantom. It was Biming Shui. She extended her palm slowly and clenched it into a fist, punching towards Dongfang Xian as she said coldly, "Get lost, Biming Shui. That woman's golden core is crippled. Is she looking to die?" Everyone from the Biming aristocratic family are indeed idiots. Against Dongfang Xian's golden core phenomenon, even low-level spirit weapons would be shattered, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Many cultivators burst into laughter when they saw that. Of course, there were still some people who did not laugh. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he watched everything quietly. At the spectator area, Nangongling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian did not laugh either. That was because they knew that Biming Shui was the disciple of Granduncle Master Desolate Marshal, the eldest disciple. To their understanding, Granduncle Master Desolate Marshal was someone extremely protective. Since she was his eldest disciple, Granduncle Master would definitely value and love her even more. In the cultivation world, cultivators had a long lifespan, and by the end of their cultivations, they would most likely not have any kin remaining. Therefore, many a times, the relationship between master and disciple was even more important than bloodline clansmen. Even with his essence spirit injured, Granduncle Master protected Biming Shui and arrived at the aristocratic family competition. It was clear how much he valued this eldest disciple, who was Desolate Marshal, the #1 monster incarnate in history. There was no way his eldest disciple was ordinary. Biming Shui looked a little frail, and there was no spirit energy fluctuation in her body. Against Dongfang Xian, who had a torrential aura and ferocious spirit energy, she was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Biming Shui's fist collided with Dongfang Xian's purple chi. Boom! The ferocious purple chi dissipated instantly. Dongfang Xian was stunned and shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. He flew back at an even faster speed and landed heavily on the stone platform. Poof! Dongfang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale expression. His tendons and bones felt like they were about to split as he laid on the ground and shrieked. More than half of his body was crippled, and he could not even stand up, let alone fight. The seemingly tiny mantis managed to shatter the war chariot. It was just a single punch. The laughter in the spectator area had yet to stop. However, the battle was already over. The expressions of the cultivators gradually froze as they opened their mouths slowly with eyes widened in disbelief. Dongfang Xian was defeated? Furthermore, he was defeated by a single punch from the cripple, Biming Shui? Even Dongfang Xian's golden core phenomenon was shattered by Biming Shui's body? How was that possible? Even the Biming clansmen were dumbfounded. let alone the cultivators of the three aristocratic families. Naturally, Su Zimo was not surprised by that. Furthermore, he could tell that Bai Mingxue did not use her full strength. If she released her full strength, Dongfang Xian would be torn apart by her punch and die on the spot, let alone his golden core phenomenon. Piak. Dongfang Ji slapped the table and stood up, barking coldly with a cold expression. Bitch! Martial Dao. Shiminzei swept his gaze across Bai Mingxue and frowned slightly as he murmured. The only way one would not possess spirit energy fluctuations was if they cultivated the martial Dao. However, how could the power of the martial Dao be so strong? Sister, you? Bai Mingao was shocked. He was right behind Bai Mingxue and had a deeper understanding of the collision earlier on. He seemed to be able to sense the raging Bai Ming ocean within her body. He had not expected that his crippled sister would be able to release such a terrifying power after a few years. Could this be the power of the martial Dao? Suddenly, Bai Ming-ao realized that he could no longer read his sister. Dongfang Ji said coldly, "Are you guys blind? This slut has already broken the rules of the competition by attacking without permission. Suppress her and kill her in public." Nangong Ling sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness expressionlessly. Nangong she understood and chuckled before standing out. I don't think Bai Mingxue is to blame for this. The one who broke the rules of the competition was not Bai Mingxue, but your younger brother, Dongfang Xian. Firstly, Dongfang Xian was unwilling to stop even though Bai Ming-ao had already admitted defeat. Secondly, even after Bai Ming-ao was out of the stone platform, Dongfang Xian continued hunting him beyond its radius. Anyone can attack outside the radius of the stone platform. To be blunt, if I was the one who attacked earlier to suppress Dongfang Xian, it wouldn't have been considered as breaking the rules. Nangong Shi Yu. Dongfang Ji frowned with a frosty expression. Those two were the strongest monster incarnates among the three aristocratic families. Including Shimin Jingrui, the three of them should be the top three of this golden core competition. The three aristocratic families had always been on good terms. Dongfang Ji was even engaged to Shimin Jingrui through marriage. Nobody expected Nangong Shi and Dongfang Ji to fight because of Bai Mingxue. Could it be that Nangong Shi had a crush on Dongfang Ji? Is he jealous because she is engaged to Shimin Jingrui? Impossible. I'm guessing that Nangong Shi might be involved with Bai Mingxue. Although Bai Mingxue has a low status, she's extremely beautiful. The two of them look like a golden couple. Even though they were cultivators, they could not help but gossip. Shiminzei and Dongfang Yi looked at Nangong Ling, who was not far away. Nangong Ling's expression was unchanged as he looked straight ahead. Both of them sneered internally. Naturally, the three commanders would not appear for such a small matter. Nangong Shi, what are you trying to do? Shimin Jingrui could not help but stand out with a terrible expression. Nothing much. I'm just stating the facts. Nangong Shi spread his hands with an innocent expression. I'll remember this matter first. Dongfang Ji nodded and looked deeply at Nangong Shi before turning to Bai Mingxue. In a flash, she arrived on the stone platform. She did not conceal the killing intent in her heart as she said slowly, "Bitch, I destroyed your golden core 4 years ago. Now I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have a fair fight against me in this aristocratic family competition." Bai Mingxue glared at Dongfang Ji fearlessly with a cold expression. She had waited for this day for a long time. She turned to look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled faintly. Go on. The martial Dao allows one to exact revenge and repay gratitude as they please. It wouldn't matter even if you pierce through the heavens today. Bai Mingxue was filled with pride and no longer had any reservations. If anybody else made her such a promise, she would have been skeptical. However, if her master said something like that, she believed that he would defend her even if the sky collapsed. That was because her master was Desolate Marshal. He was Dao Lord Desolate Marshal, who was renowned throughout the world and established his Dao for the masses. Instantly, Bai Mingxue was enlightened. In fact, even her cultivation that was stuck at the 8 transformations of the martial Dao had loosened slightly at this moment. She could sense the aura of the dragon-elephant force. Bai Mingxue turned around and walked towards the stone platform with a burning gaze. Her footsteps were firm, and at that moment, her martial Tao will reached its peak. It was unshakable. Under the envelopment of that will, Dongfang Ji suddenly felt a sense of pressure. On the stone platform, Bai Mingxue walked towards Dongfang Ji step by step. With every step she took, her aura would increase by a fraction. However, the pressure on Dongfang Ji would increase as well. What powerful blood qi! At the spectator area, Dongfang Yi narrowed his gaze. Shimin nodded as well. Bai Mingxue's bloodline has probably already cultivated to the lead Mercury amalgam blood realm. Among the three aristocratic families, the Shimin aristocratic family had the strongest body tempering. However, even for Shimin Jingrui, who was at Golden Core realm, he only cultivated to the lead Mercury amalgam realm with the help of many resources. Dongfang Ji's heart skipped a beat. As the most outstanding successor of the Dongfang aristocratic family at the Golden Core realm, she made the right judgment right away and retreated to keep her distance from Bai Mingxue. She could not engage Bai Mingxue in melee combat. The martial Tao was to constantly develop one's potential and temper their bodies. Those who cultivated the martial Tao were extremely strong in melee combat. Go! Dongfang Ji slapped her storage bag and waved her sleeves, causing a silver spear to appear before her. The spear quivered and shone with 6 spirit patterns in a bright light. Connate dermic weapon, heavenly essence spear. Cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family rarely used swords. Most of them used spears. While a spear was weaker than a flying sword in terms of agility, it was stronger than a flying sword in terms of strength. Under Dongfang Ji's control, the heavenly essence spear transformed into a silver streak of light and arrived before Bai Mingxue at an astonishing speed. In terms of speed and burst power, connate weapons were the limit. Without much movement, a cold shimmering sword had already appeared in her hands. The sword quivered and 5 spirit patterns lit up. Perfect spirit weapon. That sword was the perfect spirit weapon Lu Hanyan gave Bai Mingxue. Bai Mingxue has a perfect spirit weapon as well. The Bai Ming family sure has some good stuff. Many cultivators revealed looks of envy. Bai Mingxue suddenly attacked and slashed with her sword. Clang! Sparks flew when the sword struck the heavenly essence spear. Normally, a connate spirit weapon would definitely gain the upper hand in a clash between perfect and connate spirit weapons. However, Bai Mingxue was way too strong. The sword quivered and sent the heavenly essence spear flying when it slashed down. Boom! Bai Mingxue strode forward and stomped heavily on the ground, arriving before Dongfang Ji instantly like an arrow that was released from a bow. It was too fast. With the burst of Bai Mingxue's body and bloodline, she covered a distance of more than 100 feet instantly. Bai Mingxue's expression was cold as she raised her sword and stabbed. Before the sword even arrived, a chilling sharpness was already released. Dongfang Ji actually felt a slight sting on her glabella. Trap! Dongfang Ji's reaction was extremely fast when she saw that she could not retrieve the heavenly essence spear in time. She conjured a hand seal and released the legacy spirit art of her aristocratic family. Strange vines and branches grew from the stone platform beneath Bai Mingxue and coiled around her body and limbs. The Dongfang aristocratic family specialized in wood spirit arts. As a golden core paragon of the Dongfang aristocratic family, Dongfang Ji was even more well-versed in this Tao and conjured her spirit art in the blink of an eye. Those vines and branches were no ordinary plants. With the augmentation of Dongfang Ji's spirit energy, they were not weaker than spirit weapons. Furthermore, there were spikes on the vines that could pierce a cultivator's flesh. After releasing the spirit art, Dongfang Ji seized the opportunity to retreat and distance herself from Bai Mingxue once more. Humph! Bai Mingxue sneered. She cultivated the martial Tao and was already at the 8th transformation, Indestructible Diamond. Her body was already invulnerable to fire, water, and weapons. Even true spirit weapons could not hurt her, let alone the vines conjured by spirit energy. Bai Mingxue struggled. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the vines coiled around her, Bai Ming-shui broke free and gave chase once more. Clang, clang, clang. She slashed in succession. Dongfang Ji blocked Bai Ming-shui's sword with her precise movement techniques and spear techniques. However, she was completely disadvantaged. Bai Ming-shui did not have many sword techniques, but with her martial Dao true body as a foundation, the speed and power of each sword strike were pushed to the limits. She was overwhelming everything with brute force. No matter how precise Dongfang Ji's moves were, she could not defend against Bai Ming-shui's sword. Bai Ming-shui's strength is a little terrifying. To think that she would be able to reach such a realm in the martial Dao. I wonder how many transformations Bai Ming-shui has cultivated. The crowd whispered nobody expected this outcome. She's merely relying on brute force? Shimin Jingrui sneered. Everyone knows that one doesn't have any spirit energy if they cultivate the martial Dao, so they can't condense golden core phenomenons. That's the greatest advantage we cultivators have. Dongfang Yi sat high above with a calm expression and was not worried. No one was clearer than him about Dongfang Ji's strength. This battle would end the moment Dongfang Ji released her golden core phenomenon. Bai Ming-shui, you're very good to be able to force me to this extent. Dongfang Ji's golden core circulated slowly, and her spirit energy surged. A purple chi appeared behind her and shone brightly. Golden core phenomenon, Eastern purple chi. Although it was the same phenomenon, the power of Dongfang Ji's phenomenon was clearly many times stronger than Dongfang Xian's. It was not over yet. Suddenly, another powerful energy fluctuation appeared behind Dongfang Ji. Another phenomenon rose. Many plants appeared behind Dongfang Ji and transformed into ferocious soldiers that charged towards Bai Ming-shui. Golden core phenomenons. Flora myriad weapons. Dongfang Ji had managed to cultivate 2 golden core phenomenons. The crowd was in an uproar. Even Nangong Shi had a grim expression. Even he was not confident of winning against Dongfang Ji, who had 2 golden core phenomenons. It's over. Dongfang Ji rose slowly, and 2 golden core phenomenons circled around her. Her aura had already climbed to its peak as she looked down at Bai Ming-shui. Bitch, it's useless even if you admit defeat now. Her voice was cold. She had intended to use her 2 phenomenons to deal with Nangong Shi. To think that she would have to use them prior to that. 2 phenomenons? Bai Ming-shui had a calm expression without any fear or surprise in her eyes. Indeed, it's time to end things, she said indifferently. However, I'm not the one who will admit defeat. Before her sentence was finished, Bai Ming-shui channeled her blood qi with all her might. Splash! Her blood qi surged and a deafening tsunami sound echoed from her body. Tsunami blood. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Even Shimin Zhe and Dongfang Yi were shocked. All of them were void reversions and knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate to the tsunami blood realm. It was even rarer than golden core phenomenons. There were many people in the cultivation world who could condense golden core phenomenons. However, there were very few cultivators who could cultivate tsunami blood. Boom! Bai Ming-shui did not retreat or dodge Dongfang Ji's 2 golden core phenomenons. Instead, she strode forward and soared into the air. She threw out a punch with her left hand. In her right hand, her sword was shrouded by layers of martial Dao astral qi that was indestructible as she slashed out. Her blood qi surged as though a tsunami was surging within her. Boom! Poof! A punch and a sword. The purple qi dissipated and the soldiers were beheaded. Right in front of everyone. The 2 golden core phenomenons that Dongfang Ji had just conjured were destroyed by Bai Ming-shui's punch and sword. The place fell into an uproar. Every single person with a double phenomenon was a peerless paragon. In this generation, there were less than a handful who could cultivate a double phenomenon. The most famous double phenomenon came from the monster incarnate of Chaos Essence sect, Diin. He cultivated the legacy phenomenon of the human emperor, Chaos Ocean. Thereafter, he fused with the world-cleansing green lotus of the Buddhist monasteries and surpassed the human emperor, forming an unprecedented chaos green lotus phenomenon. However, Dian's brilliance was completely overwhelmed by someone else during the previous phenomenon ranking. The legendary Dao Lord Desolate Marshal cultivated 3 unprecedented golden core phenomenons and dominated the phenomenon ranking. He overwhelmed everything and suppressed 2 primordial races, shocking the world. That battle also made Desolate Marshal famous. The cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families were shocked when they saw Dongfang Ji cultivate a double phenomenon. The cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family were even more invigorated. They thought that their family clan had given birth to a peerless paragon that was comparable to Diin and Desolate Marshal. However, the excitement in everyone's eyes turned into shock the moment they saw what happened next. 2 golden core phenomenons were shattered by Baiming Xue's sword and fist. How was that possible? Could one truly release such a terrifying power after cultivating the martial Dao? Even the commanders of the 3 aristocratic families, Shiminze, Dongfang Yi, and Nangong Ling, were shocked, let alone the golden cores and nascent souls present. Nangong Ling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian knew that Baiming Xue was Su Zimo's eldest disciple and were long prepared. Even so, the 3 of them gasped when they saw that. Baiming Ao stood in the crowd and was completely stunned. Prior to this, he belittled the martial Dao and even mocked his sister for cultivating it because it had no golden core phenomenon. But now, the power released by Baiming Xue's body and bloodline was something that a golden core phenomenon could not withstand. 2 golden core phenomenons were destroyed by a single punch from her. For the past 3 years, Baiming Ao cultivated painstakingly in the main hall of the clan without slacking off at all. However, he had not expected that he would fall so far behind Baiming Xue in just 3 years. The difference between them was getting wider. Is this the power of the martial Dao? How many transformations has Baiming Xue cultivated to? Before this, there were also people who cultivated blood qi golden cores, but their strength was definitely not so terrifying. I reckon that Baiming Xue has already broken through to the 7th transformation of the martial Dao, astral infusion. That's right. When she attacked earlier on, her fist and sword were shrouded by a unique power. That should be astral qi. Instantly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Naturally, Su Zimo was not surprised by that. His essence spirit was damaged and he looked listless the entire time, as though he was lethargic and his eyes were about to close. However, nobody knew better than him how terrifying the Martial Sutra was. Among the 9 transformations of the martial Dao in the later 3 transformations, every single one was a leap in quality and brought about a complete transformation. Right now, Baiming Xue was at the 8th transformation of the martial Dao, Indestructible Diamond. If Diin was reborn at the Golden Core realm, he might be able to fight against her. However, Dongfang Ji was way too far from that. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. Dongfang Ji had just formed 2 golden core phenomenons when they were shattered by Baiming Xue. She could not help but shudder and her face turned paler. Even her organs were shaken violently. Her eyes flashed with panic and fear. That punch and sword strike had not only destroyed her golden core phenomenons, but also her confidence, pride, and past glory. Dongfang Ji, you've lost? Baiming Xue strode forward with a cold expression and slashed in reverse towards Dongfang Ji's head. Go! Right then, a bronze mirror filled with blood qi floated over from the battlefield. It shone with 6 spirit patterns and suddenly shone with a sanguine light that descended on Baiming Xue. Baiming Xue glanced at the spectator area. There were outsiders interfering. In the spectator area, Shimin Jingrui had an unfriendly expression as he glared at Baiming Xue on the stone platform. His fingers behind his back were conjuring hand seals as he controlled the blood-colored mirror in midair. It's the Khanate spirit weapon, Blood Light Mirror. That looks like Shimin Jingrue's weapon. Why is it on the battlefield? Many Baiming clansmen were stunned. In reality, the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families present had naturally recognized that it was Shimin Jingrue's weapon. However, the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families did not expose him out of respect. What are you guys doing? The aristocratic family competition is all one-on-one. Do you guys want to bully with numbers? Baiming Ao was extremely smart and could not help but holler when he saw what was going on. The cultivators sneered coldly and ignored him. Spectator area. Nangong Ling glanced sideways at Shimin Zhe and Dongfang Yi with a mocking expression. Why? You can't afford to lose? The aristocratic family competition has always been about fair fights. What's this? Dongfang Yi's expression did not change. It's not the aristocratic family competition now. It's a personal feud between Dongfang Ji and Baiming Shui. Shimin Zhe nodded slightly as well. That's right. Jingrui is already engaged to Jir, so he naturally can't watch her get bullied. It's only right for him to attack. You guys can even spin the way they're bullying with numbers into something righteous. How shameless can you guys get? Ru Xian could not help but stifle a chuckle. Nangong Ling said indifferently, Guys, let me advise you not to mess with Baiming Shui. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Shimin Zhe could not help but burst into laughter, as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world as he shook his head. I really want to see how a slut of the Baiming clan in the territory of my Shimin family can make me deal with any consequences today. Nangong Ling retracted his gaze and did not persuade further. He had no intention of attacking either. With his judgment, he knew that even if Shimin Jingrui attacked, he might not be Baiming Shui's match. The blood light mirror was created from the bones of more than 100 ancient remnant beasts, and was soaked in demon blood all year round, emitting an extremely evil aura. The blood light that descended was extremely damaging to cultivators. In fact, even some golden core phenomenons could not withstand the corrosion of that blood light. However, Baiming Shui merely frowned when the blood light enveloped her. Her blood qi was strong and surged like a tsunami. Even the blood of pure-blooded ferocious beasts could not hurt her, let alone the blood of ancient remnant beasts. However, the sword in her hands dimmed instantly and its edge was gone when it was tainted by the blood light. Thankfully, the sword was a perfect grade spirit weapon. If it was at supreme grade, it would have been destroyed within a few breaths. When she saw that, Dongfang Ji was invigorated and hope reignited in her eyes. With a tender shout, she controlled the heavenly essence spear and thrust it towards Baiming Shui. At the same time, she retrieved a black iron ruler from her storage bag and injected spirit energy into it. 6 spirit lights burst forth from the iron ruler. It was another Khanate spirit weapon. Hollow ruler. The Baiming clansmen recognized the Khanate spirit weapon right away. That was because the spirit weapon was a treasure of the Baiming clan to begin with. A cold glint flashed through Baiming Shui's eyes. Back then, Dongfang Ji used the hollow ruler to shatter her golden core. That scene was etched in her memories. Today, everything would come to an end. The sword in her hand was already tainted by the blood light. Baiming Shui abandoned it and welcomed the incoming heavenly essence spear. She strode forward and reached out. As a Khanate spirit weapon, the speed of the heavenly essence spear was way too fast. It was merely a silver light that streaked by and arrived instantly. However, Baiming Shui's palm grabbed the silver light. The silver light dissipated and the heavenly essence spear fell into Baiming Shui's palm. It revealed its true form and danced continuously, wanting to break free. Baiming Shui harumphed coldly and channeled her blood qi, exerting strength in her palm. The spirit light on the spear was drowned by Baiming Shui's blood qi instantly and dimmed. Dongfang Ji had completely lost control of the heavenly essence spear. Swash! The moment the heavenly essence spear arrived, a black shadow descended as though it wanted to slice the void into two. Khanate spirit weapon, hollow ruler. Baiming Shui's expression was unchanged as she raised her right hand and opened her fingers to grab the falling hollow ruler. The expressions of the cultivators changed and they exclaimed. Grabbing the incoming heavenly essence spear barehanded and the hollow ruler were two completely different situations. As long as the tip of the heavenly essence spear was avoided, it was not much of a threat. However, the power of the hollow ruler was extremely terrifying. Even cultivators of the Shimin aristocratic family, who specialized in body tempering, would have their bones and tendons snapped. Piak! The hollow ruler landed in Baiming Shui's palm. Baiming Shui did not move. In fact, there were no emotions in her eyes. Someone managed to receive the Khanate weapon, the hollow ruler, barehanded. The cultivators ground their teeth and winced. Was that a body of flesh and blood? Disbelief filled the eyes of the cultivators. Dongfangji finally panicked. Her two connate spirit weapons were snatched away by Bai Mingshui barehanded. Even if she used other trump cards, there was no way she could be a match for Bai Mingshui. She moved and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, Bai Mingshui was even faster than her. Bai Mingshui did not stop after receiving the two connate spirit weapons. In a flash, she arrived before Dongfangji. Whoosh! Bai Mingshui stabbed towards Dongfangji with the heavenly essence spear in her hand. How dare you! Dongfangji shrieked and tore a protection talisman in her palm. A jade green light spread and enveloped her. Poof! When the heavenly essence spear struck the gigantic green barrier, it was as though an airbag was punctured and the barrier dissipated instantly. Dongfangji's pupils constricted and her face turned pale. Her protection talisman could defend against a nascent soul's attack. She had not expected that the talisman would be shattered by Bai Mingshui instantly. Before she could think further, she felt a sharp pain beneath her abdomen. A domineering power struck her golden core. Crack, crack, crack. Dongfangji's eyes widened. She could clearly feel cracks appearing on her golden core, densely packed and covering it instantly. Shattered. Bai Mingshui waved the hollow ruler and shattered her golden core with a single strike. Thud, thud, thud. Dongfangji retreated continuously and staggered. Her legs went limp and she could not even stand as she fell to the ground. The shattering of her golden core meant that her 50 years of cultivation were instantly destroyed. Initially, golden cores in their 50s were in their prime because they had a lifespan of 500 years. But now that her golden core was shattered and her spirit energy was depleted, her lifespan had instantly fallen to 100 years of age for mortals. In her 50s, it meant that she had already spent more than half her lifespan. Within a few breaths, her black hair had already turned white and a few wrinkles appeared on her face, revealing her old age. Spectator area. With a bang, Dongfang-yi crushed the teacup in his hand. Bitch, how dare you? His expression darkened. He had not expected that the ants of the Baiming clan would dare to attack paragons of their aristocratic families so viciously during the aristocratic family competition. Dongfang-yi's face was filled with killing intent. Bai Mingshui was not the only one who was going to die today. All the Baiming clansmen were going to die with her. As though he sensed danger, the Baiming clan leader looked terrified and uneasy. The other clansmen were jittery as well. Although Bai Mingshui won, none of them looked excited at all, as though they had lost their parents. In the crowd, Su Zimo was the only one who was calm. On the stone platform, Dongfangji was defeated and her golden core was crippled. Immediately after, another figure charged over. Bitch, how dare you hurt Jir? You must have a death wish. Shimin Jingrui charged forward and cursed. Waving his palm, the blood light mirror in midair buzzed and spun towards Bai Mingshui. Bai Mingshui's expression was unchanged as she raised the hollow ruler and slashed forward. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed when the two connate spirit weapons collided. The blood light mirror was sent flying. At the same time, Shimin Jingrui had already arrived and punched Bai Mingshui. Instantly, an extremely strong killing intent burst forth from that punch. The Shimin aristocratic family specialized in metal spirit arts and killing techniques. Bai Mingshui had a mocking expression as she put away the hollow ruler and punched Shimin Jingrui's fist as well. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat when the fists clashed. Bai Mingshui was motionless and her expression was indifferent. However, Shimin Jingrui's expression changed continuously. Immediately after, his arm cracked in an extremely terrifying manner. His entire arm was crippled by Bai Mingshui's punch. Shimin Jingrui was also a decisive person. Gritting his teeth, he did not dare to linger and flew out of the stone platform without making a single sound. Jingrui, take me with you, Dongfangji shouted. Her golden core was crippled and she did not even have the ability to jump off the stone platform. When Shimin Jingrui heard Dongfangji's shout, he looked over instinctively and was shocked. Right now, Dongfangji was old and withered. She no longer had any of her former glory. A look of disgust flashed through the depths of Shimin Jingrue's eyes as he turned and fled. Why you? Dongfang Ji was so angry that she was shivering with a desperate expression. Lifelong vows to the depths of the world. Everything was a lie. What are you guys waiting for? Suppress that slut. Shimin Zhe stood up with a grim expression and shouted. Swash! 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 5 figures stood out from beneath Shimin Zhe and released a powerful might. They were surrounded by dermic powers and charged towards Baiming Shui with murderous auras. Nascent souls. Baiming Shui crippled the most outstanding golden core cultivators of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families and enraged Shimin Zhe and Dongfang Yi completely. The few of you capture those Baiming clansmen. I'm going to cripple all of their cultivations one by one and torture them slowly. Dongfang Yi waved his hand and gave the order as well. Before long, a few nascent souls of the Dongfang aristocratic family stood out as well and charged towards the Baiming clan. Because of Baiming Shui's domineering appearance, this aristocratic family competition had spun completely out of control.